Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here with our Pioneer 5K. We have a time-shifted match we recorded while we're talking to Dykeman and watching the finals of the Modern 10K. We don't want to waste any time. I'm Mason Clark. This is Devin O'Donnell co-hosting with me today. We're going to head straight down to Pioneer and get into the gameplay. We don't want y'all to sit around just hearing us blabber some more. So let's see what's up here in our time-shifted match. You're going to see Modern Finals at the bottom. It's unfortunately a small little bug we have, but don't worry about it. We have Shea Strausman, a regular on our event here, playing Izzet Phoenix versus Phillip Silberman playing Omnath.
Yeah, and this Omnath to light deck is kind of a recent addition, or sort of a recent addition to Pioneer. It really picked up in popularity at the Pro Tour. That's when I think the current list, current iterations have really started to become more popular. But this is basically the way that I describe this deck is Nivless Niv. It's effectively, playing a lot of the same cards that you would see in Niv, like Bring to Light. It's playing Omnath. It's playing Valky and stuff like that, but there's no actually nivs, and the reason for that is the removal you get to play. You don't have to play the gold removal, and you just get to play with Chain of the Rocks and Leyline Binding.
Yep, we're going to see a Chain of the Rocks answer a Shredder, and then Shea respond to another Shredder. And yeah, we saw Team Sewer Rat come out there and sort of dominate with this Omnath deck, having one of the best win rates, and players have been picking it up since then and liking it so far. Phillip here is stuck on 2 lands. He's going to pass back to Shea here, who, for what it's worth, was also going to be stuck on lands here. He's going to play a Pathway, though, for turn.
Yeah, and notably, that's, I believe, a Jetmir's Garden in a mountain, so unable to currently cast Leyline Binding because of only 3 types, which would make the binding cost 3. And then for Shea here, we have Izzet Phoenix, which is a deck that I think has kind of fallen off in popularity quite a bit recently. That's really taken a dip in terms of metagame share over the past few weeks. I don't really think it had too much of a metagame presence at the Pro Tour, but, it still is a powerful strategy, especially if you can dodge a lot of the graveyard hate.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the French players and Ghoul de Cat play this deck at the Pro Tour and spout a good win rate, but those are people that sort of always play the deck, and it can reward mastery for sure, but it is, so a lot of players have thought maybe this is a little bit weaker than the Anomalous Creativity deck, so it's cool to see Shea here sort of being like, no, I like the Phoenix deck. This is sort of what I'm good at. And if there aren't a lot of Go Blanks going around, you win a lot of those mid-range mirrors that you normally can't win.
Right, and for Phillip here, we do see looks like still missing that 3rd land. Unfortunately for him, got the Chain of the Rock spell pierced, and that's a really good exchange for Shea. And resolving a Treasure Cruise, that's always a good place to be in.
Yeah, that's a good exchange for Shea too. Is we're going to connive here and then draw 3, and we're going to get a pretty decent sized Shredder here and start getting our attacks on.
Yeah, Shredder getting in there. Let's see if Shea has a land. Looks like we do. Pathway.
Yeah, it's a Pathway, but we had it flip from the last game on red.
I always do that with my Fables. I always forget to flip them when I'm shuffling, and then it's like turn 3. I just gotta, flip it over.
Yeah, get that little grinning guy. He's like, "Hey, what's up?" And you're like, "Oh, I didn't flip you. My bad."
And we see going to discard for Phillip here, and we get a Pieces. So yeah, this is looking like kind of a runaway so far. Pieces hitting. Oh boy, another Cruise and a pit, another Pieces. This is getting rough for Phillip here.
I see a shock from Shea down to 16, and it might pull another threat. Looks like he definitely has to manage the Treasure Cruise. And you know what? He's like, I will. Let's connive first, though. Gonna spend all 7 cards in my graveyard. Gonna keep that 1 mana up for a card like Spell Pierce, which I do believe, we saw Shea have 1 in his deck, and actually main decks a couple. So
yep, you can see an attack from the Shredder here, putting Phillip down to, I believe, 15, and looks like Shea also discarding to hand size, but it's a little bit different when you're discarding to hand size with 5 lands in play versus when you're discarding to hand size with 2 lands in play. So yeah, kind of a tough spot here for Phillip. But we'll have to see if maybe Phillip can find a 3rd land. I have to imagine we have some good, good 3-mana cards here. Probably has a copy of Leyline Binding, maybe a copy of Fable. Binding is certainly a good start if he does find a 3rd land, but we're going to discard again.
Yeah, let's see here. Take a draw for the turn. Drew a Hall of the Storm Giants. This sort of thing that happens too with the Shredder deck sometimes is you're not actually super good at closing the game. This is part of why some players are sort of not playing this deck, because if you can find Galvanic plus Trespass and some Arclight Phoenixes, you're good. But some games you just sort of sit here and spin your wheels, and that's too backbreaking other matchups. Looks like Shea's going to pick up a Time Walk and a Charter Course here, puts an Arclight Phoenix into the graveyard. So if we can cast 2 more spells, we can start getting some real pressure on the board.
Yeah, looks like a Consider here. We're going to do a little bit of conniving. And yeah, really just looking, like you said, that is the one issue with the Phoenix deck. It's can be a little bit tough when it tries to find a closing speed, specifically like against something like Lotus Field that puts this immense clock on you, where you have to try and kill them as quickly as possible. And I think that might be part of why players are kind of shying away from the Phoenix deck, is because of that really rough Lotus Field matchup. And that deck has definitely started to pick up in popularity a lot over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, also the Atraxa deck is, a reason some people are coming here. That is going to be game, though, for Phillip. It looks like he has got a Sacred Foundry, but no cards, I think, actually to answer what's happening here. I think, well, even if he does, I guess there's just land, activate Hall of Storm Giant. So, yeah, he's just going to pick up the here. Yeah, the attract deck, like you mentioned, sort of picking up popularity, and that's a reason to play this Phoenix deck. You sort of have some of the answers for that here. We are going to quickly look at the sideboards from these players. When we come up here, we're going to pull up those sideboards, but we're going to talk about those. But Norm, Devin, what do you think is sort of happening with the decks here? Which one do you sort of like more going to game 2 and 3 here before seeing the sideboard?
Well, I guess I won't look at the deck list. Then I'll put that off for a second. It's weird because I think that with all of the exile removal that Phillip has access to between Leyline Binding and Shade of the Rocks, you're actually pretty good at exiling Phoenix specifically and not actually dealing damage to it, putting it back in the graveyard. So, you have the chains and the binding. So I think I like Phillip's side of things. And you also have something like Slaughter Games, where you can maybe Slaughter Games the Temporal Trespass to make it so that Phillip has less access to like that end game.
Yeah, awesome. Well, let's see here. Phillip's sideboard is 3 Reckoner Bankbuster, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Doan Veto, 2 Rending Valley, 2 Pithing Needle, a Lavinia, and then that Giganta Companion we saw that game. What do you like now that we're sort of looking at the deck here?
Definitely want the Rest in Pieces. Those are slam dunks. Good against Treasure Cruise, good against Trespass and Phoenix. Definitely, I think you want the Rending Volleys. They do kill Thing in the Ice, which Shea did show you in game 1, as well as the Ledger Shredders, and then potentially the Dovin's Vetoes to help fight over Cruise and Temporal Trespass.
Nice. I like it there. Makes a lot of sense. Let's see what's going on for Shea here with the old Izzet Phoenix deck list. Looks like Shea is going to have a sideboard that has 2 Crackling Drake, 2 Brotherhood Zen, 2 Aether Gust, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Thing in the Ice, a Negate, and a Braid, a Spell Pierce, a Rending Volley, and a Mystical Dispute. What do you like out of here, Devin?
So from Shea's side of things, I want the counterspell. So definitely want, I think, Aether Gust, Disdainful Stroke, Negate, Spell Pierce, Mystical Dispute. Spell Pierce, you could maybe talk me out of because of the soft counter magic. The Mystical Dispute at least being 1 mana, it hits Bring to Light. I guess Spell Pierce hits that as well. But definitely want the counter spells, want less removal because, Phillip's deck doesn't have a ton of creatures. And then you could maybe consider going to the Thing in the Ices if you wanted more threats. Probably want the Crackling Drakes because you likely expect Phillip to have copies of Rest in Peace. And I think that's kind of the, typical sideboard plan is you want to bring in Drakes against Rest in Peace. So counter spells, Drakes, and I think that's pretty much it.
Makes sense. Yeah, let's go down to the feature match and sort of see what it is. It's time shifters. We don't have to wait for the players to shuffle, which is so nice for us. We have to see here what the players have as well. It looks like we're already in the game a little bit as we're resolving an opt. It looks like the first turn sort of happened is we played a Triumph, we passed, we played a land, we opted, we played another land. And then we're going to play Ledger Shredder now that we're caught up here.
Let's see if Phillip can do a little bit better than game 1 and deploy a 3rd land here. Looking for something like a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. That would probably be Phillip's best play here. Start with the Chained.
Not bad. One of the things about this deck is Phillip can lose to the Galvanic plus Time Walk plan of just take a couple turns and hit you. That is sort of a thing that he has to worry about. But he has enough Exhalation removal that if he can take down things like Arclight Phoenix, he eventually can just run Shea out of threats here. So we're going to have to see how they go about doing that as we are, speeding things up here because there's time shifting with the rest of the tournament going on. We want to make sure to get the full game here. Charter Course being resolved. We're going to discard that Spike Field Hazard. And it looks like Shea's just going to pass the turn back to Phillip.
Yeah, so potentially, likely no copies of Arclight Phoenix in Shea's hand because likely would have wanted to discard that. And we'll have to see if Phillip has maybe a turn 4 play. Nope, just a Triumph. And notably not picking up Giganta. So, representing a counterspell of sorts here. Could be a Dispute, could be or Dovin's Veto. Let me actually see. I don't remember. I don't think.
2 vetoes.
2 vetoes, yeah. No disputes actually in Phillip's deck list. So, yeah, just Veto here, which, if Shea has like if Shea leads with a creature spell, like a Shredder or something, then you can't veto that. So maybe just posturing as well, because Shea doesn't know the deck list.
Yep. Yeah, this is not open deck list anymore like it was in our top 8 lesson. We do have our Fable Passage for lane number 5 here, and it looks like Phillip is going to cast something. It's going to be Rest in Peace now. Negate for Shea. Phillip doesn't have a counter back, and now Phillip is just going to pass the turn. It looks like to Shea. Shea doesn't want to do any opting or anything at the end of turn.
Yeah, and no veto, because Phillip likely would have fought over that. So I'm wondering if maybe just holding up a binding for instead of picking up Giganta. That's likely what Phillip is considering.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense here. Tapped out Crackling Drake could be something that you just want to answer right away. There's also an Extinction Event in hand. So that could be what's happening. Shea is up a game here. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, and we're leading up a mana, too, so we have stuff to play. No saving that Galvanic there. We have a Disdainful Stroke. That's going to stop the first Treasure Cruise, but Galvanic Iteration still going to resolve the second Treasure Cruise. Pretty good spot if you're a Shea fan.
Yeah, exactly. You ever just, pay 3 mana and put, draw 6 cards. I'll only draw 3, I guess, because 1 traded for the stroke. But yeah, that is a really, really good exchange for Shea. Just playing a lot of setup here. And notably, Shea also has 2 copies of Hall of the Storm Giants. And that's an interesting wrinkle in this matchup because as we talked about Phillip's removal spells, 4 copies of Chain of the Rocks and 4 copies of Leyline Binding, neither of those are good. Neither of those can hit a Hall of the Storm Giants.
100%, yeah. And we see here Shea left up that mana because he had Lightning Axe for the Omnath. Phillip here just going to only get a card draw off the Omnath. Not as many fetch lands as there are in Pioneer. He could have fetched that Fable Passage and gained 4 life, but looks to maybe saving it for a future Omnath.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe Phillip has a second copy in his hand and just wanted to see if maybe he could set up a turn where he goes Omnath, resolve that one, play land, crack the Fable Passage, make some mana, do some stuff that way. And that looks like a Dispute in a Pieces.
Yeah.
Off of the Pieces. So Pieces into Pieces. Is that just like Teachings for Teachings?
Yeah, it's going infinite, as the kids say. It looks like we're just going to cast the pieces here. Shay's like, yeah, you kept your land. I don't really care. I'm going to just, find all my Arclight Phoenixes and start bringing these things back. As, Shea has set up a stack graveyard here. And, he did delve away the Galvanic iteration before, but should have a second copy in his deck. And if he can go Galvanic into Temporal Trespass, that's going to be 6 damage from the Arclights twice. That's 12 with a Hall of the Storm Giant. That's 19. He just has to find 1 point of damage at that point to win the match.
Yeah, and Shea tapped out here. This would be a pretty back-breaking turn for something like a Rest in Peace. We know Phillip only has 2 copies. Shea doesn't necessarily know that. But if Phillip can find that second copy, Rest in Peace, that's going to turn this game on its head. But looks like we did not find that, so we're just passing with the Omnath up, likely holding up Binding, which can maybe take care of 1 Phoenix, but again, like you said, if Shea does have the Temporal Trespass, Galvanic Time Walk combo, that's it's going to be a lot for Phillip to fight through.
Yeah, we see Shea here starting to unload a flurry of cantrips here, considering away. And that's going to be 2 spells. Just needs 1 more for his Arclight Phoenixes. And yeah, founds an op, bottom a card, take a draw, skipoo. And that's going to bring back those Arclight Phoenixes, which, Phillip does have some answers for Shea's Phoenixes in the form of, Leyline Binding, Chain of the Rocks, etc. But getting in this burst of damage could set up for the Hall of Storm Giants.
Just taking 6 as well, so I would imagine no copies of Leyline Binding and a Cruise follow-up too. It's just everything coming up here for Shea. This is this is a lot for Phillip to fight through. We've effectively cast this is I think the 4th copy of Cruise if you count the iteration this game. So just all of the cruising happening, and just not a lot going on for Phillip here. Maybe can find something like a Bring to Light to help him sort of come back and stabilize, but
he discards 2 Arclights per turn. Oh my goodness. That is so backbreaking if Phillip does not have a Rest in Peace. And and you can see why players this cards. And when you get your sort of all going, it snowballs so out of control that it's so hard to come up with. And like we mentioned before, Phillip's deck does have Binding, Chain of the Rocks, and things like that. But, those answers, half of them are sorcery speed. And, we see this happen now where it's like, all right, I can answer some of these Phoenixes, but they sort of chip shot me. And you have that late game combo that goes over the top. And here are these 2 Chain of the Rocks, these Arclights look a lot like Lightning Bolt this game, but they are forcing Phillip Also, heaven forbid Shea splash
on
a
the
Field of
same,
Ruin.
I know, right? Just three Chain of the Rocks at the same land. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Also, I will say something about Chain of the Rocks in terms of paper play. I don't know if you feel this way, but it is the most annoying card to play in paper because you have to enchant your land, take their creature, and you have 2 permanents attached to this one land. You're like, what the heck am I doing? What's going on here?
It is the worst. I recently had to play with it some, and I was like, wow, this card is nice, but I don't know if it's worth this hassle. Maybe I should just be playing a Traxxas or something. Maybe that can make my life easier. As we're going to see the fetch here, that's going to gain 4 life for Phillip. That is very important. It's fetch lands in this format. They don't lose you a life, so they're only going to gain you with Omnath as we do see Legislator come down.
Yeah, and that's kind of, we see the sort of the structural flaw for the Omnath deck in this matchup is just not being able to present a fast enough clock. If you give this Phoenix deck time, it's going to bury you. It just has access to so many like cards that generate multiple cards between pieces and treasure cruise and all of these things that if you do not get the game over with quickly, the Phoenix deck is very, they're likely to go through their entire deck.
I agree. Seeing a little bit of a think here from Phillip, trying to figure out, okay, like you mentioned, how can I get a clock going? How can I start winning this game? Important to note, cards like Bring to Light can't get things like Rest in Peace. They can only get instant sorceries and creatures. So that's going to make it so you cannot actually, find that powerful enchantment in this matchup. So it does look like we have 3 mana to pick up Giganta, and that is not what we would call a show of strength here. If I was Shea, I would be sitting up in my seat very excited to see that one.
Yep. Exactly. And that looks like Phillip just doesn't really have any, no Chain of the Rocks, no binding to be able to answer the Ledger Shredder. I think I saw a copy of Extinction Event, but probably wants to hold that until the other Phoenixes come back. And just more cruising.
Yeah, going for a bruising here. Looks like Shea is going to try and get these Phoenixes back this turn, sort of nug in for 3. Really has a smallish graveyard now because of that, but has a stacked hand, should have about 7 cards or 8 cards in hand. Looks like doesn't have enough spells. This is sometimes what happens though, right? We saw Shea have so many reactive counter spells that he just can't actually do anything here. And he's going to play the Ledger Shredder, and I don't think he connive there, but
don't think so either. I think that might have been missed or but this is kind of a juicy Extinction Event for Phillip, gets 2 copies of Ledger Shredder. So I have to imagine you're going to fire that off here. But I also wonder if Shea is aware of the presence of Extinction Event, and maybe that's something he's considering. Maybe Shea has spells in hand, doesn't want to expose the Arclight Phoenixes to Extinction Event, as we see a Disdainful Stroke fired off an Extinction Event. So maybe that point is moot, but
yeah. I think we see NRG player champ competitor Zoe Reader come out to cheer on her friend Shea, see how the match is going in the background there. I love the player cam. We get to just sort of see everyone in the background. And I love to see the players' expressions, It's so fun. Like Shea smiled as he discards the 2 Arclight Phoenixes. Really, it's the personality as we see an activated Hall of Storm Giants and a crash in here for a bunch with a Leyline Binding answering the bigger Ledger Shredder.
Right, and this is what we talked about. Leyline Binding and Chain of the Rocks aren't the type of removal spells when your opponent just gets to the stage of the game and they just start firing up Hall. Phillip just does not really have, if you look at Phillip's deck list, there's not really a single card in his entire deck list that actually removes a Hall of the Storm Giants from the battlefield. All the removal is either sorcery or binding or, Extinction Event, Bring to Light. So just not really much here. It does have Pithing Needle if those were brought in, but I doubt you would bring those in against Phoenix.
Yeah, if you did, it's probably because you played this matchup a bunch and it's the only thing that can beat you, but I feel like that's not the case. It might be a situation where Phillip just has some card in his deck that's awful that we missed, and it's just like, oh yeah, you play the match 3 or 4 times, you realize it. But it looks like Phillip shuffled and cast Giganta. I was about to say Jeganta. That's the southern name there.
Jeff Gantha.
Big Jugs hits the battlefield. 5/5.
Juicy J, as the kids call it.
Juicy J. Yeah, Juicy J sounds like someone that have a McDonald's meal. What is Gigantha's McDonald's order?
3 Big Macs.
Sheesh. I agree, though. Weirdly,
yeah,
I think you just nailed it.
All right, what do we got here for Shea? So untapped, might want to go towards that Hall, but yeah, I mean, Shea's not really in a position where he's getting raced by Giganta. So, depending on what Shea's left to, and we still know about those 2 Phoenixes. So Interesting. Yeah, we're just gonna fire it up, and we see a chump block from Gigantha.
Yeah, I think Shea's about to deck. Like, obviously, this Hall of Storm Giants is a huge problem, but if Phillip can live a couple more turns, Shea has like 4 cards in deck, I think.
Oh,
so that might be why the Arclights aren't coming back. I think our Time Walk is just like the last card in our deck somehow, and we just like can't actually do anything else besides this.
Yeah, you're right. The deck size is looking kind of small, so
double checking it has Ward and Boseiju.
Oh, I missed that. Right, that is an answer to the Hall. Okay, good point.
Okay, Shea just thumbed through his deck. It's bigger than it looks. It's about 9 or 10 cards, but it is small. It might be a situation where Shea's only spells are like pieces of the puzzles type cards.
Yeah, that's true. Which even in a 10-card library, if you expect that if Phillip can buy enough time, you don't really want to cast pieces if your library is only 9 or 10 cards. So
yeah. Shea here also just holding up, spell pierces, strokes, negates, just making sure that Phillip doesn't, accidentally stabilize with an Omnath or something like that.
Yeah, I totally had forgotten about the Boseiju when going through the deck list. But I will say there's only one copy of Boseiju in Phillip's deck, and Shea does have a second Hall in play, which is, I feel like, not something you typically see out of Phoenix players. Usually, I don't know how often I see the second Hall in Phoenix, but Shea does have a second one, and we're just going to fire it up.
Yeah, the big block there. Yeah, it's something that I think players started doing a little bit near the RC, just as a way to sort of grind through red black decks, since they were going after your land so much and the game should go so long. And I know Phoenix players are always innovating on their deck and changing it, so it's really hard to know exactly. It wouldn't surprise me if there's like a third Hall in someone's sideboard on a weekend, just totally within the range of things Phoenix players do.
Yeah, very customizable deck, like you said. Just there's a million different options when you're playing blue-red, spells and a bunch of card draw spells and removal spells, stuff like that. We see Phillip just kind of throw it onto the battlefield, and that's going to do it.
No more jump blockers for the Hall. Yeah, that's going to do it there. And Shea just had a handful of answers, and he's like, listen, they're all conditional. I just need you to do something. Otherwise, I'm going to hit you there. So that was awesome to see Shea win there. That was our round number 2 of Pioneer, I believe. Both of those players were 1-0. So we're going to take a quick break for you here, and we're going to go back. The next round's going to be starting in just 1 second. So we're going to take a 2-minute break, go get some water. We'll meet y'all back here in just a second.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Mundelein, Illinois. I am Mapamonte here for the NRG Series. Getting ready to kick off round number 3 here in our Pioneer event. Let's take a peek at the players to watch and see kind of where we're at for the day. I know we just finished a really awesome finals match. Just wanted to say congratulations once again to Sarah Shearing and to Stephen Dykman, who was our eventual winner, qualified for our end of the year championship. So huge congrats there. As for our players to watch, there are a lot of draws on this slide, which I really didn't know if that's like a thing that happens a bunch in Pioneer. I'll let Mason and Devin discuss that. But at any rate, 2-0 for Connor Mullaly, 2-0 for Mac Andrus, 2-0 for Raja Sulaiman. So great start for those folks. 1-0-1, as I mentioned, those draws for Theo Jung and Will Krueger. 1-1 for Piper Pal. 1-1 for Sam Black, and then I watched Jesse Robkin actually in round number 1 draw with Zoe Riederman. So 1-1 for Jesse Robkin. We're going to get ready to jump into round number 3, and with that, I'm going to send it down to Mason and Devin to get us rolling.
Hello to the Pioneer 5K. We have Connor Mullaly, our player of the year last year, versus Collin Bradley. With a kind of a spicy one here. Someone who doesn't it's totally normal on our series to see him play decks and play a little bit of spicier ones when he's doing. And Connor Mullaly, someone who just plays stock best combo deck basically all the time in Pioneer. If it's green, it's that. If it's Lotus Field, it's this. It's a deck that he really loves and plays a lot of, and it's not uncommon to see him sort of playing this deck, especially in the past. I believe, lost playing for the Mox actually with this deck before Magic Online. So one that he's very well known for.
Yeah, Connor basically is the combo guy. Do you happen to know who Connor lost to in the finals of that Mox?
Was it you?
It was.
Okay, nice. I was gonna say I knew that he played you at some point in that, but I wasn't sure who.
That was like the old school devotion deck. But yeah, Connor has been known to play a lot of combo decks in his day, and sporting the Lotus Field combo. We were talking about when before we went live, we were talking about the combo, and You tried to explain it to me. I still don't understand it.
no.
Maybe we don't have enough time to go over it with Twitch chat, but I mean, maybe Connor can kind of show us if we get to that point.
I will try and quickly explain it right now, and I'll go into detail if we get to that point when the time comes, which we might be getting to because this matchup is typically pretty good game one for Connor. So Connor is not playing all of the wish cards like you normally see. So like instead of having a bunch of Fea wishes and dark petition Mastermind's acquisitions, he instead has the card. Yes, this is the card Peer into the Abyss, which maybe we could get on screen, where a target player draws half their deck and loses half their life. In the past, players used this card to draw their whole deck and then find their wish cards and win. Will Krueger and Connor have sort of figured out that you can target your opponent enough and then they die. And so you don't have to have a wish condition in your deck. You can just keep making them deck themselves and like lose half their life. It involves a lot. If we get there, we get there. I want to go back to commentating play-by-play. Just know Connor is not winning via normal means by even Lotus Field standards this weekend, as we do have an impulse here as he sort of sculpts his hand for that important turn 3 Lotus Field, which he doesn't have. He has like Thespian Sage and cast a Shimmer. Surprised to not see him just, play the Shimmer before doing it. Maybe he has an Arboreal Grazer to put a Lotus Field that found into play.
Well, you say that it's not normal means, but if Connor is the Lotus Field guy, does he get to determine what is stock in Lotus Field? So maybe moving forward, maybe this is stock.
It might become stock. We have to figure out who Lotus Field guy is. I'm going to argue, and this isn't even just, like from the past thing. I'd argue Joe Lissette is more of an NRG stock Lotus Field guy than Connor. I feel like Joe came to the RC, had a lot of really good tech, along with a lot of other really good players, and really helped move this deck forward. And one of the things that sort of Joe did that these players sort of adapted here as we put Annihilator Presence in the land is by moving away from all the wish cards and only having a few things that you can, are sort of these one of bullets for certain matchups in your sideboard, is they have a real sideboard. So there are cards like 2 Pith Needle, 2 Depopulate, 2 Gargaroth. This you actually have plans instead of just wishing for one of. So I would argue Joe Lissette more decides who's stock than Connor, but that doesn't mean Connor can't get that title in time. And maybe if he can, let's say he wins the tournament today, I'll let him decide what's stock as, the populace.
That's fair. Yeah. Now going back to the matchup, you did kind of hark on this a little bit. This matchup is really rough for Collin. I know in game 1 situations, I've played a lot of this Enigmatic Fires deck. The deck really doesn't clock at all. Like there's really no situation where Collin can put enough pressure on Connor to end the game quickly. So it really comes down to what tutor targets that we have access to, because a card like Enigmatic Incarnation, what it does is it's kind of like a birthing pod-esque effect where you sacrifice an enchantment, search for a creature that has a mana value that's +1 of that enchantment's mana value. So for example, Collin is now playing Enigmatic, likely going to sacrifice a 2-mana card to go get a 3-mana creature. And looking at Collin's deck list, unfortunately for Collin, does not have the Archon of Emeria in the main deck. And that is one of the few cards that Collin would like to have here.
Yeah, and instead he's going to have to grab something else. Looks like it's going to be a Callous Blood Mage. This card has a lot of different options. It can make a bug, it can draw a card, it can exile a graveyard. Sort of just a card that you see players play because it answers so many different things and fits sort of nicely on the curve. Looks like Collin is just going to exile the graveyard there and try and make it so Connor has a little bit less of cards to play if he wants to jam a Leer.
Yeah, Leer, Balaged Recovery, that could, that might have some effect there. But yeah, more likely Leer. But yeah, I mean, just a really rough position. Connor's on tap with 2 Lotus Fields. We got the land out. So, there's a very high likelihood that Connor is going to end the game this turn. And maybe, just maybe for Twitch chat, we'll get to see that lovely combo.
Yeah, so you mentioned Balageds earlier being a card that can buy something back. That is true. However, because you have to cast Peer into the Abyss so many times to kill your opponent, you have to be careful with your Balaged recoveries because you only have so many of them. So, this version of the deck lets you have a real sideboard, it lets you have less, quote unquote, junk in your deck. But it is something where, Connor's playing a Balaged here. If I remember correctly, I think you can use Balaged twice on the peers before, twice on non-peers before things get weird. So, Connor, okay to sort of use that one here, but it's going to have a lot of time. Will Krueger, who commentated, our later rounds yesterday playing in the event today, he is sort of the innovator of this, and he would gladly tell you exactly sort of what happens here. Unfortunately, I am not Will Krueger, and I instead only sort of know from reading some stuff on the deck. So,
yeah, that channel your inner Will Krueger here. We see, you know, some stuff going on for Connor here, just generating some mana, untapping Lotus Field, cycling through his deck, really just looking for the Pier, I guess, because, well, I guess you need to have some amount of mana floating, I would imagine. So, you know, has enough to cast Pier, but would like to try and find a Hidden Strings to generate some more mana. Looks like potentially going for a copy of Shimmer, a possibility. And do you see what Collin did? Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it.
We are just vibing. If I was Collin, I'd, you know, go to the bathroom, maybe go check on a friend. I might start watching the other feature match, just see what's going on. Yeah, there he goes. He's looking over. Like, what's happening in that game? Anything good? No, okay. We'll be there soon enough. Cast Shimmer possibilities. This is, you know, just another impulse variant. Over the top 4, put 1 in hand. Connor takes something.
Yeah, so really, well, maybe we're changing it.
I think. It's random.
Okay. Got
it. Sure. That could come up.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Actually, the original wording of Impulse, because I actually own the Visions copies. The original copy of Impulse, the last line of text says "Shuffle your library afterwards." So it's, you know, very. you got to be a little bit careful there.
That's funny. All right, we're going to see Connor here taking a look at actual Impulse. Just maybe he's taking this more as a sculpting turn and was, you know, use the Balaga's Recovery to pick up the Port of the Pages just because he was like, well, if I hit the right cards, I can, you know, combo off from here. But just big sculpting his hand this turn. It looks like, yeah, he's going to let the mana float.
All right.
Collin proudly puts his arms up there. He's like, let's go. I get another turn.
You're on F6. Now, you know, Collin does get another turn, but unclear on what he can actually do with that extra turn. As we talked about, Collin's deck is really all about generating a ton of value off of these certain creatures. You think like, if you look through the creature base, like Skyclave Apparition, Callous Blood Mage, you have Yorion to blink all that stuff, you have Ellerstorm to double up triggers. That's all in nice, and you know, you could draw a trillion cards against Lotus Field, but with no actual way to kill or like no real way to put enough pressure on Connor before Connor gets fully set up, it's going to be really tough for Collin, especially without that main deck copy of Archon of Emeria.
Yeah, I think Collin's going to need to get something like a Titan of Industry into play ASAP. Make a Rhino just like we saw win our modern event here and just start pounding in, because if he doesn't and gives Connor infinite time, Connor will get out of it. Deputy Detention is legally a clock.
Get the blocker out of here, crack in there for 2. First blood.
What was Deputy Detention this turn, Devin, if not Shock, to get this 2 points across?
I mean, 3 mana, 1/3 ETB, deal you 2. You got to clock them somehow.
That's right. And we do see both Seiju using the Lotus Field on the Enigmatic Fires here. That's going to go away. Collin's going to grab a land from the deck. That way we can't turn one of these Nylea's Presence into, you know, just another random 3/3, another 3-mana card here. This is the thing for Connor, too, is, you know, Connor spent a lot of time sort of spinning the wheel yesterday. He's going to F6 again. He's tapped out. Connor, you know, he knows that the only way he can really lose this game 1 from this spot is the random creatures sort of hitting him and sort of, that's bad news. If you get the
swamp out, you got the swamp out, that means you know you're probably dead.
Yeah, we're going to cast, we're going to cycle a Vizier, get an untap here, have some mana floating. I believe Connor's deck still plays Emergent Ultimatum. I'm going to double check real quick here.
2 copies.
It does. Yeah. So, yeah, Connor has sort of set up his mana for that as well. So here it comes down. So now Connor's going to get to search his deck for 3 spells and let Collin choose 1. 1 will go back to the deck and not cast, and then Connor will cast the other 2 without spending their mana value. So there's a lot of different little piles Connor can do here. Typically, the most normal one is like you'll get like a Dark Petition, a Leer, and then, yeah, like Appear to the Best. He chose for Omniscience in this spot, too. Omniscience is a pretty common one that just auto gets sent back because you don't want your opponent to have free spells. But Collin might be in a spot where he's just like, yeah, he's just like, whatever.
I like it.
Yeah, save us all some time there. And, yeah, Collin now knows that with the Abyss is there. But, yeah, that's really exciting stuff there from Connor. And we're going to look over at Collin's sideboard here. I'm going to read it off to you now. We have 4 Rending Volley, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Temporary Lockdown, an Alpine Moon, a Yorion, which we saw in the Companion Zone, Archon of Emeria, and Portable Hole. Devin, what do you like here?
So Collin gets a little bit more help in the post-board games. Obviously, does have quite a few dead cards, but the sideboard cards that Collin's going to be looking at is Archon of Emeria, Mystical Dispute, and Alpine Moon. Those are the ones that are slam dunks. You can also sometimes consider 1 or 2 copies of Rending Volley to be able to answer Leer at instant speed. Like if Connor sets up a line that is reliant on Leer and you have a Volley, that is it's a rare situation, but it comes up. But you have enough dead stuff. Like Chain of the Rocks is basically a stone blank in this matchup. Leyland Binding, not that great. There's not a lot of permanence on Collin's side. You can't have it for Omniscience, but yeah, looking to trim on some of the removal, maybe some of the more value-oriented, less impactful bullet targets for Enigmatic, and wants to bring in the counter spells, the Archon, and the Alpine Moon.
That makes a lot of sense to me. You just gotta get what you can get out here. Let's check out Connor's sideboard and see what we have going on over here. The old deck, because Connor actually has a sideboard now. This Lotus Field build, like we mentioned before, you get to have a real sideboard plan. Also, for its worth, Connor can win with that Lair of the Hydra you see in the mana base there. We have 3 Hope Tender, 2 Depopulate, 2 Elgargoth, 2 Natural State, 2 Pithing Needle, a Drumica, a Ritual Soot, a Sphinx of the Final Word, and Zakama Primal Calamity.
I'm going to be honest with you, Mason. I don't really know much about Lotus Field. I kind of know vaguely how it works, but in terms of sideboarding, my guess is that this is like maybe you don't really need to go super fast with Hope Tender, but basically, from my understanding, is Hope Tender is really only for when you need to go fast, like against Monogreed or something like that. So maybe not want to go towards those. Gargaroth, probably not. Natural State could be okay at blowing up some enchantments, especially if there's a spot where Collin goes for like Enigmatic with only 1 enchantment in play, and you can Natural State the. I know you can't blow up Enigmatic because I think it's 3 or less, but you can blow up the other enchantment to stop the Enigmatic from getting into the Archon. So that could be interesting. But yeah, I don't think there's a ton here. But to be fair, Connor probably doesn't need a lot of help.
Yeah, so I think Connor is going to bring those Natural States just to hit the Rest in Peace and cards like that we talked about too, where just in case, because Connor needs to cast Peer into the Abyss so many times on average to win, he can get across for lethal with a huge Lair of the Hydra, but that requires a little bit of setup, like having a Lair in play ahead of time. Doesn't mean you can't do it. I know that Will Krueger, when he streams this deck some, he'll bring in cards like Zakama, etc. in spots like this where maybe they're going to have just Graveyard Hate. And he's just like, yeah, whatever. It's a 9/9. It kind of gets a job across. They cut all their creature removal. And so Zakama kind of goes the distance sometimes. So that's going to be interesting to see. Let's get deck down to the feature match area. Those players are probably done mulliganing about now.
Yeah, one thing that I hadn't considered as well was Rest in Peace at a Collin's sideboard. Normally, Rest in Peace not the best against Lotus Field because they can usually kill with Approach of the Second Sun, which they can wish for, and it goes back into the deck and you cast it again. But specifically against Connor's setup, the fact that you mentioned he has to cast Peer into the Abyss and then Balagid Recovery it back, Rest in Peace actually has the potential to break up the combo.
Yep. So it gets really weird really quick. I'm surprised Peer into the Abyss doesn't say exile this card when cast. It has like 6 lines of flavor text instead. Sort of crazy.
And I did get a look at Collin's hand. There is a Rest in Peace, so maybe aware of what's going on in terms of how the combo is set up from Connor. Didn't see a ton of lands. It looks like there was at least 2. I think I saw a Triumph and maybe a basic in Collin's hand. But yeah, it looks like a Rest in Peace. I saw a Tulsamir. Not exactly the card you want in your opening hand, but hey, I mean, it's 6 power for 5 mana.
Yeah, and this is the thing too, is the Lotus Field deck has a really hard time against pressure plus disruption. So you'll see things like Damping Sphere plus a Clock is like almost unbeatable for lots of draws. So you see the mono white deck do pretty well against Lotus Field too, and things like that. Collin really lacks the pressure, so he can't afford to sideboard out any of the creatures because he's like, I only have so many that actually attack for anything. I need to put pressure on because I give Connor infinite time. Rest in Peace won't win the game. He'll just besage you it.
Right.
So
Connor's on 6 here. Ideal opening hand for Connor. Just has, a couple lands, access to a Lotus Field. Like realistically, Connor wants to find Lotus Field, Thespian Stage, wants to get those into play as quickly as possible to set up the double Lotus Field line. And from there, just, some cantrips, some card draw, and then eventually getting to that either the ultimatum, that's kind of the big end game, or, Peer with some mana floating to cast a Hidden Strings or something like that. And then for Collin, ideally, does have the Rest in Peace. That's a decent turn 2 play. Probably Fable is Collin's best turn 3 play to help accelerate mana to get closer to the threats that, can actually pressure Connor. And that's kind of what we're looking for here.
Makes a ton of sense to me. Also, Connor can go down to 4 pretty easily. If Connor has an Impulse, a Lotus Field, and 3 lands, that's like enough to get started. Obviously, that's not the ideal hand, but it's just a reminder that, the Lotus Field deck goes down to 5, and at 5 is the only spot where it's like, all right, well, maybe it starts to be a problem here. 6s are clean as day. So often you win so many excess cards, you don't often need every piece of the Buffalo in this deck.
Right, exactly. Yeah, the Lotus Field deck, from my experience, like you said, does mulligan pretty well. You're really just trying to find, like, as long as you get Lotus Field, the rest of your hand is, like, the deck has so many cantrips. You know, you have a lot of, like, other things once you have Lotus Field in place. So that is really the most important card. And I think I remember seeing some, people who played it at the Pro Tour really just talked about how they just basically mulligan every single hand that doesn't have access to it.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if like 3 cards is when you stop doing that. So yeah, we're going to see Connor here also put a Balagate Recovery as a land, pass the turn back to Collin. Probably has a handful, a lot of cantrips here. Balagate Recovery also one of those cards we can't lose too much access to, but Lotus Field does sacrifice the Balagate, so that'll let you get it back here. As we get a Wolfwillow Haven onto this Glasspool Mimic on the backside here for Collin. A lot of Zendikar double face cards showing up in play this game as Odawara was the draw for Connor, and we are going to see Sylvan Scrying to go. I'm going to take a guess and pick Lotus Field. It looks like Thespian Stage was the pickup. Connor already had Lotus Field. Yeah, you got me. I'd argue that it's Thespian Stage, not Lotus Field, though, in its heart.
Basically, think of Thespian Stage as Lotus Field with Suspend 1. That's really what it is.
Whoa. I like where your head's on that one. As we are going to see Enigmatic get played here, and we might see this Wolfwillow Haven get jumped. Did they decide not to play Tulsimir this turn?
So we're going to go sacrifice the Haven. Now, I imagine
Archon?
you just get the Archon. Yeah, probably. That's easily your best 3. You're easily your best 3 here. Now, I guess maybe there's a consideration to like not exposing it yet, but yeah, you're just going to get it.
Okay, I thought we had passed it already. That's why I said Archon, because I thought we already went past it. I was like, wait, I thought that's what we're grabbing. What are we doing? As we are going to see an impulse here from Connor. Connor really just sort of wanting land, stuff like that. Connor also, I don't know if he has Alpine Moon on his mind. You know, these sideboards can be really different. It's also just a 1-up here for Collin. But if he plays the Lotus Field, sacks these 2 lands, and Collin plays Alpine Moon, names Lotus Field, Connor is going to be behind the 8 ball. We have a lands and back gamer. Get him. Creatures in front. Creatures in front. Them the rules.
We call this the Paulo rule.
Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. Only Paulo gets to do it because he's the GOAT.
Yeah.
Allen's just an OAT, one of the players of all time.
Just OAT. I like it.
Yeah. We're going to see here a slam in for 2.
All right. Now from here, I guess the question for Collin, and if you're in Collin's seat, how do I kill Connor as quickly as possible? So we do remember seeing the copy of Tulsimir, but doesn't have an enchantment to sacrifice if that was the play. Okay, so we're going to go towards Cleric. Now, my guess here, that can find Alpine Moon, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, that's going to find Alpine Moon, and that's going to name Lotus Field, I'd imagine. It looks like he may put Fable the Mirror Breaker to the top of his deck. Interesting. Maybe Collin already has Alpine Moon in hand and just wants to get Fires. It seems like Alpine Moon. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Just double checking. Probably a moment where it's just like it is Alpine Moon, but I'll take a second to think about it. I love when players do that. So often we have these ideas, and they're often right, but sometimes you're just missing really important. You see how far Connor has to grab because the lands are in front? That's all I'm saying.
Do Connor a favor. Come on.
Yeah. Connor is taking a little read ski poo. His lands are going to non-basics are going to enter tapped. That means Thespian Stage is going to take another turn. Not that Connor would probably copy the Lotus Field here, but anyways, we do see Island into Ritual of Soot to clear the pressure for Connor. Sort of a nice situation there. A little sideboard hidden for him.
Yeah, and that's, Connor realizing that basically the way that Collin wins this matchup is to play a bunch of hate bears. You sometimes see copies of Redain, Archon of Emeria. There's various other hate bears that the Enigmatic deck has access to. Connor recognizing that and therefore bringing in Ritual in a matchup where you wouldn't expect Ritual to be that good. Looking at, Collin's deck list, there's a bunch of enchantments. There's not that many creatures, but Connor recognizing his role in the matchup very, very well.
Yeah. I'm going to take a guess. We'll let you know if they name anything that isn't Lotus Field. Otherwise, we're going to guess Lotus Field is the name. As we do have,
actually Stage was named.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. So the reason you would do that is because if Connor already has access to 2 mana with the Island and the Lotus Field, even if you name... Oh boy!
Oh, you can see in Collin, yeah. And I mentioned it. Sometimes you see the comments. Seems like Connor's an Elder Gardener author, and if Collin cut those leyline bindings because he thought they weren't going to be very helpful, Big Gargler here is going to let him know what's up. The Green Baneslayer, if you would. Here
So
on the right side of the screen.
I was gonna say naming stage because Lotus Field gives Connor access to green, so you can already activate Boseiju. This is certainly the punishment for not naming Lotus Field, though. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I do wonder if we got a little cute there because you have access to green no matter what you do, but you do sort of double stone rain them. But Collin is the one here playing the event, and we're gonna see a tap of 3 mana and Fable the Mirror Breaker. We can make a Knight of Autumn gain 4 here every turn. For a couple turns, but Connor's going to be attacking for 6, and Collin's just going to concede. He's off it. He's like, I actually don't have a card. Well, oh, no. Okay. Oh, so what happened is that's Connor's token. That's what happened. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
I thought we had a
Thank
concession
you
there
for using my token. Yeah, I was too. I was like, oh, Collin's just like, I can't beat this Gargaroth. In my head, I'm like, I mean, you can probably not beat this Gargaroth, but you definitely can beat the Gargaroth. This makes a lot more sense here. So yeah, now Collin does have 6 power in play. So Connor, if he moves, Collin looks like we're
What's
checking.
happening? What did we miss?
Checking a little something with Rest in Peace here.
Judge. Oh, they're checking if a sacrifice Rest in Peace, does it go to the graveyard or is it exiled? I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it goes to the graveyard.
I believe so too, but I honestly have no idea, nor do I attempt to be a judge. So I'm just going to let the judges do their thing. I have to wonder, though, if this is actually, do you have to sacrifice with Enigmatic? Can you not, no,
it's
just
a May.
keep it? It's a May? Okay.
Yeah.
I get that Collin's, thinking he needs to stabilize here, but I think, I don't know. I don't want to, put words into people's mouths or critique on plays too much, but I feel like he's freaking out and he doesn't need to be. He's just got 6 power in play. He can just trade with the Gargaroth.
Well, I'm thinking that maybe you can just get Deputy to get the Gargaroth out of the way, which sets you better up next turn. But yeah, it's close. You could also just let the Gargaroth hit you, let Connor draw a card, double block. You know that Connor probably can't blow out a double block in combat. There's not really, a ton of, I guess Otawara is probably the only thing that Connor could have there. But I don't know. It's pretty close. I think I like this because that also lets you develop the Fable, the Goblin token, which lets you get a clean treasure hit in. But yeah, and then we see a follow-up pour the pages. Collin really getting punished for not naming Lotus Field with that Alpine Moon.
Yeah, Collin. I wonder how much he's played the matchup before, too.
Yeah, maybe
that might be a thing too, where the Lotus Field decks changed a lot. Like we saw Peer into the Abyss, right? And so he might be used to maybe the stock version, and also this might be a situation where it hasn't got that much. Going to discard Thespian Stage, better known as City of Brass, thanks to Lotus Field. Looks like we're having a conversation with the judge about something. We might be getting a mana counter here to see where we got Sarah in the back there, our finalists in the Modern, coming by here. I think she was also competing in the Pioneer event, getting some points for the weekend. And it looks like we were supposed to untap the lands first, I think, before you discard or whatever. And
oh, okay.
It's just whatever. I'm going to untap my 5-color land in my Lotus Field.
And we see an F6. Which is a tactical F6 because Collin does have 2 mana up. Could have a Boseiju here, but he's like, you know what? I don't really care. It's fine. I'll F6.
Yeah. Connor playing his free City of Brass thanks to Alpine Moon.
Yeah, Collin actually just fixed Connor's mana this game by playing the Alpine Moon.
Yeah.
Funny enough. I guess we had colored mana with the Lotus Field anyways, but yeah, just really, just kind of really, really got punished for taking that line by naming stage. I'm kind of with you. I think I would generally always want to name Lotus Field there. Like you said, just the double stone rate is too good to pass up because you're going to give Connor green mana no matter what. Because either you name the stage and you let him have the Lotus Field, which he has green to use Boseiju, or you name the Lotus Field that he has green, off of the Lotus Field anyways. So yeah, really, Collin getting punished for that choice there.
Yeah, and Connor picks up the Boseiju. So if Connor wants it, the stage is going to be online. Collin tanking on his turn. You got the Fable the Mirror Breaker Chapter 2 to get some rummaging on. Looks like he has Tulsa Mirror and Moonblast Claire. We're going to discard both of those. Picking up 2 new cards. Connor being like, hey, you want to cut, friend?
And now we got to start thinking about the race. So we got 7 power in play. Connor's at 18. So you say attack for 7, put Connor to 11. Maybe Collin. If we do a check for 4 drops here, because we can sacrifice the Fable this turn. So sometimes people play a Siege Rhino. Looking at Collin's deck list, I only see, looks like just an Archon of Sun's Grace, which notably is only 3 power. So if you figure 7 here, put Connor to 11, sacrifice Fable, get 3 power. Next turn, that's 10, which is not 11. So, a little bit short for potentially presenting lethal next turn.
Yeah, we might see Collin pick up Yorion here, just if he doesn't have anything else to do. Just, sort of get that. And so if Connor presents something else, maybe we can answer it with, what some of our flickering stuff. Looks like Collin's sort of thinking about maybe there's a life total discrepancy.
Okay. We're counting. Well, I'm not very good at math, so let's hope we can figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm not the math guy.
I'm really curious about what they are counting.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Oh, maybe Collin's doing finger math on if he can die next turn, whether he needs to tap out and do something. So he's like, okay, you're going to hidden strings, untap here, float 2, and see if he can actually die, figuring out if he needs to do something this turn or not. Because Collin does have cards like Boseiju, so he can blow up Thespin Sage and goes for it. So he's going to cycle the Triumph here and try and get a new card. Makes a lot of sense there, sort of just thinking through what Connor can be doing.
Yeah, and again, if we look at Collin's tutor targets, there's not really a lot of help here because that, the Archon of Emiria is already down, and there's not really a ton else that he can grab here that has any effect. Like I'm trying to come up with something.
Oh, so we cast Fire's Invention. We can turn this into something. Do we have like Kenrith?
We have Kenrith, Elishnorn, Tulsamir are the 5s. So we could get a Kenrith here. And that will likely threaten lethal next turn, especially because you can go, pick up Yorion, cast it for free, activate Kenrith to give haste. So that very likely will present a lethal attack. And I think Connor kind of assumes that he only has 1 more turn anyways.
Yeah. Connor knows he's sort of under the gun. Oh, excuse me. Under the proverbial gun. Maybe the reason Collin's having some issues on figuring out what to name and stuff is all the lands are in the way. He just can't see Connor's mouth. Maybe he didn't know Connor had Lotus Field.
Yeah, that's true. The lands are blocking his, peripheral view.
Yeah. He's assumed the gamer position too, so the lands are going to be in the way. Looks like.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that one. That's Cavalier of Dawn, which I don't think blows up lands. Yeah, not.
I don't think it does either. Can it blow up your own thing? Can he turn like a Fable into a 3/3?
He could.
Okay.
Yeah, it does blow up your own thing.
I mean, that's something. I think Kenrith would be stronger because Kenrith also can give +1/+1 counters, but.
And haste the Yorion.
Yeah. Well, we had to lose the fire, so we couldn't cast the Yorion, but yes.
Oh, true. Yeah, we had to psych the fires. Good point. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this deck is a little weird sometimes. Also, with the lands in front, too, you're probably jarred, dazed, and confused.
Yeah.
We haven't had anyone stop him.
I wouldn't be able to know what's going on if my opponent had lands in their front. I couldn't read any of their cards.
Yeah.
I can't see that far.
I can't read in general, so I actually need to see the art on the cards. Lands are color coordinated, so I know what they do. And then the cards, I gotta see them in pretty pictures. So I hate all the secret layers.
Oh, we haven't had to play the Triumph game. Probably not going to play the Triumph game that much in Pioneer, but.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. This deck and our last deck both played a bunch of Triumph.
That is true.
So, unfortunately, we might not be able to get there. But yeah, I think that's I'm going to go with the Spars headquarters, I believe. Actually, that's Jetmir's Garden up front on top of the parent pile there.
Somebody
all right.
did it!
Let's go. Yeah, Collin smiles. He knows he got away with murder to have all that time. As we are going to untap this Vizier here.
We call that a W.
Yeah. Call me the villain if you must, but I'm doing what's right by the rules.
Oh, we got the lands out. I guess, the lands are coming out anyways because Connor knows he's dead next turn, so. All right.
We are going to see a copy and then hidden strings, the draw you need there.
Okay. Well, we still have to find a way to get rid of this Alpine Moon, right? I would imagine. I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it's possible to go off with only 1 Lotus Field.
So you need 2, but we already got rid of it. We Boseiju the Alpine Moon.
Oh, he Boseiju. Okay. All right. My bad.
Yep.
I missed that.
Yeah. No, you're all good. We used that at the end of the last turn.
Okay.
We're going to Vizier here. We're in a very weird spot. Connor
Connor should be chilling now.
If he finds Emergent Ultimatum, he should be good to go. A Pour Over the Pages is probably his best sort of medium hit. Leer would be pretty good. He gets to redo some of these redraw effects, but I think the deck only plays about 2 Pour Over the Pages these days. It isn't that full 4 of like it used to be. I know it varies from build to build. We are going to see Peer into the Abyss here. So Connor is going to target himself.
With 3 up. So still the ability to either Vizier or Hidden Strings to generate more mana.
Yeah, so it looks like Connor's counting all of the cards that we have been seen instead of counting his deck to make it quicker. And then they're going to take that number minus it from 60. So, for example, if Connor had 14 cards played, I'm not actually showing the number here, he would do 14 minus 60, which would be 46. Divided by 2 is 23. And that's how many cards he'll draw. So just saving a little bit of time instead of counting the whole deck and then counting it again.
Just, just casually take 23 cards and just put them right into your hand. No big deal.
In BD, as
we're
going to see
cards.
Yeah, it's going to probably find something. Connor does have 1 Lotus field up. I will say this, though. There is a chance he whiffs. If a bunch of Hidden Strings and the Vizier Tumblers, the last ones left are in the bottom, I don't think we have any mana floating.
Right, yeah. No Viziers, no Hidden Strings, I imagine. Well, I don't know if I don't think Connor's played a land yet, so he could maybe go like untap land, impulse into it or something like that, but...
Yeah, it looks like we do have this Lotus field being tapped, and yeah, we have Hidden Strings. So worth mentioning that the stage we keep untapping, that is actually a Lotus field that we made at the beginning of this turn and then untapped the Hidden Strings. So Connor is sort of vibing from here, but Collin might be like, all right, man, I scooped the first game, but I need to know exactly how I'm going to die here because you have Peer into the Abyss. I'm not sure what's going on. And Connor will have to show us that unless Collin is like, I'd rather go hang out with the homies, which is a valid line.
Well, we did think he scooped earlier when he extended the hand. We thought he was just off it then. So,
yeah. And so it looks like Connor here is shortcutting with the Hidden Strings. Like, hey, I'm going to float a bunch of blue mana, then use 2 of it to untap. Connor looks to be working towards hard casting a Omniscience here, which will make all the spells he cast from his hand free.
Is Omniscience good when you have 25 cards in your hand?
It's pretty good. Looks like so Connor had 8 blue. I like that Connor was going to do 6 and 2, but decided to do 4 and 4 instead.
All right, what do we got? That is a petition. So
I wonder if Connor thought he had Omniscience in hand, but just hadn't actually drawn it. Yeah.
That's one way to it.
Yeah.
So 6, 9, 12, Omniscience 2. Well, I mean, mana floating doesn't matter at this point now that you've cast Omniscience, but
so it actually unfortunately does because Omniscience is only spells from hand and Leer is cards in graveyard.
Oh, sure.
So you have to you unfortunately have to keep tracking it. Yeah. So Connor's just showing Leer and Zakama. And so what's going to happen here is Connor's going to start doing the Peer bunch. I'm curious to see if we walk through or not. But like I mentioned before, so he's explaining it. And I'll try and explain it too. So he's going to Peer Collin, which is going to lose him half his life. Then he's going to lose him half his life. Then he's going to lose him half his life. And then he's going to die. So he goes from 8 to 4 to 2 to 1 to 0. So with the Leers and the Omniscience, it isn't much of a problem there. And Collin's going to lose. So congratulations to Connor moving on to 3-0 with the unique build of Lotus Field there, Devin. Did you have a fun time watching that wild one?
Well, now that you've explained the combo to me, see, I was having a great time up until they made Collin put his lands, back behind. And then I was kind of like, party's over. But yeah, that was a good match nonetheless. Really, really tough matchup for Collin. The Enigmatic deck does not have a ton of tools to fight against Lotus Field. Not surprised to see Connor take this one down.
Nice. We have a time shifted match, so we're going to jump into that right now to give you all some more magic. I believe it's Nicole Dubin is our backup match when we saw in our Players Championship last year along there with Connor. Nicole, actually one of Connor's only 2 losses to Player Champion here against Simon Camero on Golgari Elves. Worth noting here. Yeah, the Golgari Elf deck has 4 Stain the Mind. Now, you might not know that card. It's essentially Necromentia with Convoke. So that's going to mean we're going to be able to name a card and remove all the copies here. If Nicole doesn't see that card coming and keeps in her normal creativity combo, she is going to lose the game, as we do see a Fire Prophecy on this elf here.
Well, and it's also funny too because you presumably in post-board will know your opponent's playing elves, and my guesstimation is Nicole was going to recognize that the Hullbreaker Horror plan probably not the best against an opponent who's going super wide. Hullbreaker Horror is a lot better if your opponent's playing more expensive spells or has playing one threat at a time. That's not what the Elves deck is doing. So there's a reasonable chance that Nicole will keep in the combo post board, and that will play right into, like you said, Simon's Stain the Mines.
Yeah. This is the new Lord Elf. I believe it is Elvish Visionary.
Leaf Crown Visionary.
Leaf Crown Visionary. Thank you. Yes.
Trust me, I've played quite a bit with this Elves deck. I know these cards like the back of my hand.
So how's this matchup? Have you played this one any?
This matchup stinks. Well, at least game one, your opponent, like the creativity deck has, a turn 5 kill, which is really hard for you to interact with, and just a pile of red removal, 4 Fiery Impulse, 4 Fire Prophecy, and even stuff like Spikefield Hazard can kill your 1-drops. So this matchup is really tough game one, especially if Nicole has just a reasonable draw. Post board, Simon is respecting this matchup with the Stain the Mines. So post board, it gets maybe a little bit better, but I think overall Simon is quite a bit behind here.
Yeah, we do see an Elvish War Master get an Answer Band, make disappear into a Jasper Sentinel, attack for 1, Nicole down to 19. Simon Camera got a Nykthos in play. A cool little RCQ one.
Yeah, we'll see if Simon has something like a Collected Company potentially. And Nicole does have a big score. That's pretty good for her.
Yeah, it looks like Simon maybe has Court of Calling here, holding up that as sort of the thing. And Nicole's going to draw 2, discard 1, and make 2 treasures.
Yeah, treasures. Pretty good combo with Indomitable Creativity. And for those of you in chat who have not seen this deck before, the Indomitable Creativity, you maybe have seen that in Modern, where it's trying to put Arcot of Cruelty into play. This deck, it's doing it X equals 2, and it's trying to set up Worldspine Worm plus Xenagos, God of Revels. And then basically, Worldspine Worm is a 15/15 with trample. Xenagos, God of Revels, targets a creature in combat and gives it plus X. I think it pumps toughness too, where X is its power, gives it haste, attack for 30 with trample and haste. Most people can't beat that.
Yep. This is a spot here where Nicole, wasn't completely out of the woods. If a Boseiju had hit one of those treasures, we only would have hit one thing here. It would have depended. If we hit Xenagos, that's not actually good enough to win the game. So Worldspine Worm, if it was hit, maybe could have attacked for 15 enough, but we're going to see a 30-30 trample haste here in just 1 second. And Simon's going to need something to stop that. And Simon's like, okay, they're in hand. You are getting handed. Let's go over to the sideboard, though, because Simon is picking up the cards to concede here. Let's look over that, save us some timing into the next round. So Simon's sideboard is 4 Stain the Mind, 2 Phyrexian Invoker, 2 Scavenging Ooze, 2 Baleful Mastery, 2 Reclamation Sage, an Icon of Ancestry, Vivian, Monster's Advocate, and Golgari Charm. What do you like here?
So definitely want those copies of Stain the Minds. After the Stain the Minds, I don't really think there's a ton else here. Revoker's not hitting much. Scavenging Ooze, not really. I guess you could argue that Nicole potentially has Dig Through Time, but that's not really the fight that you want to try and fight on. Reclamation Sage, not particularly good at blowing up treasures because Nicole's making treasures at instant speed with big score. So I guess you could maybe talk me into Baleful Mastery to technically prevent you from dying to the combo by blowing up the worm, but I don't think I'd like that. I think I would just go with the Stain the Minds and run it back.
Sounds good. Here, let's check out what Nicole Dubin's doing with her sideboard. You might have seen this deck win the Percher in the hand of Reed Duke. We have 3 Rending Volley, 2 Hullbreaker Horror, 2 Shark Typhoon, 2 Narset Reversal, 2 Negate, 2 Mystical Dispute, Aether Gust, and Disdainful Stroke.
We are looking at, let me just take a look. Okay, so we want, I don't really think there's a ton here. I know you had mentioned, so it really all depends on, how well Nicole, does Nicole know that there are Stain the Minds coming in from Simon's side of things? So if Nicole does know that, she's going to bring in the Hullbreaker Horrors most likely. If Nicole is unaware of that, then maybe she might resubmit the deck list as is. So it's really tough to say whether or not she actually knows what's going on. We'll get, Stain the Mind's not a very played card in most of these decks, so tough to say. But yeah, I mean, if she wants to keep with the combo aspect, there's not really a ton here.
Yeah, I can't imagine her doing too much. I can maybe see a world where she cuts some card for a negate, because in her mind it's just like, yeah, they have some sideboard card for me. This probably stops it, and it stops Collected Company. But even then, I would not be surprised if Nicole sideboard. This is a time shift match. We don't have to wait much longer. Let's go back down to the feature match area. That way we can see some more Magic the Gathering. If you're enjoying this stream, make sure to click the follow button here, as it does look like we are cutting Simon's deck.
Yep, Simon going to be in the play for game 2. Yeah, like I said, this is probably one of the worst pairings for Simon. You know, Simon did come prepared with the copies of Stain the Mind, but Nick, you have to remember, Nicole also has a lot of counterspells post-board. Just even in general in game 1, there's the Make Disappears, potentially access to negates. So there's a lot of ways for Nicole to play this.
Yeah, we're looking like Simon's actually on a mold of 5, putting 2 lands in the bottom.
Got a 1-drop. Now, I would normally say that's not the 1-drop that you're looking for, but it does dodge Spikefield Hazard specifically. So, you know what that one is?
There he is. Jasper Sentinel?
Jasper Sentinel, yeah, there it is.
Then Elvish Warmaster. I've been known to Elves is my favorite deck in Legacy, Devin.
Oh, yeah. I think Legacy is probably a little too high power level to play something like a Jasper or Sentinel, right?
Blocks a Delver.
It do in fact block a Delver. That is a good point.
Keep that one to yourself there. You know, don't tell too many people about that. That's my tech.
I've looked at Elves decks recently. They're not even recognizable. They just look like Maverick decks that just happen to be labeled as Elves. I don't even know what's going on anymore. But anyways, back to the match here. We see a removal spell for the Warmaster on turn 2. I believe no third land for Simon. And then Nicole just developing some lands here.
And we do see Simon has the Stain in Mind in hand. Nicole, though, got a bunch of mana. Looks like she's actually thinking about maybe...
Look at that Llanowar Elf. Just, can we appreciate that Llanowar Elf right there?
That's
gorgeous.
We definitely can. All righty.
So we're impulsing here, I believe, in response to the Llanowar Elf. Yeah, maybe trying to find a removal spell for the Jasper Sentinel.
And yeah.
See what we can find here. Nicole is taking her 4th turn. Going to deploy a Mutavault here, trying to see maybe, ideally for Nicole, she would have a copy of Big Score here to kind of curve into creativity like we saw last game. And yeah, Simon's still not playing some lands here. Now, Simon potentially could have a copy of Stain the Mind here if we did have a land at number 3. But again, as we talked about, Nicole has quite a few counterspells for that. So we'll have to see what the fall looks like. A Dwidden's Elite, putting a little bit of pressure onto the battlefield. But Nicole doesn't really care too much about that if she has Big Score into creativity.
Yeah, that's not going to be something that she's really worried about. Now, if there's a land, Stain the Mind can be a problem.
Ooh, what are those tokens?
I think that was like a baseball player or something. They looked like baseball cards to me, but
it did, yeah.
Mickey Mantle. That's the line.
There's the Big Score. What are we discarding? Didn't quite get a glimpse of that. Looked like a blue card.
I think it's Dig Through Time, which is always a heartbreaker if they're discarding Dig Through Time.
You're in a rough spot if they're discarding Dig.
Yeah, that is not it.
All right, Red Source Creativity should be game over. Hypothetically, Nicole could potentially think about playing around Boseiju. That is something that is crossing her mind. But let me take a look at the Elves deck. Do we even have Boseiju? I would imagine we do. Yeah, one
There's
Boseiju.
Gotta be one, right?
Yeah, there's always one.
Yeah, welcome to Magic post Kamigawa.
But yeah, and I wonder if you're in Nicole's seat, you probably can afford to play around Boseiju, especially if you have the Mutavault in play as like the third thing to target. So you could potentially just play this a little bit slower. No need to rush a little bit. There's not a ton of pressure from Simon. So we're going to go for a Fiery Impulse, and I think this is a chord for 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Nicole fights over this, she might lose to the Stain the Mind. This quarter is just going to grab another elf. We know that all that matters is having 5 things in play so we can cast Stain. Nicole might be thinking that the actual elf matter a little bit more than they do, but it could be in trouble.
Yeah. So Fiery Impulse going to resolve. Nicole is not going to fight over the cord. Looks like we have another Fiery Impulse. And I mean, we got the magic number of permanents in play for Simon. We'll have to see if Simon has a copy of Stain the Mind. I saw Collected Company, but only has access to 3 mana for that. So you have to imagine. And yep, tapping 5. Let's see if there's a counterspell from Nicole. We're taking a read. See if we get a counterspell. We do have the Make Disappear. I think we might have lost Mason here, so
I'm here.
I will,
I'm good.
do my best to do some solo commentary for you. It looks like we get a Riverglide pathway, and this is... Oh, you're back?
I'm back. I'm here. Do you see me?
I see you. I don't know if Jack can hear you, but I can see you. Oh, I think, well, Mason paused again. I'll keep doing my best here with the commentary. I hope the stream's still doing good. But looks like we have resolved the creativity, and I think Simon's just making sure that Nicole has the win condition. The creature's still in her deck, which I would have to imagine she does. But we will go through, make sure that we have everything. Looks like they might be pretty close to the bottom, given how far we've gone into the deck here. And like we talked about during sideboarding, I have to imagine Nicole likely kept the combo in, didn't bring in the Hullbreaker Horrors. So yeah, it looks like we will... there's got to be some creatures in the deck at some point. I mean, we're going through the entire deck, but yeah, there we go. Okay, there's the World Spine, the Xenagos, and that is going to do it. Nicole wins that match 2-0, and we are going back to just me. I got nobody else on the other side. I don't know where Mason went, but we're back here. I take a look and see how many matches we got left. I don't think there's 7 matches left. So that was both of our matches for this round. That was a lot of fun. I believe we are going to be going to maybe a little bit of break. And yeah, so a little bit of break there. Like I said, there's 7 matches outstanding for this particular round. Hopefully by the time we get back, we get Mason back. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit next to a blank screen. But anyways, thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you back here in just a little bit for round number 4, I believe. Round number 4.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG Series. I am Mappamonte here in Mundelein, Illinois. Hope everybody's having a great weekend. Thanks for hanging out with us throughout the last couple of days here, enjoying some lunch right now. Speaking of all these players that have been awesome, thanks again to all them for attending. Sold out yesterday, almost sold out today. Let's take a peek at that players to watch here and see where they are all shaken out so far. So after 3 rounds, you just saw Connor pick up a win, get to 3-0. Raja Sulaiman at 3-0. I mentioned a lot of draws earlier as we went into this players to watch slide. Theo Jung and Will Krueger each have a draw, but 2 wins, so 2-0-1 for them. Mac Endress, Piper Powell at 2-1. Jesse Robkin has the 1-1-1, the very illustrious record there, and then Sam Black at 1-2. So I did see Sam won an event yesterday. I'm not sure exactly the format, but coming in today, 1-2 today. You know, if you win 50% of the tournaments you enter on the weekend, I think you probably accept that. So that's for the records here. Getting ready to start off our 4th round here. We have Andrea Smith. She was 7-2 yesterday, placing 10th, and I believe it was her first NRG event. Sounded like she was going to make a run here for our Players Championship, which should be pretty awesome to have her on our circuit. And then in the backup, we're going to have Davis Merced and George Jabor, who are 2 players I'm super familiar with. They're local, and they play tons and tons of tournaments. Davis has been on our circuit for quite a while, and George is kind of up and coming and plays a lot of these like control decks. We'll see what they have in store. So with that, we're going to jump down to Mason and Devin for round number 4.
Hello and welcome. Yes, we do have Andrea on your right and John on your left. Like we mentioned before, Andrea got 10th yesterday playing the Rakdos scam deck in Modern. She's someone who loves to play these Rakdos decks, and not surprised to see her playing midrange here. John's someone playing Abzan Greasefang, and that is a Thoughtseize being cast from the Jinjo Secret Lair.
I'm glad you know what that is because I I had no idea. I assumed it was a Thoughtseize because there's one black mana or one mana tap.
Yes, it is Thoughtseize. I'm a big Junji Ito fan. I love manga. Something I got into the last 2 years. His artwork's amazing. And if you ever don't know it, just ask a judge. It's totally okay to do that. As we do resolve this Thoughtseize, it looks like we have a Skyboat, a Isika's Chariot, and I believe that's a Rafine's Informant as the last card. For the last spell?
Parhelion.
Oh, it's Parhelion. Oh, wow. We just had all the vehicles for John here.
You know what's kind of funny about this hand is like you have to take a vehicle, and now if John just finds a Greasefang, that's hilarious.
Yes. It's a real wait, can I target myself as receiver Fiend coming down here? That's probably going to put the Parhelion 3 or Parhelion 2, into the graveyard. And, Devin, you've played a lot of these decks in Pioneer. What's sort of the dynamic like in this matchup?
So it really depends on what suite of removal Andrea has come to the table with. So if we take a look at Andrea's deck list, we have 4 copies of Fatal Push, 4 copies of Power Word Kill, and 1 copy of Braid. Now, Fatal Push is powerful. However, in order to kill Greasefang, you need to enable Revolt. So that's not always a guarantee. Sometimes you have a Blood Tithe Harvester blood token, but otherwise, it's really hard to enable Revolt on your opponent's turn. But with 4 copies of Power Word Kill and 1 copy of a Braid, then those are kind of some clean answers. But yeah, it's really just comes down to, turn 3, does John have the Greasefang? Does Andrea have the answer? And then once we get to the later stages of the game, John's sort of, I guess, plan B, as it were, is actually not too bad. Like you just start hard casting Chariots, and sometimes it can be difficult for the Rakdos deck to deal with that.
We are going to see a Bone Crusher Giant step on that Rafine's Informant, get it out of here.
Yeah, and that's one that you definitely finding a target for Bone Crusher and getting a good opportunity to use it. It's not always the easiest thing to do because Greasefang has 3 toughness, so Bone Crusher can't go after that one. And this is just really a nice little turn for Andrea here. And you see John milled over a copy of Greasefang, not exactly where John wants that, would like that one in his hand.
Yeah, 100%. And you're going to notice, that is where we want it, but we do have cards that can't stay away, so it's not out of the woods yet when it comes to that one being gone for forever. Andrea here taking a look at her hand, sort of figuring out, does she want to deploy something like maybe a Reckon or Bankbuster on this turn? It looks like she is sort of stuck on land right now, but with all of her removal, she might be able to just, prevent a Greasefang off the top. She did, she knows John doesn't have one from the last turn, and could be there again, looks like.
Yeah, the other little wrinkle to this is you noticed Andrea missed a land drop last turn. So I think you might be in a position where, she probably can't afford to, like, she has to make a decision at one point. It's like, even if she has a copy of, say, Power Word Kill or a Braid in her hand, you kind of have to think, well, can I afford to keep time walking myself, or do I have to use the turn to develop? And I think she correctly identified this is the turn to play the Fable.
Yep. Yeah, you can't just let the Greasefang player have a Thalia emblem against you the whole game, right? Where you just hold up mana. You're going to fall so far behind in those games. There are spots where you're going to have to do it, but at certain points, you need to figure out when you can take a moment to take over the game. And Andrea missed a land there, found it this turn, was able to play it, but knows that cards like Sky Saw and Console Flagship, etc., are in John's hands. So has to do something. As John did pick up a Thoughtseize. We're going to see Reckon or Bankbuster as one of the cards. I think it was another Thoughtseize in there.
Yep. That's a Thoughtseize, a Bankbuster. I think a Trust. No, what's that? That front card that John just put to the front.
I'm unsure.
Is that maybe a Power Word Kill?
Oh, that might be it.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that promo version, but that is likely what that is. Yeah, chat's confirming it's a Power Word Kill. Okay, so looks like we got a Thoughtseize, a Bankbuster, and one other card is the leftovers. And but yeah, this is kind of the turn that Andrea said, okay, well, I'm gonna have to put the shields down, as it were, for one turn. Got rewarded. John didn't find a Greasefang. Now, Andrea's gonna, looks like, I think it was maybe a Harvester, trying to find, maybe a little bit more pressure, and wants to maybe find another copy of Power Word Kill to prevent a top deck Greasefang, or can't stay away, which John does have access to. But yeah, this is kind of a decent spot. And also, as we noted before, Fatal Push hard to turn on John's turn, but the Treasure does that pretty easily.
Yep. So we do see an attack here, and John looking to block, like we talked about before, can't stay away. Does have a flashback too, so it's not even like it's the worst you get milled.
And that is basically the perfect card for John. There's a can't stay away in the graveyard, because now, even if Andrea drew a Thoughtseize, because I think she discarded the other one to the Fable, you can't Thoughtseize the can't stay away from the graveyard, and the can't stay, like, as long as John has land 5, can't stay away for Greasefang is going to be pretty rough for Andrea. It's actually going to be lethal unless she found another removal spell.
Yeah, we do see here a Blood Tithe Harvester gets played. That's going to give her a blood. So if she wanted to leave with the man, she could have. She's going to actually just tap in and play Bankbuster. And it looks like she's just like, hey, fade the 5th land. If your 5th land comes into play tap where you don't have it, I'm going to be able to probably run away for this game. But if not, I'm going to be in big trouble.
Yep. And there you see a pass from John, no 5th land. So I believe, if I recall correctly, I think the last card in hand is Sky Sovereign from that earlier Thoughtseize. I think that Sky Sovereign's still in hand. So yeah, the 5th land is unable to be located for John. And yeah, this is where kind of Andrea really gets to start to pull ahead, put a lot of pressure on John. John's going from 18 to 15. This game's going to get closed up pretty quickly, especially if the Bone Crusher Giant is deployed here, copied next turn with Fable. That's just lethal damage.
Yes. Yeah, and the treasures too. Andrea has activate the Bankbuster to get another look at things. We have activate the blood, still a lot of things going in. She can do all that and still deploy this Bone Crusher Giant here. So it's looking pretty good. She just needs to dodge this untapped land. And actually, a hard cast Greasefang will do it too. Let's see if we have an answer. We do crack the treasures. Looks like
Fatal Push.
Yep. Fatal Push takes it down. Andrea wins game 1 over John. Awesome game there. Sort of was able to pick things apart and run them over. John, just didn't quite have it. Was pretty close. Anyways, let's look at what John can have in the sideboard for this one. We have 3 Riptide, 3 Fatal Push, 2 Duress, 2 Liliana the Veil, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Archon of Emeria, 1 Boseiju, and 1 Tyvar Stand. Devin, what do you like in this one?
So from John's side of things, wants to try to protect against removal as much as possible. So potentially wants to go towards these copies of Duress. Now, this is kind of weird because discard spells aren't traditionally good, in like these mid-range sort of fights. But John is, I think, fighting on a slightly different axis, So the Duresses, I think, are coming in, as well as the Tyvar Stand. That one's good at protecting against removal spells. Past that, potentially you could go towards these Lilianas if you expect the game to maybe go a little bit longer. Maybe you're trying to fight on, like, if you expect the game to be about chariots and creature combat, Liliana could be a little bit good in those games. But past those cards, maybe Abrupt Decay if you expect hers as well.
Makes sense there. Let's check out what Andrea has in her sideboard for this matchup. We have 3 Duress, 3 Extinction Event, 2 Necromantia, 2 Pithy Needle, 1 Hidetsu Consumes All, 1 Kolaghan's Command, 1 Noxious Grass, 1 Reckoner Bankbuster, and 1 Ritual of Soot.
A lot of stuff here to like for Andrea. So first and foremost, the copy of Pithing Needle. If you name Parhelion, or in the case of whatever vehicle is in the graveyard at the time, then that can sort of shut off the Greasefang aspect potentially. You have Necromentia, which is maybe something. I'm not really sure if you'd want to go towards that because, even if you Necromentia Greasefang, you can still lose to stuff like Chariot and Sky Sovereign, so maybe you would want to go towards that. Noxious Grasp, very important at killing Greasefang at instant speed. Kolaghan's Command can help fight over the Chariot in those kind of like grindy type matchups, and then potentially could go towards Hidetsugu Consumes All to exile the graveyards in Chapter 2, although that one is a little bit slow.
Yeah, a lot of different options. She can sort of play the game she wants to here. And traditionally, this matchup's a little tough because you almost always lose game 1, right? The Greasefang deck is so good doing its thing. It's so good at killing. But that game, Andrea sort of got away with it a little bit and doesn't have to worry about it as much for the post-board games, because now, while she still needs to play good technical magic, she has all of these cards, so she has a better chance of actually sort of hitting one of her bingo cards, as it were, to win. So that's really exciting. Let's talk about our next event, though, while the players are shuffling up here real quick. Just want to quickly go over, if you're enjoying this event, follow on the Twitch channel, of course, but also you can come out to Minneapolis in May 20th and 21st in Minneapolis for a Saturday 10K Pioneer event. Pioneer's your format. You can go there. The showdown winner will go straight to our Players Championship, just like Steven Dykman did earlier today. And then we have a Sunday Modern 5K trial. That would just still give you NRG points. Remember, we are rewarding 6 invites in India for people who did really well over a bunch of events. So you don't have to spike an event to make it. You can also consistently perform. Like Andrea did yesterday. She got 10th place. That's great for some cash and a good chunk of NRG points. She keeps that up, she's going to make the Players Championship. Let's head back to the match area, though, as you do see the Mundline events coming up in June as well. It looks like the players are finishing up their shuffling here. Devin, do you like Greasefang still? Do you think it's overwhelming despite the cyborg cards from Andrea, or do you think she can roll it up here?
I agree with your assessment that I think Greasefang is ahead in game one situations, but Andrea has, I think, too many tools for John to be able to combat. Like you have, not only does Andrea have a lot more tools at fighting the early Greasefangs, like the Pithing Needle and the Noxious Grasp, but you also get better at fighting a longer game with the stuff like Colligan's Command. So yeah, I think I like Andrea's position, although John is in the play and Greasefang in the play, anything can really happen.
Yeah. Yeah, this set can turn too with the right draws, right? Stitcher Supplier, mill over a Fang and a Park Healing End, can't stay away the Greasefang, bang. Suddenly you're essentially done for.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned Stitcher Supplier because I feel like, at least from like if we take a look at John's specific deck list, and we didn't mention this, but the Pro Tour Greasefang list have really gone away from Stitcher Supplier, and they've moved. I believe they've also gone away from Satyr Wayfinder, if I recall correctly, and they've kind of moved more towards the Vessel of Nascency aspect of things, where you are kind of, and the idea behind that is you don't want to commit the artifact into the graveyard if you can avoid it on your own turn. So holding up Vessel or Grizzly Salvage can kind of help you avoid cards like Graveyard Trespasser and the sorcery speed graveyard effects and Go Blank as well. So that is something that John is not doing. We see the 2 copies of Stitcher Supplier, no Vessels. I think we still have, looks like the 1 Traverse, 2 Can't Stay Away, so still has that aspect of it, and 3 Eldritch Evolution as well, which is a card that usually is paired alongside Supplier to help you find Greasefang.
Yeah, sort of gives you more of a turbo build, right? When you play Eldritch Evolution, you go Stitchers on 1 with Satyr on 2, and then sort of bam, you have just 7 copies of Greasefang in your deck.
Right. Yeah, it does increase the speed of a lot of the deck, which if you expect a lot of, stuff like Lotus Field and Mono Green, probably makes a lot of sense, but I think overall it does make you slightly weaker in this matchup.
I have to agree. Yeah, I think that's one of the cool things about Pioneer is all the decks are strong, but not so strong that there's not room for different styles of decks. And also, like if you're, maybe I don't know John personally here, but maybe John's sort of a Greasefang one trick and just plays the build that seems best for the weekend. And that's one of the really cool things you get to do. Where in Modern, you have that a little bit, but it's also mostly just sideboard cards. We're going to see a Thoughtseize for here on one of both players on a mold of 6 here. Necromentia, Fable the Mirror Breaker, Fatal Push, and lands. All black lands, though.
Yeah, two castles and a swamp. We see the Necromentia here. We talked about that during sideboarding. Wasn't 100% sure if Andrea did want to bring that in. Did bring it in, and John respects it enough to take it here, which makes sense. If you look at the hand, we don't have Red Mana to play Fable, and we don't have Revolt online to turn on Fatal Push on Greasefang. So, I mean, as of right now, Andrea's hand doesn't really do all that much if John has the turn 3 Greasefang. And I believe we may have lost Mason, so I will do a little bit of solo commentary. We see John shocking in the Temple Garden, very likely representing a Grizzly Salvage on Andrea's end step, and we see a tap land here. So if John does have end of turn Grizzly Salvage, been a Parhelion or any vehicle, there's the Parhelion, untap land 3 Greasefang. There is really nothing that Andrea can have, no Revolt for Fatal Push and things of that nature. So, we'll have to see if John does have land number 3 here and a Greasefang. Well, we're tapping mana pre-combat, and that's a Rafine's Informant. And I see Mason. Are you back?
I'm back. They tried to kick me out. The Greasefang didn't want it. Keep a mob boss just wasn't having it.
All right, so we see Rafine's Informant discarding a 3rd land, which means, and playing a 3rd land. So John does have the mana, just does not have the Greasefang. Interesting development. Sarah did pick up, Andrea, my apologies, did pick up a red source for on turn 2 here. The Blood Crypt is going to go with the Fable.
Yes. Get that Connor winning token there. Any idea on what's in John's hand since something on? I see that we connived away a Concealed Courtyard. Probably mean we're good on lands here.
John's been doing a very good job at keeping his hand close to his chest, so I haven't gotten a good look at John's hand.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I think I saw an Abrupt Decay in there. That's a card just sometimes see players sideboard in so you can answer a threat or unlicense Hearse. Looks like we're going to play a Blooming Marsh tapped. Maybe that's an Overgrown Tomb, a little hard to see exactly, but Gonna offer the trade here, and Andrea says, I'll take 2. I'll make some treasures instead.
I think my Goblin Shaman token is a little bit better than your Fiend's Informant, is only a 2/1.
Mm-hmm.
And also very importantly, the Fable token can get a treasure, which enables the Fatal Push on John's turn, which we know is in Andrea's hand.
Yes. And we're seeing her resolving Chapter 2 of Fable the Mirror Breaker. You see this happen a lot here with this in the mid-range players. This card really does a lot. Oh, I think she didn't rummage. If you're John, that's heartbreaking because that means Andrea's like, all my cards are good enough. We are going to see Abrupt Decay on that Goblin. Okay. And we're going to see Reckoner Bankbusters to play for turn.
So not rummaging there tells me that Andrea very likely found a removal spell for a Greasefang here, something like a Power Word Kill and a Braid or the Noxious Grass, because otherwise, I guess maybe you're not expecting your Fable token to die, but in the instance of this situation where Fable token dies and you don't get the treasure token, you then can't turn on Fatal Push on John's turn. So my guess is Andrea probably picked up another 2-mana removal spell.
Yep. Yeah, and if she was looking for one with a Reckoner Bankbuster activation, she would just discard it to the Fable, right? To just get the draw right away. She understands how important time is in this matchup. So if you're John, these are all big clues. And this is something that if you're at home watching and wondering how this stuff gets figured out, the story, you and your opponent are sort of telling each other a story while you play, right? The things that you do and the things you choose not to do, importantly, tell you what's going on in their hands. So John knows, hey, if I play a Greasefang, it's probably not going to be it the first time. Is there anything I can do to bait a Greasefang or bait an answer to my Greasefang and stick later?
Right. And Andrea taking a little bit of time, doing a little bit of think here. So, wants to try to think about deploying a threat. We're going to start with the Thoughtseize. That's always a good place to start. Know exactly what's going on with John's hand. And not a whole lot of action here. Parhelion. Now, I have been a part of Greasefang games that did involve Necromancer too. Pretty good turn.
Yeah, take the Can't Stay Away and then Necromancia away the Greasefang, so that this Can't Stay Away really can't do anything. Looks like Andrea's naming Can't Stay Away.
No.
Or maybe she. Oh no. Okay.
No, that's just
the graveyard laid down. Yeah. Okay. And I thought it was one card for a second, and I was like, all right, that's a line. We're allowed to make any name we want.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough game for John to win because you're going to try and have to grind through Fable plus Bankbuster the fair way because you don't have access to Greasefang Parhelion anymore. Your Parhelions are just stone cold dead at this point. Again, I did mention that we have seen I have seen Parhelion Hardcast before. It usually does not work out that well for the Greasefang player. And I don't expect this game to be any different. So yeah, John is in a really rough spot here.
100%. Also, John's going to draw something like a Seeker's Chariot right away. Because like you mentioned, Andrea has both Fable and Reckoner Bankbuster in play. Those are cards that outgrind dedicated mid-range decks. If John's going to actually play this mid-range game, which he's now forced into, he's going to have to get something immediately that can sort of compete. And, Stitcher Supply or Eldritch Evolution cards, they help you go faster, but they do not succeed against these sort of cards that, sort of sweep the leg on the strategy you're trying to implement. Rakdos really, really good at breaking things apart.
Yeah, oddly enough, at this point, I'm not even sure that one Chariot's good enough. John probably has to draw like back-to-back Chariots, or maybe something like a Sky Sovereign to clean up the Fable token might help. But yeah, the motley crew, as it were, of Rafine's Informants and Stitcher Suppliers and Satyr Wayfinders, likely not going to get the job done here. It's going to need one of those big vehicles. That's not Parhelion, I should say.
Yeah, we do see Shieldred come down, and that is going to be devastating for John, as we're going to crew up the Reckoner Bankbuster, and we're just going to swing. We're going to leave back the Fable, I guess, right now, just in case we need to maybe block. No attack in here, and the Shieldred is going to start gaining us back to life. Oh, no, we go Sage on the Reckoner Bankbuster. All right, so that's going to save John some life and give Andrea some extra lands, which she actually is. That's sort of the choke point right now. She has a bunch of spells in hand, but no lands. So getting a land here will be nice for her and let her activate Castle Lockman a little bit if she needs to.
Yeah, and that was one of Andrea's sources of card advantage, right? You can, especially for those of you who haven't seen Fable plus Bankbuster go off before, it's basically infinite cards where you just go end step crew the Bankbuster, copy it with Fable, You can activate the Bank Buster in your opponent's end step, draw a card, untap. You keep the Bank Buster in play, draw another card. So it's just like a truly endless source of cards. So, that is sort of step one in John kind of mitigating the resources that Andrea has. But at the same time, like you said, providing Andrea another mana source with the double castles and a plethora of spells in her hand. That's something as well. Now, I did kind of lament the hard cast Parhelion, but I'm just saying we're on 6 lands. Anything can happen.
Yeah, we need to find probably a chariot into that, but that is a play we can do. As this Shieldred is going to sort of chip away at John and buffer Andrea's life out total up a bit. The real problem is even if we crew the Parhelion, it could just get kill spelled, or we might kill spell one of the creatures that would crew the Parhelion. So there's a lot of different ways this can go, sadly, for us.
Yeah, and the other issue is there's a Shieldred clocking you at 14, so you don't really have infinite time. That thing hits like a truck.
Yeah, we're seeing Fable stick back here on defense still.
Yeah, likely just doesn't have anything to crew. Okay, that's step one for John. Kill the Fable. Yeah. Maybe if we could take a look at John's. So the removal spells for John here, we talked about Abrupt Decay, Fatal, the sideboard at least, Abrupt Decay, Fatal Push, Liliana. Which at this current juncture, Abrupt Decay not doing anything. Fatal Push doesn't have Revolt. But if John does draw something like Liliana to clear the Shieldred, and then have say maybe active Sky Sovereign if he can find a creature, and then a Liliana going, maybe there's a world where John claws back, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Also, John's at 8 life, I believe, has taken 2 draw steps and hit once with the Shieldred. So I think the life totals are actually off here. I think Andreas is correct over here at 16. So we're getting really close here to just being dead as we channel the Sokens on. Yeah. And if we are at the 8 life, like I think we are, that's going to actually be an attack for 6, put John down to 2. Shieldred, if you remember, the trigger is going to be 8 damage. I believe it's possible the players do have it right, and I'm just mistaken here. But either way, that's going to be an attack for 6.
Yeah, draw step will put John down to 4. And now something like Liliana is not going to do it because the Spirit tokens are blocking the Shieldred. So it basically has to be... Yeah, John doesn't really even have a removal spell in his deck that can kill a Shieldred here.
Yeah, this is the thing. We see players play cards like Abrupt Decay so they can, for sure resolve their mess-up card against blue-eye control. But then if you don't have Assassin's Trophy, you can't answer these bigger cards. As we do see Power Word Kill, answer the Sky Sovereign, and Andrea's going to extend the hand as she moves on to 4-0. So congratulations to her. She's going to make a grind in our series, and she's making a big wave, getting 10th place yesterday and starting off 4-0 today. This is an 8-round event. She wins 2 more, Devin. She can probably look at a draw in the top 8, which is very exciting.
Yeah, especially after, like you said, the great performance yesterday, 7-2 for 10th place, and really, really good start to the run on the NRG Tour. I believe we may or may not have a backup matchup for you, and if we do, we will go to that as soon as possible. But yeah, with that matchup kind of played out how we thought it was going to.
Yeah, once we got past turn 3 or 4-ish, once we were able to untap with something like Fable the Mirror Breaker, it's really hard to ever sort of have enough of it back to back to back to actually beat through all the kill spells that Rakdos can present. That's pretty strong. We're still figuring out that backup match, but yeah. All right, we're actually perfect. It's ready. We're going to hop on down to our backup feature match area and see who's playing and see what's going on in the Magic world. I'm excited to see some cool decks. Pioneer's got some sweet ones. We have Mono Red Fires here from Davis Merced, and then George DeBoer, our Azorius Yorion master here on the NRG circuit, loves to play Narset plus Days and Doing. I don't even have to look at his deck to know that.
I was just going to say the same thing. I'm going to pull up George's deck, and if I don't see 4 Narsets, I'm assuming that if something went wrong. Yep, 4 copies of Narsets. So, only 1 copy of Days Undoing. So he's pulled it back a little bit. We call this the adult approach.
Yeah, we call that growth where I'm from. As we are going to see here, this Mono Red Fires deck is very cool from Davis. So it's playing cards like Darksteel Citadel to abuse that Cleansing Wildfire on your own lands. As we saw here, events with this land as well, the Cascading Cataracts is also indestructible. So now Davis is sort of ramping up and can play things ahead of curve. And George here, is just on a tap land while Davis has 3 mana in play.
Yeah, Rampant Growth, not legal in Pioneer, but Cleansing Wildfire doing a pretty good impression here. And if we take a look, looking at Davis's deck list, basically going from 2 to 4 is so huge because Davis's deck is almost essentially all 4 drops. You have Karn the Great Creator, Thought-Knot Seer, Fires of Invention, just all of these like really haymaker backbreaking 4 drops. We do see one there, Thought-Knot Seer trades for a Make Disappear. But yeah, that's why the Cleansing Wildfires are so good in this and this deck in particular when you have the Cataracts, because going from 2 to 4 when you have those cards is so massive.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. George Jabor just plays in a Goncho for turn, and we actually see a Cleansing Wildfire go after the dual land here. Going to blow it up so you can search your deck for a basic land. That's actually going to take George off of Counterspell Magic. So if Davis has something like a Fable the Mirror Breaker here, well, it turns out he has another basic, so it won't do that. But it could have led to a moment of maybe, getting it there.
The land comes into play tapped, right? That island from Wildfire, I believe it puts land into play tapped.
Well, it's time shift, so we unfortunately can't fix it.
That's true. Yeah.
But also we do have Field of Ruin too, so we're gonna maybe we can run George out of basics. How many does George actually have in his Yorion deck? Yeah. 3 planes, 3 islands, pre-metagamed. George Jabor knew Davis was going to be here and metagamed his deck. Only logical conclusion.
I mean, if we do some math here, we got 2 Field of... Okay, never mind. I thought we had like the max Field of Ruins. There's only 2 fields, and so 2 fields and 4 copies of Wildfire. But you could think of a situation where if you show up with 4 field, 4 demolition field, and 4 cleansing Wildfire, and your opponent's got 4 or 5 basics, you could put him in the hurt locker at some point.
100%. We do see a memory deluge here for George, using the floating mana from the cleansing Wildfire. Looks like we're casting another cleansing Wildfire on ourselves here, just getting more and more lands. Let's see, does Davis have anything in the deck that really rewards having a lot of mana? We have Karn the Great Creator, like you mentioned, so that can sort of grab something. And I guess, technically speaking, Cavalier of Flames is a way to sort of sink your mana, so that's pretty exciting.
Oh, right. Yeah, chat brings up a good point. I mean, this is a time-shifted match, so there's not a ton we can do, but the Wildfire... So George floated the mana on the Wildfire, put the island into play, and then used that mana to cast the Deluge. So unfortunately, there's not really anything we can do because this is a time-shifted match, but yeah, that is a good catch.
Yeah, we're sorry for that, and we'll make sure to inform the players so they know for later, as we are going to see Field of Ruin on this Hollow Fountain.
It's confusing too, because Field and Demolition Field, if you're used to those put the land into play untapped, but Wildfire is one of the effects that puts it into play tapped. So,
yep. We do see George grab like another revised planes here.
What's your opinion on the revised basics?
I like them. I don't know. They're not the worst. They're not the best, but they're classy. The problem I have with this planes is I think it looks fine in paper, but it looks so bad on coverage. And I'm setting up to be on coverage. I'm going to win the tournament, so I got to make sure to dress my Sunday best, as it were.
We need to put that. We got to get that planes on dark mode.
Yes, exactly.
A little bit too bright. But Davis employing the hope we run out of basic strategy, likely not going to do that well against, like we said, George having 6 basics. Jamming a Fable here, would be shocked if this didn't get countered.
I think George should invest in fancy islands and planes.
I'm now shocked.
All right, we're in. Yeah, as we get this Goblin token here, I'm sure we'll get a real one for y'all in a second from the Fable the Mirror Breaker. We have our NRG champion one of Connor.
I like how he stacked the token. He put his own token in play, and then Judge gave him a token. They just I'll stack it up.
Yeah, who cares? Whatever. I'm doing my thing. As we get a cycle of Shark Typhoon, Davis just want to make sure that he knows exactly what that card does.
It's a good use of Bone Crusher Giant.
Mm-hmm. Love to get the Bone Crusher. Unfortunately, Bone Crusher shouldn't be in the graveyard. It should be.
Yeah, it should be in the graveyard.
As
maybe we'll realize that when we
I'm sure the players will realize it in a second, and we'll get a little judge call. We'll fast forward because it's a time shifted match. That's life sometimes. Anyways, I was going to say George Jabor always play. We cover you enough, George. I'm sure you're watching this feature match at home or on your stream. What's up, chat? But you got to invest in some nice basics, my friend. You only play blue white all the time. Just get a couple beta islands or something cool. I don't know. Get some swag in. That's all I'm saying. We got Marco over the light.
I think it might be like a mental, mental game kind of thing. Like if you counterspell your opponent over and over and over again, and they're staring at these like revised basics, do you think that, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that is definitely true. If that's the case, then I think you should just get like draft land. You know what I mean? Like that just shows that you kind of showed up and you cook your cards.
Canister style.
Mm-hmm. Glory bringer, bringing in the glory here.
No, that's not glory bringer. It's glory banger. Excuse you.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Glory banger coming on down here. 4/4 haste. Not going to be using the exert mode much in this matchup, but luckily the Lord gave it power and toughness, and that's what we need here as an attack for 4 comes across.
Every time you turn that card sideways, you're supposed to say bang. So we'll have to make sure that Davis is aware of that for future matches. But anyways, we see cycling of a Shark Typhoon. Probably gonna get a little chump block here, gain 4 life. If George doesn't chump block this turn, we can exert next turn. So probably a good time to chump.
Yeah, and George here cast the Memory Deluge, missed on land still though, so I guess it all worked out to be fair, whatever, from the weird wildfire thing. There we go. We finally found another land. I'm gonna say Davis's land destruction plan might have actually worked out. Also, Davis is gonna start making extra glory bangers, as I'm now learned it's called, with the Fable of the Mirror Breaker there. So that's gonna be a banger play.
Oh, we got the Bone Crusher back.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. I saw the adventure card there. Very easy to make those sort of mistakes,
Yeah, it's not the most intuitive thing. You cast an instant, and instead of putting it into the graveyard, you put it into a random zone. So, understandable. Moto does it for you. So, I'm used to casting Bone Crusher and Petty Theft, but Moto just does that stuff for me. So,
100%. See Davis here, tanking, figuring out exactly what do I want to do on this turn. Has a lot of mana available, and actually, Den of the Bugbear, I like this. Get your beats on.
Settle the Wreckage check.
Settle.
Even an Emperor would be kind of backbreaking here. Emperor, exile the Glorybringer. And then you don't really have a ton of... You don't really have anything good to do with the Fable, because like Fable copying Den of the Bugbear does not work the way that you want it to. You do get a copy of a tap land, but probably not what you want.
True. As we do... Wandering Emperor comes down.
Yep.
That's going to... Speaking of tap stuff, what do you think is the hit here? Do you want to get the Den, or do you want to get this Glorybringer?
Depends on if George has a Wrath in his hand. If, say, if George has a Supreme Verdict, you might want to go after the Den, untap, Verdict away the other creatures. If no Verdict, then you probably just want to exile the Glorybringer and try and fight through the other stuff that way. So we are going after the Den, which leads me to believe likely a Verdict in hand.
Agreed. Or at least Verdict maybe being the draw step we're trying to, if not,
Second Den for Davis, that's not too bad, because that gives you some insurance if a Verdict does show up. So George can't do something like, cast the Verdict and still be able to keep the Emperor in play through the Den. So pretty good setup versus Verdict there. And George on 15, so still relatively high life total. So it's going to be a while. And yeah, George recognizes, maybe even if he does have the Verdict, maybe he realizes his Verdict is not good enough here because of the Den. But yeah, it kind of depends, because he's binning the Emperor here, making the token.
Yeah, I think if he had Verdict, he would just Verdict, then do this. I can't imagine him trying to juice it more, although maybe he is. Blue-white control players, they sort of have, like, one of the cool things about control decks is the decks, your plays are sort of scripted early, but you can't express yourself in the amount of time you're willing to wait for things. So, he could just be waiting a little bit longer, as we are going to see a Fable of the Mirror Breaker copy the Glorybringer. Will George have anything like March with Pitch card to answer it? Looks like we are going to tap 4 mana for Leyline Binding. Wow, George is doing this the hard way in his deck. I guess with Yorion, it makes sense that you need a little extra cards from here and there. So that's going to save George not only the 4 life from the Glorybringer, but the 2 life that the Fable could attack. That could be pivotal. Those little points add up. And now the Den of the Bugbear can't attack in without dying to the Samurai.
Yeah, looking at George's deck list, he does have 6 Triumphs split across 2/2/2. So the Triumphs are there to enable binding. So, there's a good chance that binding, if he draws one of those Triumphs plus a basic, likely going to cost 3 mana. But hey, I mean, even 3 mana instant speed Oblivion Ring is not that bad of a rate. Now, when you're paying 4 mana for it, then maybe not quite so good. But
yeah, luckily it's it gets the buyout clause of getting even cheaper sometimes too. So it's probably worth the squeezes. We did see a Glory Bringer come on down and bang across the red zone. This deck likes the red zone because it's red.
I get it, because it's a red deck and it's a red zone. I like what you did there.
Yep. That's why they pay me the bucks.
Just the bucks, not the big or small bucks.
Wait, you're gonna pay big bucks for this?
I didn't say that.
Okay, well then, I didn't know that was on the table. I'm gonna have to have a conversation later. As we do see George sort of double checking all the cards, and this is an important thing to do. You know, like Fable the Mirror Breaker, that's a pretty common card. You still want to double check and make sure you know what it does. And Glory Bringer, an oldie but a goodie. And it's not, I don't know if George even played during that time. So it's a situation where it's like, I think I know what this does, but you don't want to lose a game because you misunderstood what the card did.
Yeah. Cascading Cataracts too. I want to do a Golos check in the sideboard.
There's got to be a goalie.
Yeah,
right?
there is a Golos. Okay. Yeah, it's in the sideboard for Karn of the Great Creator. But yeah, because you would want to play 4 Cataracts as an indestructible land to pair with the Cleansing Wildfires. But yeah, there is Golos in the sideboard. We see another copy of Binding here. Looks like that's going to take out the Glory Banger. And looks like Davis is left with a token, a Den of the Bugbear, and a Reflection Still. So we're going to go, looks like we're going upstairs with the Den. Likely going to be an attack for, appears to be 5.
Yeah, dropping George down to 5. And George could Verdict to stabilize for one more turn. The Den will put him back down to 1. But he's going to need something big and soon. Otherwise, he is going to die here.
Yeah, and notably, it's kind of funny that Davis went through all these like Field of Ruins and Cleansing Wildfires because George also has 3 copies of Field of Ruin in his deck, which would unironically be a pretty good draw step here to clear out that Den.
It's true. And we actually have Blast Zone here. That's why Davis picked it up. He's going to crank this Blast Zone up to 6 to pop on the Leyline Bindings.
Ooh.
Everyone can't wait to see that. That's going the long way around.
Well, you say it's going to take a long time, but we got a lot of mana here. Now, likely going to fire up the Den this turn and use that mana otherwise. But you know, if this game ends by Blast Zone for 6 to kill 2 landline bindings, that's going to be a moment.
That's a you walk up to George and have him sign your Blast Zones moment.
It's funny you mentioned that. He actually came up to me when we were in Atlanta, and he had me sign a foil Doomwake Giant.
Nice.
Which he told me he got from the bulk bin, and I was then offended. But
dang, I know a card I want you to sign from the bulk bin. We'll talk about it later, though.
All right.
I have no diabolic intents, I swear.
We're going that route, huh?
I don't know what you mean. I'm simply commentating. As we get an attack in here, I don't know what this other token is. Oh, we use the Fable to copy the 1/1, I think, to play around Shark Typhoon and the Wandering Emperor.
So we're not going after the Den, which honestly kind of makes sense, especially if you just want to, fight, if you want to just load up this Blast Zone. Because how much mana? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can actually put 4 counters in the Blast Zone this turn. It's going to happen, Mason.
Yeah, I was going to say, it actually makes a lot of sense, too, because George is stuck on lands, right? If George is drawn a land, maybe I like going for it, but he's been stuck, and he keeps thinking about what decision to play. It's not like he's stuck on what card to have. So makes sense he'd have a Wandering Emperor or a Shark Typhoon. And, now, boom, you get to have 2 Leyline Bindings die. You're going to become a Twitch All-Star and win the round. That sounds like a win-win-win-win to me.
Yeah, this is one that the kids are going to clip for the history books if these Leyline Bindings get Blast Zoned.
Yeah, you're going to want to tweet at George Jabor on Twitter when the time comes there. We don't normally give Twitter shout-outs, and we do. It's for nefarious purposes, as you've learned today.
Is that a Field of Ruin?
Oh,
no. Oh, it was a castle. Okay.
It
was a castle. We're good.
Okay, I was going to say, disqualify George Jabor for rude. You have to respect your opponent when you play Magic, and that would just have been too rude.
I just want to see it out. And George knows, too. You see him shaking his head. He knows what's about to happen. Yep. Oh, yeah.
Tap the mana. Red ramp deck. Untap the mana. Get ready.
No, did we just lead on that? Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say,
you're just going to lead on that.
You pop it real quick, see if there's anything weird happening. George's
Switch check, get the clips ready.
Yeah, we have a Tails End maybe? Boy. No Tails End for George Jabor. Maybe that one can join the motley crew. As we see all these things here, we're going to see Fable finally get to target a Glory Bringer and maybe resolve. George did draw a land last turn. Looks like he has something.
Yeah, looks like he's posturing a little bit.
Yeah, if George has the Wandering Emperor plus something to stop here, he could maybe live. Looks like a Memory Deluge. All right, so we have March of Otherworldly Light plus some white cards to discard. And then we need to answer the other one still.
Double March?
Double March?
You just go March, pitch 2, March. Or actually, no, you got to pitch 3, right? Yeah, okay. Well,
could have gone either way. George Jabor loses that game against Davis here, and an absolutely insane game. I still cannot believe that Blasto went off. I was joking, we said before, but it very much happened. Let's quickly go to the deck list, though, because we are running up against the time, and we're going to show you the full match here. Let's see what's going on in one of these sideboards here. Who do we have up first? We have George Jabor sideboard. So for George Jabor, we have 4 Regal Caracol, 3 Rest in Peace, 2 Narset Reversal, 2 Hullbreaker Horror, Settle, Elspeth Sun's Champion, Farewell, and Yorion in the Command Zone. Devin, what do you like?
Give me the Settle the Wreckages, because the Eldrazi deck's going a little bit bigger with a lot of creatures dens and stuff like that. Potentially the Hullbreaker Horrors, maybe the Regal Caracals to pressure Planeswalkers. But yeah, and maybe Farewell.
Yep, I like that. Let's check out what Davis has here. It looks to be a bunch of Karn Wish cards, but we have other things that we actually have. I think maybe before this matchup, this would be fun to see here. We have 2 Winding Volley, 1 Fry, 1 Anger, and then we have a bunch of Wish targets. Transmogrified Wand, the Stone Brain, the Weather Runestone, Shadow Spear, Combustible Gearhulk, Godbearer Statue, Meteor Golem, Skystorm Console Flagship, Golos the Tireless Pilgrim, Tormod Script, and Soul Guide Lantern. Is there anything you want in this sideboard?
Definitely want the Fry to be able to interact with Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, other Planeswalkers as well. If Davis does expect, or if he knows about the Regal Caracal plan, might want to go towards something like Anger of the Gods to claim those up. Depends on if he knows if those are in Georgia's sideboard. But other than that, again, it's just a bunch of Wish targets and a Fry. So give me the Fry, maybe the Anger if he knows what's up.
Sounds good. Let's get back to our match. This is a time-shifted match. We can skip on ahead. We don't have to worry too much about this. And yeah, I imagine that's going to be what's happening here. Luckily, the Fry answers Walkers and the Caracol. As we are going to be a little bit ahead here due to the time shift nature. We have Narset, Part of Veils on 3. We skipped, it looks like the first 2 turns of not much happening. As another Dark Soul Citadel for Davis into Fable the Mirror Breaker. That one's chapter 2.
We come right back to the game, and George DeBoer has a Narset in play. Is anybody surprised?
Yeah. George DeBoer heard Earthbreaker, and he knew exactly what he was going to do. Narset. Days Undoing. That's it. Unlocked in the format.
Oh, does he have it?
Oh my goodness. So if you don't know Narset, you can't draw extra cards in your turn. Days Undoing says both players shuffle their hands and graveyards into their deck and draw 7 new cards. Unfortunately for Davis, he can only draw 1 new card. George Jabor, on the other hand, is going to draw 7. So that's going to be a huge swing here. The turn is over for George, but Davis has only 1 card in hand.
I would also like to point out and let Twitch chat know that's a one of Days Undoing.
That's
80 cards, by the way.
80 cards, by the way, one of fun of. Call that a tech slot where I come from. And this Rummage of the Mirror Breaker is not something you want to do. So we're going to take that up because we have to choose 0 on that. And then looks like Davis just has a handful of big cards. And this is something that can happen. You know, Davis is not expecting to be running out of lands and resources so quickly. George Jabor really shifting that paradigm with the Days Undoing. Slammed Regal Caracol onto the board. You haven't seen this one, another Amonkhet banger. It is a 5-mana 3/3 that makes 2 cats that have lifelink. It has lifelink itself, and other cats get +1/+1. So,
and I believe we are going to be going to game 3 here pretty quickly. I don't really think that. Maybe if Davis brought in the Angers, you could, Anger. It's kind of funny. Anger is mostly sideboarded for the exile effect, but this is really a weird situation where Brotherhoods end to be oddly good because you can kill the Narset too. And a second Caracol, that's going to be tough.
Second Caracol is going to make it so Anger of the Gods doesn't even kill the Caracols anymore. And this is something you're seeing blue-white control players do a bunch in Pioneer recently. They're bringing in these Caracols to kind of like juke people. Also, the people who play Kahira, it's a cat. So they're playing Kahira and maybe a little Brimaz to really make the red-black players be like, okay, how much move are we going to take out along with every other person? Everyone just ones and grabs their ultimate prices and their fatal pushes and they cut them. Not a very good strategy against Regal Caracol.
Oh, yeah. And, now that Davis has gotten, beaten up by these cats, might want to look towards that Anger of the Gods when we inevitably go to game 3 here. Don't really think there's any way out. So, yeah, definitely going to change up some sideboarding a little bit. And, I'm talking as if the game's over. The game's not over, but Or I'm not really sure what Davis would need to get out of this. I mean, if he brought in the Angers, maybe, but then you still have to contend with the 2/4/4s, and it's kind of tough.
It's Glorybringer. You have to go land, Glorybringer, Exert, and then
It's
you
still
can
just easily done on board.
Well, no, you can chump block, and then you draw Anger.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so you are not. All right, well, this Chandra Torch of Defiance is basically Glorybringer from what I described.
Okay.
So, if we can
Chump
draw
block, take 8.
Anger, yeah. We're going to probably not win after that because we have nothing left, and George Jabor has a full hand, including a Yorion, but we could at least come back into it.
Theoretically.
Yeah. Also, I assume George has a Gaia Reach Sanitarium in his deck that we can randomly lock. So, yeah, we have a 1-of. Makes sense.
Yep. 1-of. Got to play the 1-of fun of.
Yep.
I mean, if you think Days Undoing is a fun of, let me tell you about Gaia Reach Sanitarium.
Yeah, it looks like George also maybe didn't go after the Chandra and instead went face with everything.
Upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
George in his mono red era,
Look, even the control players have to turn creatures sideways at some point. You got to figure out. You got to know when to close them out.
Mm-hmm. Could not agree more. And it looks like. So we're gonna head back to the booth. We are in the last matches going on right now, so we're gonna jump into the feature match mid-match. Yeah, so it's happening right now. We're bumping up against the time. They're one of the last ones due to a little bit of a time extension, some judge interaction. So we're just gonna start watching it. Let's hop down there live right now and sort of see what's happening. We'll do our best to fill you in ASAP, but we're gonna be working blind here with you. We don't know what happened in the early turns. It's just the best way to sort of figure out the conclusion to this match.
Yep.
Looks like we have, a Fable the Mirror Breaker and a Cavalier in play, a bunch of lands for Davis, so we probably didn't get Days Undoing. We got a Leyline Binding for George and a bunch of mana, some cards in hand for George here. Looks like Davis probably just resolved the Cavalier, and looks like we're going to try and copy it with the Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Pretty good combo, and I will tell you, this game looks a lot different than the last game that we just watched.
Yeah, this one's been going for a bit, I can tell. And the thing about this, too, is this Cavalier will die at end of turn, and it will do damage equal to the number of lands in the graveyard. So George Jabor needed to have a Leyline, but it has to settle the wreckage. Davis didn't play around it. Oh, my goodness. The game looks to be over. Oh, no, you haven't seen Settle the Wreckage since we're just having every Ixalan banger in these two decks here. This is all attacking creatures get exiled. You search your deck for that many basic lands and put them into play. Davis luckily plays an army of mountains, but the downside is he lost his game-winning card. Oh my goodness, he played around the Wandering Emperor and walked in to Settle the Wreckage.
Yeah, and like you said, it's one exactly you pointed it out. What's one of those situations where if you play around one, you get got by the other, so you just kind of have to make a judgment call. And he correctly identified that George likely has less copies of Settle than Wandering Emperor, which is 100% correct. George has 3 Emperors and only 1 Settle, so just you kind of play the numbers, and sometimes you get punished.
It's true, and luckily the game isn't over yet for Davis because Davis, as we saw, came in there. He had just cast the Cavalier. That means George needs to have drawn a counterspell. So Davis can draw anything like Karn the Great Creator, Glory Bringers, etc. They are going to be game-ending cards. We do see George tapping 5 mana. Probably means Regal Caracol or Teferi, Kiara Dominar.
Oh.
Yorion. Okay, we picked up our Yorion. All right, that's what we get for being this. So now Yorion, you can flicker the Leyline Binding. I'm not sure what's underneath it, but you could get the Fable the Mirror Breaker if that's more of a problem for you.
It's hard to tell what's under that. I'm assuming... I thought it was a Fires at first, but my guess would be if there was a Fires underneath it, I feel like you might want to blink the Leyline Binding and kill the Fable, so maybe that's not a Fires.
Yeah, I also thought it was a Fire. It's probably just some creature.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks kind of like a Planeswalker. Actually, it might just be like a Chandra or something. That could be like the art book Chandra or whatever.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
you'll have to see if Davis has a creature follow-up, and that is a creature follow-up, and that's probably one of the best ones. I'll have to see George has a counterspell here.
Yeah, I was going to say, last turn we had to activate our Cavalier so we could give haste to the Fable to then activate on the Cavalier. But now we just get to go copy immediately, haste up, and slam. And George does not have the mana for Settle, so we know that's not going to be a problem. If there are any lands in the graveyard, that's going to be a huge issue. And Davis just gets to discard as many cards as he wants and draw that many. So even if there aren't any lands now, Davis could be having them in hand and just sort of goes through them right here. this big red deck is so interesting and so good at sort of battling through these things. Looks like George does have something. Looks to be Aether Gust. No, sorry, Jawari's Disruption. Oh, that's going to tap down Davis. That's going to make it so Davis actually can't get maybe a second pump activation happen if he had a land in hand. Could be the difference.
The Cavalier has 6 power, though, right? So you can go copy, haste. They both have 7 power attack with both.
Yes, you're correct. I forgot. I thought it was a 5/5, but you're right. It's a 6/5.
6/5.
Yeah.
No. And I think I see 2 lands in the graveyard, too.
Yeah, so that's going to mean some extra damage here. But if Karn get created, we're going to actually discard the Karn. That's a bad sign for old George here. As we're attacking in for 7 points on each of them. We have 1 blocker. We're going to get the fist bump, and congratulations to Davis here. Moving on to 4-0 with this awesome mono red Fires Invention deck. Super cool to see this deck sort of crushing it, and super cool to see like the innovation in this format. There are so many cool and different things you can do, and really sort of underexplored despite the size of the card pool for this format.
Yeah, Davis's deck looked awesome, and super excited to now that it's 4-0, and super excited to see if he can keep it going.
Yeah, well, we're going to take a quick little break here and set up for our next feature match. So give us just 2 seconds. Make sure to follow the channel if you haven't already, and we'll be back in just a second with more Pioneer.
Hey everybody, good afternoon and welcome back to the NRG Series. I am Epimonte here in Mundelein, Illinois. A lot different weather than we had yesterday where it was snowing. It's about 60 degrees outside, so hopefully everybody's taking advantage of that, maybe watching a little Twitch TV outside in the jacuzzi or something like that at the park maybe. I wanted to talk about Davis Merced, actually, we just saw there. He's a longtime local player, plays a lot of mono red brews kind of stuff, and he shared he's a new dad, so congrats again to Davis on that accomplishment as well as winning the match. So let's take a peek at the players to watch leaderboard here, and you can see 4-0, Connor Mullaly and Raja Sulaiman just leading the charge here. Pretty good start for them. Theo Jung 3-0-1. So, you know, again, all these draws. Piper Powell at 3-1. Will Krueger and Jesse Robkin actually are paired against each other this round. So they'll be making their way down to the feature match area. Both took a round 1 draw, so battling back from that. Mac Endress at 2-2. And I mentioned Sam Black earlier in the day. Going to go ahead and drop from the event. So a little bit unfortunate luck for Sam on the day, but a nice little Saturday showing that he had at a different tournament. So congratulations to Sam on that. Sounds like the players are just about set here. Looks like they might be shuffling up, getting ready to roll. So I'm going to send it down to Mason and Devin. They're going to bring their last round with us, but you're going to stay tuned for a bunch more action. We have 8 rounds of Swiss plus a top 8 today. So take it away, guys.
Awesome. Welcome, everybody, to this next round of the NRG coverage. It's round 5. We have Jesse Robkin on your right playing the 5-color mid-range red to light deck versus Will Krueger on your left playing Lotus Field. We saw Will Krueger commentate with us yesterday. It was great to have him do the modern rounds with us. He mentioned, you know, hey, if I'm in the booth, if I'm on the games, be nice to me or whatever. And Joe Lissette said no. You know, Joe Lissette, like we talked about, is the person who decides what's stock in Lotus Field. I'm sure Joe's watching, and after this round, he and Don will be in the booth, and they'll give you the feedback on Will Krueger's play. I, like I mentioned earlier, not a Lotus Field expert, but I know a lot about this Peer into the Abyss combo relative to the average person, which means I know how it works. And Krueger is the master at it, so it's going to be really interesting to see how he approaches this game.
Yeah, I was going to say, Joe, if you're watching, make sure you write down every little thing that Will may or may not have done incorrectly, every small, minute detail, so you can kind of, you know, we can go over that next round. But as far as the matchup is concerned, this is 5-color midrange versus Lotus Field. Now, we saw Lotus Field versus the 5-color Enigmatic deck earlier. We mentioned that was kind of a tough matchup for Lotus Field. The Enigmatic deck didn't really have a ton of tools. It's really like more of a value-oriented deck. Now, Jesse's deck is a 5-color, you know, value-oriented deck. However, the wrinkle here for Will is bring to light with a main deck copy of Slaughter Games. Now, if we take a look at Will's deck list, there are some versions of the Lotus Field deck list that have something like a Fae of Wishes or the tutor that I'm forgetting the name of this searches your sideboard for a card. But Will is absent of those cards. Will's deck list is. So he might have a hard time beating this Slaughter Games if it is to resolve.
Yes, that is true. Also, Will Krueger named your deck list all other deck lists on Melee. As part of the commentary team, I'm gonna need you to name your deck accurately for when we're picking future matches in the future. But jokes aside, yes, Krueger's deck very similar to Connor Mullally's deck that we saw just a couple rounds ago. Those two very close friends I know have worked together on this deck a bunch. As we are seeing Jessie sort of mulligan down here, and she knows, listen, my normal game plan is not good enough. I can't 1-for-1 against Krueger. These two are friends. They know what each other are playing. And just as I need to find slaughter games or some sort of, heavy Sylvan Caryatid hand to try and get there off the top.
Right. Yeah. You're almost just in Jessie's spot. She thinks that she kind of has to mulligan to a fast bring to light. And, the cop, like you said, the Scopius of Sylvan Caryatid mentioned or means that it can happen on turn 4 if she is able to kind of assemble that sort of combo. But yeah, and then from Will's side of things, just looking for as fast as a combo as possible, a fast Lotus field, some draw spells, hidden strings, stuff like that. So that is kind of the dynamic. Now we talked about bring to light for slaughter games. Past that, not a ton. Jessie has a lot of bricks in her deck, like Chain of the Rocks and Leyline Binding. Not going to offer a ton up here. Stuff like Extinction Event and the Sweepers, not really doing much. Omnath is fine, but it's a little bit slow. So really, like you said, Jessie is almost all in on this bring to light game 1.
Yep. And we're going to have to see if she can get that going in time in this matchup. Will Krueger, like we said, really well versed in the Lotus Field deck, and one of our most accomplished players, not only on our own circuit here with playing multiplayer championships, being Player of the Year back in 2020, but also winner of the Mox, Pro Tour multi-time competitor. Works with some of the best players in the game. This is one of the most killer people you want to see, and playing a deck that he's really loves and passionate about is going to be extra hard because it's not like Krueger's playing, he's good, you have to figure out. This is a deck he loves to play and plays in his spare time. He's really working on innovating. Like we mentioned, this Peer into the Abyss seems to be sort of his technology and something he's really taken to heart as we cast the Impulse here.
Yep. So, both players just doing a little bit of developing. For Jessie, no turn 2 Caryatid. That was probably what she was really looking for there. And then, from Will's side of things, just cantripping, trying to find Lotus Field plus Thespian Stage to assemble the mana generation, and casting a Shimmer here. Potentially might have a copy. I think I just saw Field in that top 4. So if he doesn't have a copy, he's going to have one now.
Yep. So you're going to see Krueger double checking, making sure he has everything available to him that he actually wants to have. Also for Jessie, for turn 3 slaughter games, you have to have this turn 2 Sylvan Caryatid. But if she does have Caryatid to bring to light, it was going to be turn 3 no matter how she did it. So developing this triumph could be, the right way for her to set herself up to succeed later off the top of her deck. We're going to see exactly how it goes here as Lotus Field gets played and sacks 2 of the lands.
Yeah, this is the big turn for Jessie. No Caryatid. Okay, so we're not going to see a slaughter games next turn, and Will knows that as well. So Will knows that he even has one additional turn to develop here. Likely just if he has Thespian Stage, that's pretty much what he'll want to develop. Maybe something like an upkeep. Yep, the player on beside you. I like that. Do you want to do it in upkeep to make Jessie use her mana in that particular phase, give her less draw steps to find it? I mean, I guess she could theoretically just have the slaughter games in hand. That is a possibility.
Yeah, she might just be able to cast it. She can name Peer into the Abyss, and then Krueger's only way of winning, I'm sort of looking over his deck list now, is he can make a big lair of the Hydra, and then he can use hidden strings to tap down attackers, blockers for the attacker. So Jessie's deck doesn't have that many creatures, so Krueger is really cold to slaughter games if it hits Lotus Field. Sort of can't really do anything to win from that position, but from this spot, might actually be able to still win here. Jessie activating a Fabled Passage. If we grab a Swamp here, that might be a good sign that she has slaughter games in hand, or setting up for one in the future. Her deck does play one of each basic.
And now, question, she is getting the Swamp. What do you name?
I think I named Peer into the Abyss. Just because I assume she knows about Krueger and the Peer into the Abyss stuff. He loves to spread the good gospel. And so I think that's probably your best line of winning. Maybe you're supposed to name something like Hidden Strings. I'm really sort of unsure what exactly I would name in this spot. My guess is that Peer into the Abyss on this build is better since there's only one actual winning condition besides the layer. And then maybe you can beat the layer if it goes long enough. But I'm not actually sure. I'm curious to see sort of what she goes for if she does have it here. And she has a Kiora.
Yeah. All a moot point as we see a Kiora, no slaughter games here for Jessie. So, like we said, she's playing for that bring to light next turn, but there's a very high likelihood that there isn't going to be a next turn.
Yeah, and Krueger knows too that bring to light could hit the slaughter games. So for him, he sort of knows he's under the gun, but also it's weird because we mentioned he can win with like Lair of the Hydra, and if Jesse chooses to name a thing like, well, we're pulling out mana, Krueger is not messing around. I was gonna say he might try to just be like, listen, have slaughter games, whatever. I can win without through this, doesn't matter. And it looks like we're gonna start floating mana. My understanding is typically this is the best way to start, is to make the 3 black and the 3 blue if you're someone at home interested. Just because that lets you you have the 2 black for your ultimatum pre-set up, and then you can just make green off the last one there. So that's also why you see those players make that, and then also works with the Dark Petition cycle here. And we're going to see what exactly is going on.
Yeah, looks like Will's going to make some more mana. Got a Vizier here, and I don't know if you saw this too, but we see Joe in the chat. So again, Joe, make sure you take a look at every single move that Will's making here, and you can discuss that with Tom next round.
Yeah, if you just want to join Joe and just start, between sideboarding, just list them and then leave really quickly, that'd be great too. We're happy to have you jump in the booth here for a second. You're going to have Joe Lissa and Dom Harvey take you all home for the last 3 rounds of Swiss and the top 8 once we're done here at this round. So that's exciting if you're big fans of those guys. As we are going to cast a pour over the pages here, net us some mana and get a little bit more card selection going on.
Discarding a Grazer, don't need that one. Yeah, this is where we're kind of just going through the motions at this point. Will very likely is going to win the game this turn, but technically speaking, it's not deterministic. So we got to go through some of the motions. I assume once an ultimatum is put on the stack, Jesse will probably will pack it up. But just want to make sure that we find that. In theory, it could brick, but not very likely.
Yeah, and we found Dark Petition there, so I'm not sure what the take is. It's a little hard to see Will's hand too, so this makes it a little awkward. I'm like, is Will whiffing, or is Will just sort of casting spells as a way to make sure that when he casts the ultimatum, it's only for the cards he cares about? It's a little hard to know, as we do see hidden strings here. I'm going to use some of the mana to untap our lands. Hidden String, stronger than Dark Ritual in the right context.
True. Only with Thespian stage.
Yeah. And the old Lodi. As we're going to now cast Dark Petition, we're going to search our deck for a instant sorcery, put in our hand, and since we do have Spell Mastery, we're going to get black, black, black added to our mana pool. That's going to help us cast the Emergent Ultimatum, as we do see Krueger here, float the green, then use all this mana and cast Emergent Ultimatum. Jesse's probably going to just make sure that, Krueger has it. Also, Jesse might not know that Krueger's playing Pier this weekend. She might know Krueger's a big fan of it, but maybe Krueger didn't feel it was the right call for the weekend, and sort of in paper versus Moto, things are different. She might want to see what's going on here.
Yeah, just want to maybe see what the actual win condition is, make sure she has all the information that she needs when we go to sideboarding here. So we see, was that Lear Omniscience Pier? So yeah, you're in a spot where if you give Will Pier Omniscience, he draws half his deck. Yeah, okay, that's it. We've seen enough.
Yeah, and now Jesse does know, like we mentioned before here, that she is playing against the Pier version, which she's probably aware of, but also, now she doesn't have to worry about Mastermind's Acquisition, Fey of Wishes, those sort of cards. So that is going to sort of change the dynamic up here. But yeah, sort of as expected, without the slaughter games, the sort of 5-color decks can't really compete with the Lotus Field deck in game 1 outside of having that sort of thing. So no real surprise there. Let's check out the sideboards, though, and see what each player is going to be doing to try and convert their game into their favorite postboard. We're going to see Jesse Robkin's deck here. She has 3 Rending Volleys, 2 Pithy Needles, 2 Dove and Vetoes, 2 Reckoner Bankbuster, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Stroke Lavinia, and Gigantha the Wellspring. What do you like here?
So if, as we said, if Jesse is aware of the specific version that Will is playing with the loop of the Pier, so basically for people in chat who may not know the loop, it's you essentially cast Pier, loop it with Balagid Recovery a couple times. Now, as we discussed in the previous matchup, that loop does kind of get broken up by Rest in Peace. So I mentioned Jesse wants to go towards those, probably the Pithing Needle, because if you have it on turn, early in the game, you can name Thespian Stage to prevent that from copying a Lotus Field. Dovin's Veto, Disdainful Stroke, very good at countering the Piers, the Ultimatums, and the Dark Petitions. And then Lavinia, I think, is pretty good because that one breaks up the Emergent Ultimatum. It's a little narrow, but it does stop the Ultimatums.
Well, it stops the ultimatum, and you can't cast spells if you can.
Right.
With more lands you control. So
yeah,
the early cantripping stuff we can cast really easily, but the big payoff cards we're not going to be able to do there. So pretty good little tech card she has in that sideboard slot. Let's check out what Will Krueger's going to have, because like we talked about, we mentioned this in the earlier rounds, how Joe Lissette, we were talking about who decides what stock with Lotus Field. Joe, we decided GU. We think he made some big innovations in the RC. And having this real sort of sideboard is one of those big innovations. So we have 2 Terra Thunder, 2 Hope Tinder, 2 Depopulate, 2 Zakama, 2 Fading Hope, Behold this, the Beyond, sorry, Ritual of Soot, Elder Gargaroth, Dragonlord Dromica, and Sphinx of the Final World.
So I'm not a Lotus Field expert, but my guess is that we want to bring in some additional threats specifically against the slaughter games. Now, I'm not sure which of these threats you want to go towards because there's a plethora of them here. We have Elder Gargaroth, Dragonlord Dromoka, Sphinx, Zakama. So any of those options to sort of kind of sidestep and play around that slaughter games, I'm not sure which one of those are best. Likely Zakama offers you a little bit more utility, and maybe something like either the Sphinx or the Dromoka. Gargaroth is probably the weakest of the bunch. So some combination of those. Terra Sunder to blow up Rest in Peace, and Pithing Needle in the post-board game seems pretty good. And do you have any idea what this Behold the Beyond is doing in the sideboard? Talk to me about that.
So Behold the Beyond is a card that you see them go for in Emergent Ultimate and Wish Piles. It seems like Krueger has decided to put some of the Hope Tinders in the main deck. We saw, Connor Mullaly earlier today had 1 Voyaging Satyr in the main, 3 Hope Tinders in the side. Krueger has 2 Hope Tinder main, 2 in the side. So those are 4 of the very similar effects. It looks like he's trying to just have a little bit more speed in game ones and has given up on a card that's more combo oriented. So I'm going to imagine there are specific matchups where you really want to Behold the Beyond, where maybe something like Hope Tinder or some other cantrip card isn't quite as good. So I'm going to imagine that's sort of the point. And I sort of agree with your analysis there. I think Zakama is the one that makes the most sense since it can blow up cards like Rest in Peace, which can be problematic there. So we might just see multiple though, because we did see Connor bring in, Elder Gargaroth against the Bring to Light deck. I'm sorry, the Connection deck in the earlier round, as we are drawing up our hands here for game number 2. Will Krueger had a Terra Sunder in his opening hand there. So he has, come prepared, knows that Jesse, A, knows his deck really well, and B, knows that Jesse knows. So, he's going to make sure to have the right cards here. As Jesse looks to be excited. She kept 7 and Krueger's going to 6. Every little bit helps. And both these players, are battling it out here. They are not dead for top 8. They still are live if they can win out from here. So 2-1-1.
Right. And as we talked about, this being the first event of the season, a lot of the NRG points on the line. So these players are definitely going to want to play, even if you just top 16, because I have to imagine that both of these players are going to be playing, if not all of them or most of the upcoming NRG events. So the points definitely matter a lot for these players.
Yeah, we saw that comment with Connor Mullaly, right? He just barely beat Jesse last year because he played every event and Jesse didn't, and playing those little events, getting those top 32s versus dropping is make or break in the Player of the Year races. We do see a Plains. Jesse has a turn 2 play. Looks to be Sylvan Carry added. Her mana comes to play untapped. Lucky for her there.
We'll see if we maybe see a turn 3 slaughter games, perhaps. I mean, the turn 2 carried it into the turn 3 naturally drawn slaughter games. That's probably how you want to draw it up like that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Slaughter games it's just straight up non-land, right? Not non-basic. Yeah, non-land. Okay. Because I know that some of those cranial extraction effects can name like lands, but not basic lands. So you always got to make sure we get the right text on that.
Yep. Yeah, and that's why some players. Well, for this one, it's you just name a non-land card. But yeah, so like you can just grab the piers, the strings, all those sort of cards or something they can actually do. I've seen some people want to play things like Necromancia because it can. I believe Necromancia is the one that can name lands. There are a lot of different of these variants, and having the right one for the right problem is pretty good. This one's sort of uncounterable, so it's also good against control decks where your deck kind of suffers, where you can actually just name their win conditions and then work from there.
Yeah, and we see a Pithing Needle here from Jesse, very likely naming Thespian Stage. I don't really think there's too much else. Theoretically, if you've maybe extracted other win conditions from Krueger's deck, maybe you could get into a spot where later in the game you would want to name Lair, but early on, you're almost always going to want to name Thespian Stage.
Big agree there. So we do see Krueger sort of taking a moment to think here. He's looking to cast a Sylvan Scrying. We might see something like Boseiju get grabbed here to answer the Pithing Needle. That's part of the big innovations in these decks is in big new cards. It's just Boseiju as a tutorable answer to half your problems. You play 3-4 Boseijus in your deck, you've got to answer to half the hate cards that people bring in against you. Yeah.
Now, okay. So with the Sylvan Scrying last turn, I'm guessing that one got the stage. I think
that one got the field. Yeah.
The second one did. So he didn't get 2 fields, did he?
Oh, I thought the first one. I must have been mistaken. I'm not sure he grabbed them, to be honest. I thought he grabbed Field.
Okay.
I thought I saw Lotus Field get revealed, but regardless, yeah, I mean, Krueger, I'm going to guess if he didn't pick up a Boseiju here, just either doesn't care about Thespian stage or had it rolled up.
Yeah.
So you're going to see a Bring to Light get cast here for all 5 colors, I'm assuming. So Jessie can search through her deck and try and find something to play.
And then here's the question we talked about last game. If you get the Slaughter games, what are we naming? Oh, we're going for Valky.
Yeah, looks like she's going to try winning the game here. Valky, it's a creature on the front side, but because the way this card works, you actually get to put Valky on the stack, and you can cast it for Tibble on the backside if you want. So that's Valky God Allies, but we want the Tibble, the Cosmic Imposter on screen. That is most likely what Jessie is doing. Yes, so this Tibble lets you play cards as though the mana of any color they're exiled by Tibble's ability, and then Tibble starts exiling cards. So Jessie might just be doing this because she's like, listen, I don't think Slaughter Games is going to actually do anything right now, or has it in hand, and just wants to get the Tibble on board to sort of, work through and try and win the game.
Man, I remember the time in Modern when you used to be able to put this card into play on turn, as early as turn 0. So most of the time, turn 1 or turn 2. I don't know if you got to play that deck at all a little bit.
It was unbelievable, to say the least. It might be one of the most broken decks in Modern history that no one ever talks about.
And Valky finding is a combo here. I mean, we could just cast that.
Yeah, honestly, we gotta need a little bit more lands, but that could come up. Jessie needs some way to win. Also, hitting the Zakama, if Jessie does have Slaughter Games or something like Pier, that could be the end of the game. That Zakama will just block an opposing Zakama. So, or it could be the only one. We don't know how many Krueger brought in.
Yeah, it really all depends on. Oh, we got the land out. No way. This early?
It looks like we're gonna cycle the Vizier here. This might be a situation where Krueger's doing it for coverage and is gonna maybe answer a Pithing Needle and then move on with the day. We're going to have to see exactly what the plan is. We just played Boseiju for a turn, so that means we did have access to Boseiju as we play a Pour Over the Pages, found another Boseiju there, saw that one for sure. So Krueger does have access to answer the needle whenever he finds the stage and wants to do it. Looks like he's thinking. And I'm looking over here. I wonder what Jessie had in her deck to actually pressure and put lethal towards the board. So I was starting to wonder if maybe you're just supposed to get Omnath or something, because this Valky.
Yeah. Because, like you said, looking at the deck list, there's not. Valky, it doesn't pressure. It doesn't actually go after Will's life total. But playing towards the ultimate does provide a good amount of value. Although, even if you ultimate the Valky, you get a bunch of Sylvan Scryings and Vizier of Tumbling Sands to cast off the Valky, which doesn't really accomplish too much. But yeah, Jessie's really only pressure here, to actually pressure Will's life total in that regard, is Omnath. So, yeah, outside of that, there's not really a ton else.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see sort of what she's going for here. She maybe has Lavinia rolled up in hand too, and that's why she's doing this. There's a lot of different reasons why we could be going through here. And we're going to see the Boseiju go after the Pithing Needle. That means Thespian Stage can be named again in the future, or activated in the future. And Jessie's going to get a land for it, which, funny enough, Jessie has 5 lands in play with 2 Caryatids. That's 7. We're only 2 lands away from this Zakama in exile. Which is,
so what's the exact text? It untaps all of your lands, right? When it comes into play?
Yeah, ETB, untap all lands you control. Gotcha. Amulet players played this for a little bit.
Blowing up artifacts or enchantments. I don't think that's too relevant against Will's deck. I guess you can break up an Omniscience turn, but Will can play around that.
That is something that seems beatable to me. I'm not positive, but it does seem beatable.
Probably.
Yeah. Let's see. Jessie fetched here, grabbed the swamp. We might just see Jessie do something like Slaughter Games into Lavinia this turn, right? If she didn't grab Lavinia, which is something she could have done off Bring to Light, which would have turned off, essentially a lot of what Krueger could have been doing if it was scarier. Makes me wonder if she just has it.
Yeah, you mentioned that. You bring up a good point there. I feel like if she had either Lavinia or Slaughter Games, maybe you wanted to go towards that. So there is a very high likelihood she has one or both of those cards in hand. If she has both, that might just be lights out. If you combine both of those cards with the active Valky, that might be really tough.
Yeah, we have an impulse into Omnath, so that Omnath's going to be pretty good there. Jessie used her fetch land last turn. Might have another one in hand, though. Can't use the swamp for the Omnath. Oh, actually, maybe you can because of Tybalt. Because Tybalt does some weird things with casting my spells. Is weird. Yeah. So
Yep, you can cast the spells with any color.
Nice. That's a little bit of,
We got a little Fable Passage action here to get some mana. So we're going to get some Omnath mana. That'll be access to 8 total mana. Potentially if Jessie has another copy of Bring to Light. And maybe the other thing is maybe she had another Bring to Light rolled up and felt like she's going to cast Impulse. Okay. I was going to say maybe she has another Bring to Light rolled up and felt like she wasn't going to die. Get some mana. I feel like she wasn't going to die that turn. So figured she was like, it's okay to get the Tibalt that turn. And then with the second Bring to Light, she can get the hate piece to follow.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Krueger being like, hey, guess what? I didn't bring these things to not use them on coverage. We're going to see the top 4 here.
I think I saw a Rest in Peace.
Yeah, that's going to be good for answering the pure kill. We used one Boseiju on board and we used another one there. So there's a moment where maybe you can assemble enough of a house of cards that, Krueger can't fight through them all. Typically, given enough time, you can beat anything, but...
Although I will say one awkward part about this Rest in Peace, if you're playing as the Ultimate the Valky next turn, you actually lose access to the Bring to Light off of the Valky, which makes this Valky Valky proposition a little bit more dicey.
That is true. Yeah, and then you have to replay the needle. Maybe just wait a turn.
Yeah, maybe she wants to grab the Rest in Peace for next turn, the turn after, Ultimate the Valky, and then play the Rest in Peace.
Yeah, it looks like she cycled a Triumph there, figuring out what she wants to do. She's just going to actually play the Rest in Peace now.
Okay.
Maybe think she has enough going on that she doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can also still just go up with the Tibalt too, and you have the Zakama there with 3, 6, 8. So land lets us play Zakama.
Yeah, we have a Thespian stage here, and Krueger is going to. Yeah, he's pulling out the stuff. That is not a good sign if you're a Jesse Robkin fan, because Krueger was maybe just activating the Lotus field. The Thespian stage become a Lotus field here to dodge Boseiju. That would make a lot of sense. But Krueger would not pull out the swamp and the forest if that was happening. And it does look like we're going to cast Hidden Strings, untapping those 2 lands. And now Krueger has access to the main part of his deck. He doesn't have his graveyard. And like we talked about before with the Pier combo, he needs to be able to pick up the Piers from the graveyard. So he can't get the Pier into exile without being able to win off Zakama. And all the Hidden Strings and things he loses might make it harder for him to actually win.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the deck list here. So we got 3 Boseijus, 2 Otawaras, and then obviously the sideboard. What was the Terra Sunder? Terra Sunder was the sideboard card. Which didn't you mention? He had a copy of Terra Sunder a while back, right?
Yeah, but it might have been the hand he mulliganed at the start. I'm unsure.
Okay.
The first hand I saw his definitely had Terra Sunder. So Hope Tender, couple lands there.
Yeah, because as long as Will can get this Rest in Peace off the battlefield without, before casting the Pier or exiling the Pier, everything, he should be good to go. And does have a decent amount of answers, plus the Sylvan Scryings, which can also find Boseiju. So realistically has upwards of 8 to 10 answers to this Rest in Peace.
Yep. Looks like Hidden Strings again. Yeah, it looks like the real question is going to be less about if Will can answer the Rest in Peace and more, can Will finish going off from there with the amount of damage Rest in Peace has done? The answer is probably yes, especially if it's like right now-ish, but it is definitely not a given.
Yeah, and then notably, Will has 3 copies of Balaged. Now, I know that you had mentioned that you talked to Will about the combo. Do you know exactly how many Balageds do you need to have remaining before you can go off?
I'm pulling it up.
I shouldn't ask that question.
Hang on, I got like here this. I read a guide recently that like explained this. I want to say every Balaged loses you like 8 or something damage. I can't remember exactly. I'm going to pull it up real quick because I have it over here on my computer. And let's be honest, Twitch chat, we're just kind of vibing together right now, I thought I had
Will's just doing his thing.
I don't know where I went. All right, well, I'm going to sort of half look for that while I'm talking here, but we got Ultimatum. You're probably going to see the grabbing of the normal stuff. Okay, hang on. I have found the guide. I'm scrolling.
Okay. Step 1.
Okay. The number of Piers to cast. So what I'm seeing here is a graph that says 1 Pier beats them at 1 card in deck, as you might guess. 4 Piers beat them at 8 to 15 cards. 5 Piers beats 16 to 31. And then 6 Piers beats 32 to 63 cards.
Okay.
So that means he's going to need to cast Pierce 6 times on his opponent, if I am understanding this graph correctly, if Jesse has 32 or more cards, which means we have to go Pierce, cast it with the Balagets 3 times, that's 4, and then have a Balagets be from hand.
Back to Balagets.
Yeah. And then that should win from there. That is my understanding.
Yep.
This is a Google Doc that I'm reading off of. I just saw 3 people hop on. I wonder how many of them are in the Twitch chat actually here, looking at the same guy that I am. Hello to y'all. But yes, that seems to be the case. I'm actually going to scroll down and see if there's a thing for life totals. I guess life total is very similar too. You do 20, you go to 10, then 5, and then 3, and then 2, and then so you need to have 5, I think, to do lethal with the deck.
Oh, okay. Well, that's actually less than, right?
Yeah, well, but Jesse at 21. So that would be
right.
So it's gonna be the same. I think if I did that math correctly there.
God, one life.
Yeah, that one life's really mattering. Obviously, casting it on them is a little bit harder too because you don't get all the extra cards, but yeah.
Yeah, so Will is resolving this ultimatum now. What are we? I see a Terra Sunder. I believe that's a Pier. I can't tell what that blue card is.
I'm honestly not sure either. I'm going to guess it's Pour Over the Pages because it kind of looks like Jace.
Yeah. So if you give... I wonder... Oh, so Will might just have an answer rolled up to the Rest in Peace in his hand. Because my thinking was, if you give Will Pour Pier... so what Will can do, even if Will doesn't have an answer to the Rest in Peace rolled up, he can stack it so where you go resolve the Pour first and try to dig for an answer to the Pier. Because if the Pier resolves, it gets exiled off the Rest in Peace, right?
I think so, yeah. It also could be a situation where Krueger is just knows he has another Zakama, and it's just going to worry about it. It also may be a spot where, and it usually just happens sometimes, Krueger knows Jesse is smart, knows that Jesse knows Pierce how he's going to win, and might put it back into the deck, right? But if Krueger maybe didn't want that to happen, right? Like it could be a spot where he's counting on Jesse not letting him have that.
Right.
I don't know for sure, but it's definitely sometimes when you're sort of forced in positions where you can't win through normal means, that's a play you might have to do. I'm not saying that is the case, but it could be a case here as Pour the Pages does get cast untapping too. And Terra Sunder is now in the graveyard. So now from this point, I'm curious what Joe Lisette has to say about the play and everything. We'll see that soon enough, but we should probably be able to win. I think we used 3 hidden strings. I was half tracking. Obviously, I started looking up the data on Pour Over the Appearance.
I think it was 3.
Yeah, okay. So that means we have 1 left, and I think we used 2 pours. So we have 2 pours. So the question really is, all right, can we do it from here? And then Dark Petition, we do have Spell Mastery.
Yeah, so now we just go Petition. We have 8 mana. So we can't actually Petition and Pier with enough mana to floating to cast strings. Interesting. So maybe we'll see what Will's going for here. Oh, we have another strings. Okay, so now if he tutored for Pier, now we can Pier with enough mana floating. This should be good enough.
Yeah, then you go half your deck. That's probably enough for Krueger to win.
Well, Will's got a small-ish remaining library, so maybe, I don't know. It depends on what's left over in Will's deck. And if we assume correctly, that actually might be the 4th hidden strings.
Yeah, and we might not be able to untap enough.
That's what I'm thinking, too. We might not be able to make enough mana. If that is the 4th strings.
Yeah, and so we resolved it. I'm not going to lie. This version is a lot harder to follow and track if you've never seen it before. If you haven't played it. I miss the days of Approach of the Second Sun.
I know. This game would have been over by now if Will just had Approach.
Yeah. But he would have had more clunky cards in his main deck. And that is the big difference, Twitch chat. You're curious, why do all of this? Krueger doesn't have a bunch of clunky tutors in his deck. He just has his 1 win condition. And so that gives him a little bit of extra space for more cards.
Chat's asking about the Zakama. The Zakama was hit off of the Tibalt. So that is under Jesse's Tibalt.
The Tibalt is the thing with the 9 dice on it above Giganta. Yep. So Jesse, not much respect for the game, puts on top of Tibalt's art. Someone worked really hard to draw that card, and Jesse just never looks at the art. Makes you wonder about what she's doing with her life choices like that.
See, even you take it out of the sleeve partially, so then you put the dice on that the portion of the sleeve.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's like perfect.
That's moderately played by my book. As we are going to see Krueger sort of go through it here. And it really is. I wish I could give you more information, chat, but we're all kind of just vibing right now to see if it goes.
Yeah,
on,
we're just chilling. We're just hanging out. We can start talking about standard too if you want. Just start talking about other stuff.
Let's. Have you been watching good shows recently? Seen any good movies?
No, not really. I'm not really into shows too much. I don't have a lot of time after streaming and all that.
Sure. Yeah.
Working a lot on content.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, coaching takes up like most of my day, and I have a couple hours left. I'm trying not to just do Magic all the time. I'm trying to be a person too.
Yeah,
so
I hear that. Socialize.
Yeah. Now, if only I had friends to socialize with, then it would be so much easier. But Jessie here doing her thing.
Yeah, like I said, like you Will and Jessie, we're all just vibing.
Yeah.
Just having a good time.
This is why I'm against Lotus Field on coverage.
You did mention that earlier.
I did try to save us from back. I knew a Lotus Field player would do well too because the deck's so powerful right now. I was like, well, we're gonna have to see. Do we have to cover them early? I'm down to see Player of the Year Will Krueger versus Jesse Robkin runner up in the Players Championship. Two great players, but it is a moment of oh no, what are we doing? But that's okay. Magic is sweet in its own way, and there are all these cool things we could do. Also, if Krueger whiffs on this, which I have no clue how close he is to whiffing or not.
Wait, are we going to discard it?
Yeah, Jesse just
look at discard. Boy, wait a minute.
So we did whiff. We have a second recipe in the deck. There's no Zakama. None of that happened. Even if we did Zakama, Jessie has more mana. Jessie has her own Zakama. She can exile it with the Tybalt. She's looking at the cover. She's looking around. She's like, is this murder? Am I getting away with it? What's going on here? What's happening?
Jesse's going to ult the Tybalt and cast her own Peer into the Abyss.
Can Jessie combo kill Krueger with the Peer into the Abyss?
Yeah, because I don't think Will had that many cards left in his library. Oh my goodness.
Well, also, it just does half the damage, right? So it's just a fireball.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. And Krueger just realizes he can't win with what's going on. He's just going to concede. Oh my gosh. I'm glad we just vibed instead because it's way cooler that way. What a wild thing. And this is sometimes something that can happen, The Peer into the Abyss is a lot cleaner, a lot more neat, and it isn't a deterministic kill like the other ones. So sometimes you give up this and this happens 1 in 100 games, but luckily we caught one of those 100 games on camera here. So that's going to be exciting to honestly go back and rewatch it and see just how close was he. If he had one more strings, could he have done it? I'm not sure on the mana. It's a really big graphs and timetables and everything. When I first started playing Magic, Devin, players said to play Doomsday, you had to read this 100-page article, about how to play Doomsday and everything. And I feel like Lotus Field is only like a 30,000 word article. Excuse me. But still quite big. For the Peer into the Abyss version, you need to have a brain as big as the Abyss to really play it masterfully, which Krueger does have, but it can still fall apart.
Right. The brain can only contain so much knowledge. And there's an old saying, that's why we play the games. There is a somewhat deterministic kill, but it's not actually deterministic at the end of the day. And like you said, we saw that 0.001% happen. If maybe Will had one extra hidden strings or one extra source of extra mana, something could have changed, but realizes he was just dead to that. And we're right back into game number 3.
Yeah, it looks like these players are playing quickly. They both have a draw. Krueger actually drew against this deck in round 1. They both know another draw. They're only going to die, so they're playing quickly here. We see just a land go from Krueger into a land from Jesse. Say go off the field passage. Cast this Sylvan Scrying. I believe grabbed Lotus Field there. If it wasn't Lotus Field, it's Thespian Stage or Beseiju. That's typically the 3 they grab, since those are just Lotus Field number 2, and then Answer the Hate card. So, what we see here is Jesse plays a Sylvan Caryatid off a shock from the Temple Garden.
Yep, and turn 2 carried. That is, as we talked about, very, very important for Jessie, especially when she's on the draw, because, if Will does something like, say, next turn Thespian Stage copy, that's going to be the window for Jessie to be able to go Bring to Light Slaughter games. And, Will knows about that. So, we saw the Zakama Pro Sport for Will in game 2. So is, aware of that and does have the additional win conditions necessary. But we'll see what Jessie's follow-up is here. Looks like we're tapping some mana.
Also, Pithing Needle here, going to probably name Thespian Stage. How insane, though. Can we talk about the fact that the Tybalt hit the Zakama mattered so much?
Yeah. Especially, we don't know for certain if Will brought in Will brought in the second copy, but if he didn't, then well, I'm guessing he probably didn't, right?
Yeah. As we are going to see Jesse here cast Lavinia, that's going to make it harder for Krueger to cast cards like Pour Over the Pages. So Krueger's still going to be able to cast his 2-drops really easily, and then he's going to activate Lair the Hydra, and Jesse seems to have missed that the Lair was played there, and now Krueger's going to immediately snap take that trade. Heads up play from him. Yeah, that's a rough one there.
That is a trade that Will definitely would want to make.
Yeah, as I think Jesse, though, does have Slaughter Games in her hand. So, yeah, she can name Hidden Strings here or Pour Over the Pages. She can also name Peer into the Abyss a lot. Yeah, she see her sort of tanking here. She's sort of in a very awkward spot now. We're going to see what she names by, what's going through here and taking out of the deck. Looks like there's a Pour in the hand, so it wasn't Pour that we took. It might just be the one Peer into the Abyss.
Yeah, 2 copies of Boseiju. Is that 2 Boseiju's, Botanical Sanctum, Stage, Odawara, Pier? Yeah, so just all ins and a Pier. But Will does have the Answer to the Needle, which we're assuming is naming Stage, as well as the Thespian Stage. Okay, naming strings is actually kind of good because as we talked about last game, which we saw towards the end of the game, Will needs a certain number of strings and mana to be able to go off with the Pier stuff. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense from Jesse's side of things.
Yeah, and also, Jesse now just buys a bunch of time, right? There's a bunch of things Krueger can use to answer time, but he, like you mentioned, the 1% stuff does come up more and we sort of take them apart. And now, we just got a real chance. And if Jesse gets Valky, the ultimate lets her do this again. So we saw her go for that in the first game. Maybe that's part of her plan. If I was Jesse, my plan would be to hit Valky and just keep hitting the win conditions. Then Krueger can't win. Because we beat the Lair, we traded the Lavinia, and now, we got that one done.
And Will's only on 1 layer, so the layer's down. And, she did take a look at the deck list to know exactly what the other creatures that Will brought in, because we mentioned Will had quite a few creatures in his sideboard. There's the Sphinx, the Draboka, the Gargaroth, and the 2 Zakamas. Now, you and I don't know exactly how much Will brought in. Jesse is now aware of that information, so she knows exactly what win conditions Will has left now that those hidden strings are gone and the combo aspect of things is no longer on the table.
Yeah, we are going to see Jesse here cast Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Going to get the old Fable going.
Fable.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if Jesse has a follow-up here. Look at Jesse's deck list. We had some counter spells here. We had a couple Dovin's Vetoes, which she and Stainable Strokes here too. So if she has a copy of those in hand, she knows about the Pour Over the Pages. Those would be good to hold up too.
Yeah, it's going to be a spot where Jesse just sort of, chip shots Krueger down, got rid of the hidden strings instead of the Pour. It's the only way to really generate extra mana. And that's not the best way to generate extra mana. That is only nets you 1. So it's going to be really hard for it to do much more than select a bunch. Now, if you get a Leer into play, you can sort of chain them off a little bit. But that is a big ask because Krueger plays. That's when Sage passes the turn. There's still a Boseiju in place. So Jesse knows that she cannot, the Krueger cannot copy the Lotus Field until the time comes. We got a little rummage action. Players playing quickly here. Looks like we discarded Sylvan Caryatid. They know that time is going to be a factor. They don't want to get any more draws.
Right. And if we take a look at, there's 14 matches left. I think we can probably find out how much time. I don't know if we can see time.
Yeah, behind the scene producer might tell us. As Fable the Mirror Breaker, number 2, that's actually going to be a great way to win because Jesse will have all this mana laying around. She can just make a bunch of copies of Fable and win the game here.
Yep.
We have about 9 minutes left in the round, so our players are playing briskly, but still plenty of time to come to a natural conclusion of this match. It looks like we're going to see Boseiju hit the Pithing Needle. Looks
pointing at Gigantha.
I don't know why we're pointing at Gigantha. Maybe that's just a little joke. Yeah, maybe Krueger pointed to Gigantha with the Boseiju, and Jesse was like, "Did you mean Fable or did you mean this?" Krueger goes, "What?" And she goes, "You pointed to Gigantha," and he's like, "Oh, sorry." That could be a very reasonable thing that happens because, from Jesse's point of view, maybe he wants to blow that up.
All right, now we'll have to see. We're gonna do a little bit of vibing here, but we'll have to see. Well, first of all, does Jesse have a counterspell for this Pour? If so, Will doesn't really have much left. If she doesn't, and there's the Dovin's Veto. Okay, Will's turn is basically, maybe stopped here. 2 black floating. There's not really a ton else he can do. He can play out this Odawara. Looks like he's thinking about it.
The Odawara is a great way to actually stop the Fable from killing you right away, as is the Boseiju. So Curious to see if Krueger was going to keep one of those to break it up, since that does seem the quickest route to defeat right now is 2 turns from now. Those all getting copied. Looks like he's going to keep the Odawara but play the Waseju. Without the hidden strings, he does also have to get the lands in play, and he is 1 mana, I guess, away from Zakama. So if he draws that, he could play it.
That is a good point. Yeah, so 3, 6, 7, 8. Will just has the combo rolled up. That could be a potential possibility. Jesse's already used the slaughter game, so we can't go towards that. Excuse me. So if maybe we have Bring to Light here. What are we looking for, Jesse? So we've exhausted the slaughter games. We've exhausted the Lavinia. So past that, we got like probably just Valky at that point, right?
You can Valky. You could grab. I guess Omnath isn't the worst. Honestly, Elishnorn might be okay, because it makes them not untap the lands if you have like other ways to kill stuff, and then all your
that's
things
actually
double.
a good point.
Looks like we have Giganta getting played here just is a 5/5, and that's going to be on the next turn. Not a good matchup here for Jessie Robkin. This is one that she's not super excited to play against, but luckily she did draw some of her powerful sideboard cards. Will Krueger had Odawara in hand. It was floating 6 mana, ripped a Vizier of Tumbling Sands, going to untap the land, knows that he is basically done for, so he has to go for it this turn if he's going to go for it.
Ultimatum, and there's another counterspell from Jesse.
That's huge. Yeah, getting the Dovin's Veto on that Ultimatum might be close to lights out. It looks like Krueger did have one more card in hand we just couldn't see. It looks like it was a Hope Tender.
Right. Now, the thing for Jesse here is, can she present a lethal attack? So we have Gigantha, 2 Fable tokens, and we have the potential Reflection that can attack. So you figure block the Reflection. That is 9 damage. That puts Will to 5. Removal spell, that's 11 damage. Put Will to 3. So I'm not convinced that Jesse can deal lethal damage this turn. So we'll have to see where she wants to go.
She does have Reckoner Bankbuster, though. I don't think she's able to crew that up and then make a copy and crew the new one, but she can draw a card. Probably just took it out for some of her Chain to the Rock cards that just are not very good. Maybe left like Leyline Binding in, but yeah, now she can attack here, get 2 treasures, attack for 9, and then end of turn we can make copies of Kiki-Jiki, and we have all this mana up. So Krueger's going to need to win this turn. We might just see a no block here, so the Hope Tender can stay and play for Krueger. Looks like Krueger's a little confused as to something.
I think if I get the look at Will's hand correctly, that might be another Ultimatum. I can't quite tell. There's a card in the middle. Looks like a spell.
Oh yeah, there's a
card.
Yeah, I guess Krueger played with his hand face up on the table, and that's what we thought. There was only those 2 cards. It wasn't actually his hand. Gotcha. Okay,
yeah, he did have a couple spells left over. That was just the cards that Jesse knew about.
All right, and this is it. I wonder if Jesse has just 2 mana, so something like the Disdainful Stroke here is going to be really strong. Yeah, this Hope Tender is going to untap 2 lands with the Exert.
That is the other Ultimatum. So it looks like no counterspell from Jesse. So we are resolving Ultimatum. Now this is the part where we start vibing, because we got to figure out, can Will actually win this game without any copies of Hidden Strings? I don't really know what the plan is here, but I'm sure Will's played this deck a ton, is very well versed in this, and I'm sure he knows he's got a plan in mind. But this is the part of the stream where we just start vibing a little bit.
Yeah, so my brain is churning. I'm thinking, so you can grab Omniscience. That one always gets taken, right? But that one at least guarantees your other 2, because mana is the choke point because we don't have Hidden Strings anymore. We can grab Leer. That let us use up 4 of the pages again. And so it looks like Dark Petition, something, and then Peer into the Abyss.
I think that's an Omniscience.
Is that right? Again, I mean, maybe it's possible Krueger has the Omniscience in hand and or sideboard out, but I'm going to guess it's Omniscience. That does make the most sense.
I think. But yeah, Leer wouldn't make a ton of sense, right? Because if you just give Will Leer Petition. Yeah,
well, if you give
the 2 black cards.
Yeah, I was going to say, but the thing about Leer is you have all the pour over the pages in the graveyard. So then you actually go up a mana each time, which maybe matters. I'm not actually sure. Krueger's counting his deck here. I imagine, once again, I am not a Lotus Field expert, I would guess you want to cast the draw spell before the Dark Petition, because then you can know what you don't have in your hand to fill out what you're missing. But this might be a situation where Krueger has to start peering Jesse. I'm not actually sure. Looks like we are going to draw first.
Peer yourself, and you want to stack them so that you peer first and then resolve the petition, because you get to see what cards you find off of the peer, and then you get to know what you need off the petition. So good stacking there from Will. But yeah, it seems really difficult to be able to generate enough mana here without the hidden strings. And like you said, we've already gone through a couple of pores as well. So if your plan is to peer Jesse a bunch, I don't really know how you get there with, we have access to 8 mana right now. Hope Tender's already been exerted, so no mana there. Pores could potentially be +1 mana. This is going to be tough.
I solved it. I figured it out. It's Zakama. So you have to play Zakama, and then to untap your lands. Then you can disenchant the Fable, shoot down the tokens, block, and gain life.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to combo. We're just going to Zakama beatdown.
I think we have to Zakama and use it as a board wipe, and then hope the 9/9 can go the distance against Jesse. I mean, there might be an actual way to combo, but I was just doing the math here, and it looks to me like as long as Krueger had one chance to untap a land, he can play it, float the mana, and just start activating Zakama's abilities.
I missed that Vizier can untap Hope Tender. That's more mana.
Yes. Yeah. The Hope Tender is really good in this deck. As we did draw, we've got Omniscience. That's going to make it so. All right, the mana floating does matter for Zakama. Looks like they're moving it to the side there. If the mana comes up, Krueger's playing the second enough to know. We're probably going to see him float mana that is stuff for Zakama. So, for example, we might see red get floated here in case he needs to do that from an untap effect. But for the most part, we should be good.
Okay, so now let's go through the math here. 3 Balagad recoveries from hand. That's pour 3 times. Now, we said we needed to cast pour 6 times?
Is that what we're talking about?
Or peer, sorry.
So,
peer.
That's from 20 life. So that's just at 16. So we put her to 8, we put her to 4, we put her to 2, we put her to 1, we put her to 0. So we need 5 peers right now to kill
5,
Jesse.
okay.
Yes.
And we can cast 3 essentially for free if we have all 3 recoveries. But then we need to find mana to then cast the recoveries, because we need to get to go cast 3 recoveries, cast, peer 3 times there, and then you go Leer from hand, but then you need mana to cast the recovery from the graveyard, because Omniscience is only from your hand.
Yes. Looks like we have a Boseiju. The thing about if they played a land this turn, I think right now is the question. I don't know if we can help. The answer is Krueger hasn't. I don't know if we're allowed to do that. I know coverage is allowed to step in and stuff. Krueger last turn had the 3 lands in play.
I think I know what happened. Chat's saying that he cast a Sylvan Scrying and just was moving a little bit too fast, put a card into his hand but didn't reveal it, and it was the Boseiju.
Oh, sure. Yeah. That is awkward. Didn't catch that there. We'll let the judges take care of that, though. That's what judges are for. That's why we hire them. That's why we have them run events, and that's why they're so pivotal magic. We're so happy to have people that spend so much time learning the rules of the game to help us out. We're going to see what happens here, though. But yeah, so thinking about sort of the combo kill where we were before, I'm trying to think more. Joe messaged me on Facebook. Let me know if we're missing something here. Help me out, dog. Throw me a bone. But I think that it is Zakama is the only way, unless we have exactly enough Balagads and mana to untap and do everything. But I think without hidden strings, getting the extra mana is just too rough, because we used some Viziers earlier in the game. I could be mistaken here.
Well, yeah, that's true. Is there like a backdoor line where you could go? No, I was gonna say no. That's too much mana. I was gonna say cast Vizier from the graveyard and bounce it somehow, because you actually get a discount on Otawara with the Leer, but it's only a 1 mana discount. So you go like 3 mana, pick up Vizier, then you still need 2 mana to untap the Hope Tender, which then exerts the Lotus Field. I don't know. There's a lot of numbers here and a lot of math, and my brain, my brain is melting right now. I just can't handle this.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I am looking up something right now to see.
Oh, but the pores are +1. So we have so we need to cast the recoveries. Go ahead.
No, you go. You go.
So I was gonna say we need to cast the recoveries from the graveyard only twice, which actually we just have enough mana, right? We just go Leer from hand for free, recovery from hand, get back peer Jesse, recovery from hand, get back peer Jesse, recovery from hand. That's 3, and then all you need to do from there is 6 more mana to go 3 mana recovery from the graveyard, Pier, 3 mana recovery from the graveyard, Pier. And that's 5 Piers, which should be enough, right? Unless
I don't
I'm
know
missing
about
something.
that. It sounds right when you're saying it, but do I know if it's true? Who knows? I mean, what you said is correct. It's 5, assuming we have the math correct on Pier, right? Because 16 divided by 2 is 8, and then 4, and then 2, and then 1, and then you have the lethal one. So that is 5, yeah. Just did my little finger math. So we're just I mean, this might just be a situation where Krueger is just missing a Balagets recovery. He didn't play any as a land this game, right? So they didn't get exiled and sacked to Lotus Field.
Yeah, and I feel like we can kind of assume that Jesse probably does not have counter magic because that likely would have been fired off at the ultimatum, and likely doesn't have Boseiju because that would have already been fired off at the Omniscience after the Omniscience had been cast. Well, after the first spell had been cast off the Omniscience. So if you're in Will Spot, you can probably safely assume that Jesse doesn't have any backstops here, right?
Well, that's you. Lear also makes it so spells can't be countered.
Sure, that's a good point. Yeah.
So Krueger knows he is in a spot where Boseiju was the one thing he kind of needed to fade, and he faded that. So unless Jesse's doing some insano sicko soul read play. Oh, wait. Jesse draws cards off Pier. She could draw the Boseiju.
Oh, right. Okay, that's what
why Krueger's blowing up his treasures. And now Jesse has to float mana. Because Jesse has the Boseiju. She has the Caryatid with a legendary creature
with the Gigantha.
So Krueger has to have Boseiju be in the last cards in Jesse's deck.
Can Will Odawara the Gigantha to stop the discount on Boseiju?
Oh, he can. Holy, what an ability. Looks like they're checking it too. Oh my goodness.
God, this is too much.
And that's why Krueger was doing it, and that's why this is still going. Krueger's trying to think, okay, I have to set up to beat the Boseiju. And this is why Will Krueger not only is one of the best players on our circuit, one of the masters of the Lotus Field deck, because he just knew this was something he had to do. He's done this so much. He's played this deck so much. He knew he had to be able to beat the Boseiju from Jesse's deck. And now Jesse also, draws a bunch of cards. There might be something in there that could matter. And now, responses back are on. Like we said before, counterspells, not live because of Lear, but Boseiju and things like it are. Oh, and Jesse's... Oh, never mind. She can't do that.
I don't know about you, Mason, but this is way too complicated. Could we just go back to approach?
I was kind of interested in the Abyss version because I was like, oh, that solves a lot of my problems. But now I've watched these games and I don't know if my little brain can handle it. It is too cute and smooth.
Oh man, I would need like an actual spreadsheet to play the second paper. There's no way. Oh, there's a binding. Okay,
binding matter. Oh, wait. Okay, so binding can
kind of matters, but there's still Boseiju access, right? For Will.
Well, so the thing is though is there's the Terra Sunder in the graveyard. I don't know. Did we use 2 Terra Sunders or did we cast one from the yard? Because Krueger can cast as an instant.
Oh, we'll have the Odawara anyways. Okay.
Odawara. Okay. So it looks like that's going to cause it there, and it looks like Jesse is going to pick up her cards and concede. Guess you didn't have the Boseiju there. That is, I mean, so crazy. That was one of the wildest games we have ever seen here on the NRG series. I am shook.
I don't even know what just happened.
Listen, that's going to be the last round for Devin and I. Our brains are exhausted. I can only imagine being Will Krueger right now. He's still got to play more Magic, and there's more Magic to be played. So make sure to stick around real quick here. But we're going to have Joe Lissette and Dom Harvey take you all home for the last 3 rounds of Swiss and then the entirety of our top 8 today. Thank you all so much for having me on the stream. I'm happy to have myself, and I think the same goes for Devin here.
Yeah, I had an absolute blast. Appreciate the opportunity to commentate. Love the games, and it's always a good time.
We'll see you all later. So we'll be right back with some more Magic.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Mundelein, Illinois. I am Matt Bamonte for the NRG series. Some absolutely nuts Magic getting played over there. You can see Will Krueger going through his deck and just kind of Lotus fielding and doing some things, and ends up getting there in the end. So congrats to Will Krueger for getting a victory last round. We have a pair of new commentary, folks, so I'm going to go ahead and bring them in with me. Sounds like Joe and Dom are ready. Joe, Dom, how are we doing?
We're doing good, man. Yesterday was exciting. Today, I guess you guys got all the Lotus action out of the way before I got here, which is I would have said too bad, but then we watched and we did some really long, drawn-out games. So maybe I'm good we're not part of that. But yeah, I'm excited to be here. And Dom, we're here together. This is awesome.
I'm doing great. That was, for me, one of the best matches I've ever seen. And I think that is pretty polarizing, right? For some of us, that is exactly what we want to see every single round. For other people, they never want to pick up a Magic card ever again after watching that. I'm firmly in the former camp, so I'm doing great. I'm thriving. I'm in my lane, having a great time.
All right, very good. Well, I took a little nap there and then woke up, and what I'm going to show you is the players to watch leaderboard, and this is going to get me back in the mood for the last few rounds of Swiss here and into our top 8. So you can see here our players to watch, 5-0 still. Connor Mullaly and Raja Sulaiman leading the pack there. Theo Jung, 4-0-1. Piper Powell having a nice bounce back. I believe she started 0-1, so 4-1. Just saw Will Krueger pick up a victory over Jesse Robkin. You see their records there at 3-1-1 and 2-2-1 respectively. Mac Endress at 2-3, and then Sam Black unfortunately has dropped from our event. It looks like I actually have Theo and Zoe Riederman down in the backup feature match, but we did have some pretty nifty decks. I'm able to snag a few from the crowd. So with that, I'm going to send you down to Joe and Dom, and they're going to get you rolling here for our 6th round of Swiss.
All right, Matt. Yeah, we're happy to take over here from the guys this morning.
So here we're going down to Harry Coleman on.
All right. So yeah, Harry Coleman.
We got Mono Green Devotion. Pretty solid. Nothing too exciting about that. And then a mysterious figure known only as A. Adams on says Sultai combo. This is the Neoform Attractor deck that has really been picking up steam recently. And kind of a fork in the road there. Some people just on the Delve features into Attractor plan. Then other people really reviving a fan favorite here, going with Soul Flare, where it turns out Attractor has a lot of abilities, and graft those onto your Soul Flare, you're going to have a good time.
All right, can you not hear me, or are we good here? But I'm not sure. But yeah, I gotta say this Attractor deck is kind of a new thing. It's at least it didn't really exist in the Pro Tour, 6 weeks or so ago. So this is kind of a new development in the metagame, led by a few people online and really showing stuff lately. And it looks like it's a powerful new thing. All right, so as we develop here, A. Adams with a founding of the third path to start things out, which is kind of an enabler for the graveyard and digging for your spells, sets up for your delve cards, which is another big part of this deck and what else going on. Facing Green Devotion, which is kind of going to do its thing. This classic deck in one of the mainstays of the format, going back ever since the beginning. And its main way of interacting is with Karn Wish targets. So we'll see. I mean, we know there's Tormod's Crypt, things like that, what it can do to interact. But there are the issues of, once a big picture gets into play, can green overwhelm on the board? Possibly. We'll find out as things develop.
Yeah, we see one of the few relevant cards in terms of both interaction or going over the top of the combo deck here in Khan the Great Creator. So I have to imagine that one is going to get earmarked for this Dorsey's tier. But then Harry, assuming A. Adams has no great follow-up on this turn, we'll get to Cavalier with your in play, trying to stitch some kind of big turn together in the future.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Cavalier, in some matchups, it overpowers the board. Some, it's not big enough. Here, it's going to be smaller, actually, than the creatures that A. Adams is presenting, with Atraxa being the big Neoform target. So we'll see if the Green Devotion deck is able to fight that. As we see here, Hooting Mandrills comes into play. So that's step one, is get a 6-drop into play. And then we'll see if Adams has the Neoform to follow up.
Yeah, a nice battle of creature sizing here. The Love Shock Beast as a 5/5 going to just recall that Hooting Mandrills until that Mandrills hopefully turns into a 7/7 with a whole host of abilities. And that's going to outsize anything that the Harry Coleman can stitch together.
All right, so green just doing its thing, ticking down, making mana. Love Strike Beast joined by Cavalier, and Harry really looking to get things going here. We're well short of the flashpoint, the heavy amounts of mana, but we'll see if Cavalier could find ways to boost that up. We see forests, we see lair, Lair is the choice, adding another weapon onto the field. And again, it's another weapon, and that's a great card. Lair is awesome, but is not going to be worth much if A. Adams' deck does its thing.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break here and just transition over to improve the stream quality a little bit. You will still get to see the gameplay in action here, and we'll see by the time we get back exactly what the largest thing is on that battlefield.
Okay, so yeah, we're having some issues here. I'm unclear exactly what's going on, but I've been told to continue talking while things get sorted out. So if you're unfamiliar with this deck, yeah, and I don't know how much of the audio even managed to get through up to this point, but we're looking at really a 2-card combo deck. One piece is getting a 6-mana Dove creature in play. The other piece is Neoform, which can be cast from hand, obviously, if it's drawn, or if it gets flipped over from Founding, it can be flashback to the graveyard on Chapter 3. And then turn the Hooting Mantles into an Atraxa, which will draw a whole bunch of additional cards. And then there's not really a combo finish. That is the combo. But if you draw enough disruptive cards, discards, and counters, and removal and such to then allow your Atraxa to go the distance and take down the game, that's what A. Adams has in mind here. And Harry Coleman is, well, we don't see a card, so there's not going to be much interaction with the combo as of yet. But there's also no Atraxa yet. So Harry Coleman still has time. A second, Hooting Vandals. Okay,
right.
So, I mean, 4/4 Trampler, that's
me,
decent, but it's not going to do much in the face of Cavalier of Thorns. As we await Dominic's eventual return, we'll get things sorted out. In the meantime, thanks for joining us. It's always fun here at NRG Gaming. There are small-time operation.
Right. It looks like I am going solo here until we get Joe
we
back
do the best
in
we can.
as well. And so we come back to a pair of Hooting Vandals. The hooting and hollering is truly out of control here. And on the other side, we have a 5/5 Bloodstock Beast, a 5/6 Cavalier of Thorns, and those are dominating the battlefield for the time being.
Harry Coleman continues to develop. I can see from chat that you can hear both of us, and we can't hear each other, so that's fun.
All right, so we have both Hooting Mandrills jumping in front of large attackers here, and A. Adams in chump block mode, not able to keep a Delve creature around. We're going to see if there's another Delve creature followed up by a Neoform, and it's going to have to be that exact sequence to stay in this game here. I see Joe. Can I hear Joe? Joe. Okay, we're doing it, people. We're back. We're live. And just in time for this game to conclude, a motley crew of gigantic green creatures trampling over the red zone here to close out game one for the mono green devotion deck, which I'm a mono green sympathizer. You know, I'm not one of these people losing my mind calling for this deck to be banned or so on, but gotta be honest, I'm rooting for Atraxa. I want to see this cool, flashy new combo deck continue this great run here.
Rooting for green to be banned. That is so dated. I mean, we should be rooting for a Sultai combo to be banned. This Neoform Atraxa stuff. Come on, this isn't fair.
I know there's a vocal contingent who always wants Lotus Field to be banned, and after what we saw last round, whatever the hell that was, I can't quite argue against them.
No, yeah, there's no, there's always people rooting for whatever deck beats them to be banned. That's the same thing I'm doing. I'm afraid of playing Lotus against Neoform, so I want Neoform to be banned. Other people that can't be green, they want that to be banned. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, the form Pioneer seems fairly okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of churn, a lot of new stuff. Always these new cards making an impact. So let's take a look at these deck lists, see what these new cards are that are showing up here. So here is the aptly named Sultai combo, and this is not the full spice. We don't have the Soulflayer, Zatulpa, Primal Dawn package in here. This is keeping it lean, keeping it focused, just the main plan of delving out one of these 6 shops, the Hooting Mandrills or the Tasica, and then neoforming them into an Atraxa, which will be an 8/8. Chat has corrected me because Neoform, easy to forget, does give the creature a +1/+1 counter as well.
That needed to be on the card. We needed the creature. I mean, I guess the idea when they printed Neoform was not that you'd ramp you cheat a 6-drop in and then ramp to a 7, right? It was, we'll put a 3 into a 4, so putting a counter on makes up for the sacrifice. But yeah, that's not really the way it's going here, but sure. Let's have it be large and in charge. And we see the sideboard cards real quick here. Let's go and jump to Harry Coleman's list so we can get that in before game number 2 starts. Green Devotion. These decks don't really change too much, do they, over the last several months?
No, you look at this deck, 56, 57 of those slots are pretty much locked in. You get to customize 2 or 3 slots in the main deck, but then most of the sideboard is locked in too. So there's not that much room to get creative. One thing that does separate some monogreen players is being willing to sideboard in some of those Karn targets, even the ones that seem like they might be good in the matchup. So you see their copy of the Stonebrain, for example. You might think here, Karning for that and then having to cast it and activate it, that takes a lot of time, and you have other good Karn targets too. Maybe I want that one in my main deck after sideboarding so that I can draw that. If I just play that on turn 2, activate it turn 3, the game might just end there and then.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something that is probably one of the tougher. I mean, obviously there are, at the base level, you're not even having any thoughts sideboarding here, but there is a real risk to that. Do you bring it in? You obviously have fewer copies than leaving it to wish for, but it's faster. And in a matchup like this, speed is paramount. And A. Adams will take a mulligan here. This, I would imagine, I mean, most combo decks mulligan more often than, say, mid-range decks. And this Sultai combo deck, if it's on 6 cards, if it's on 5 cards, if it has an Atraxa into play, they're not going to care, right? It's whether you do or whether you don't.
And the Atraxa attacker by itself can actually get blanked in the matchup if it runs into a pair of Cavalier Thorn, something like that. But Atraxa is drawing you several spells, ideally, from your top 10 cards on its way in. So you find an interaction like Stomach Denial, which you're going to have Ferocious when you have Atraxa in play. Stuff like Thoughtseize. You get the biggest thing on the board, but you back it up. And that pressure plus disruption is what really matters against these combo mirrors.
All right. Okay. So Harry Coleman starts out here with a card was boarded in. We have Land Elf and we have Tormod's Crypt. So that's something that you have to time carefully, right? Because, I mean, this doesn't break up the combo, it just kind of slows it down.
Yeah, and it's worth noting too that the part of the combo that cares about the graveyard is just getting the Delve creature into play. And that's something that you can build towards gradually over time, or if they crypt you, you can kind of easily rebuild from that. Also, Delving does not use a stack. So if you have 4 cards in your graveyard, you can play a land, play your Delve creature, no window in there to respond. So you kind of have to use the crypt in advance. It's a one-shot effect. Will buy you some time, but it's not lights out. The game will continue.
All right, so Harry Coleman here with double the permanents on the board, so I guess he must be winning at this point in the game. So
we need one of those newfangled advantage bars that we can toggle to make that clear to the audience.
Yeah, well, but yeah. All right, and a pass here from Abs, no play, which, some of the self-mill cards with permanent script on the board are less exciting. And we'll see here if Harry Coleman's able to build pressure. I mean, these defenses are nice, but I mean, A. Adams can, sit here for 5 or 10 turns at this rate. Harry Coleman's going to need to ramp things up a little bit.
There is Lovestruck Beast, which you think that's not the kind of card that you care about in a combo mirror, but in the fair games, if they don't get to Neoform, their backup plan is just attacking you with their 4/4s and their 4/5s, and just having a 5/5 actually shuts that down pretty nicely.
Yeah, okay, so here is Kiora, and whoop, this may not make it in. Ooh, Stubborn Denial on Kiora. So there's no Ferocious. This is a tax of 1, and Caryatid's gonna eat that up. So okay, I guess this delays the turn though. It's something.
It's a real sign of weakness though, just to have to fire off a Stubborn Denial as a force spike. And I think honestly, A. Adams here just trying to get a card in their graveyard to work towards a Delve creature.
I guess. Well, yeah. Watching this deck, that's something that we have to take into account. That's not obvious. It's just putting cards in the graveyard does matter. So with 3 land in play, I mean, it's only 6 total between land and Delve to get one of those creatures into play. So Tormod's Crypt, maybe you're trying to do it slow. Okay, I can see it.
I think A. Adams is going to want to maybe use a card like Grizzly Salvage, get a stocked graveyard all at one go, and then immediately cast a Delve creature here. Maybe hit it off the Grizzly Salvage. So a strategic planning, kind of same deal.
Yeah, this is
that's going to be 4 cards in the graveyard. Do we have a land into a Delve creature for that crucial follow-up?
Yeah, and so this is not something that Harry Coleman could interact with if like you're saying, it is land creature, and it's not. Wow. So then would you advise Harry Coleman to crypt here before Adams' next turn?
I think I would. Yeah, I think you're far enough ahead that all you need to do is buy one turn, and that's going to do it.
Okay, let's see. How much is Harry Coleman able to put on the board here? So only a couple points of power right now.
Yeah, there's no Nykthos just yet, but Wolfroader Haven on a forest in conjunction with Kiora untapping it, still going to let us jump up a lot in mana, and here's Storm the Festival. So that is potentially terrifying. Potentially, if this whiffs, maybe that's the window we need to get back in it.
Yeah, all right. What even constitutes as whiff?
Well,
is that a Karn and a whoa, Karn and Nykthos? We're going to classify that as not a whiff.
Yes, I think if you looked up hits in the dictionary, urban or otherwise, you would find a picture of Khan underneath that. So I think we're going to see Harry Coleman very swiftly move on to 6-0 here, potentially being in a position to double draw into the top 8 of our 5K.
All right, well, let's see. So this is not. I'm not even sure what the ideal wish target is here. I mean, Damping Sphere can kind of slow things down a little bit. Additional graveyard hit, maybe if there is any. What are we going to see here? It is Stonebrain. Yeah. Well, okay. If there's mana available, yes, it is. With Nixo's activation here, this is going to be able to Stonebrain and fire off here with only green-black mana available. 8 atoms is not going to be interacting with this, and this is just Atraxa and we're done, right?
Yeah, you can get Atraxa, you could get Neoform as well. It looks like, looking at the list, there's no kind of backup Neoform target or anything. So either way, you're going to do it. And okay, 2 copies of Neoform there in the hand. You almost want to, if you think Adams is holding Neoform, you almost want to hit Atraxa instead, just to strand those copies of Neoform in the hand. You don't want to cycle those into, I mean, I don't know what the relevant cards would be, but
Right.
you're happy stranding those in there.
Okay, so Neoform was the choice. And yeah, so those were basically Harry was checking out the Stonebrain here, but by pulling the ones out of the hand, yeah, Adams will be able to replace those with other cards from the top of the deck by just drawing 2. But what are 2 cards worth at this point? Is anything Adams is able to do it from here on? I mean, is there any chance to hardcast Atraxa in this deck? I suppose.
Those mana confluences are going to have to do a lot of work, but
yeah, they are
theoretically possible. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Here's the Dove creature coming in, and surprisingly enough, I guess land drops matter because, yeah, I mean, I don't think Tassiger and any number of I guess not any number of Tassigers is being legendary, but Tassiger and Hooting Mandrills is not going to beat the green deck on their own.
I mean, just looking at the cards on the board, that card can fetch a Cityscape Leveler, 8/8, blow up your 4/5 and rumble in further. So, yeah, I think however you slice it, Harry Coleman has to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yes, indeed. 5-0 to start the day, looking to move on to 6, and then almost certainly lock up a spot in the top 8. And good prizes on the line. It is a 5K in addition to a regional championship invite for the winner, plus no rage points, and he's after them. Here we go. Cavalier of Thorns joins the board. More mana, another big, and more importantly, maybe a large creature.
Okay.
And Adams.
We're done. We're done.
Yeah.
We've had enough. But if you want to see more of this scintillating gameplay experience, I think our backup feature, we're going to see Zoe Riederman on Mono Green Devotion trying to represent the format's biggest villain, depending on who you ask, against Theo Zhang, another one of our regulars here on I believe the Rakdos Sacrifice deck that he has been having a lot of success with as well.
Yeah, so we had, some people don't like watching Mono Green Devotion, but we got paired against 2 very different decks this round. So hopefully it's enjoyable. We see it here take down the Atraxa Menace. And then now we're going to see 2 players who were in our championship last year, Zoe and Theo, battling out. Green versus Sacrifice. Let's go ahead and go down there.
So this matchup is certainly, if you're from the Sacrifice side, you would have played against Mono Green a lot. Rakdos Sacrifice a little bit less popular, but I think popular enough that Zoe will have played it again herself. What's your perspective on how these 2 decks line up against each other?
I mean, I think I'd probably rather be on this side. This is one of those ones where I'll take either side as long as I get to go first. I think that's going to be relevant. If Theo's able to get out in front with a Mayhem Devil and pick off the mana creature for Zoe, that can be tough to get started. But then, I mean, Claim the Firstborn not at its best here. And if Zoe gets any sort of board presence, I don't know if Theo's going to be able to break through.
Yeah, Claim can be nice just to kill an elf if you get to pair it with, Witch's Oven, a sack outlet of some kind. Weird interactions with if you sacrifice Olgoth Troll after you claimed it. Usually a lot of dodge calls involved with that one, but Claim can be a pretty swingy card, and I think this matchup on the whole, very swingy.
Right.
Either things are getting claimed left and right, and elves getting shot down by Mayhem Devil, and the sacrifice deck runs away with it, or Mono Green does its thing, go over the top, and you have a Witch's Oven that you can't activate, and you have a 1/1 Collin Familiar.
Right, right.
What's that going to get you?
Yeah, I mean, the card definitely plays a role here, even the passive ability. You're right about that. My perspective on both these decks comes from playing against them with Lotus, in which case they're both matchups I'm happy to face. But here we are seeing each other, and there is the Witch's Oven. So
you're playing an entirely different format than Joe. That's why your deck needs to be banned. Get it out of here.
What? No, but it's all in the level. I mean, has Lotus overperformed in the real world lately? Not so much. Here's Old Growth Troll for Zoe F on a missed land drop, which is, I would say, not promising. Missing land here.
Yeah, Theo's going to feed the unlucky witness to the Witch's Oven instead of the cat, looking for either the third land or the devil. Could see either one of those as the hit here, depending on what else he has.
Yeah, I mean, with the missed land drop here, the devil alongside Collin Familiar and the cat to pick off the elf, that is going to be problematic. Does he have the land? Maybe not.
Yeah, you would love to have land into devil here and just start gunning down those elves, but it looks like it may be a choice between those two cards instead.
Yeah, we'll see. How does Theo want to navigate this? I mean, well, we're going to see. Looks like not the devil then.
There's 2 mana for Deadly Dispute on the cat. Okay. So this actually is a redraw towards, I guess, we'd have the treasure, we'd have a land. We still can't get to 3 for devil, so that one's off limits for this turn. Just going to play that Sulfur Spring instead. You see the devil out of commission over there in exile. See if Theo has a follow-up. This deck is very flush with 1-drops, and so it's pretty easy in the mid-game to chain your dispute into a witness, into something else, and really keep the cards flowing.
Zoe has to breathe a sigh of relief, though, getting to untap with the elf, which did not seem a likelihood when the turn started, but Theo
Zoe knew what to be scared of, right? The devil was face up on the board, but no third land for it. So a turn of reprieve, and we're going to use all of that mana to cast Khan the Great Creator. And now Theo has to think, we're going to bring back this in response, maybe filter that through the oven again. That blood token is going to be off limits for the time being. And that's before Khan gets to fetch anything or take up to defend itself.
Right. So now this Old Growth Troll is almost certainly going to be just defending the Karn for the foreseeable future, and Theo may have trouble getting through it.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those spots where Acclaim would, nab the troll, attack down the Karn, get to sacrifice that, and really swing the game back in Theo's favor. But Mayhem Devil as well, still pretty threatening from here, but I think Theo is going to need something on this turn.
Yeah, I guess even if the Karn stays, if the elf dies, and there's a skyship, so that's something where, I mean, Theo knows that Zoe doesn't have another land in hand at this point. So picking off the elf means it's the skyship can't come down next turn. This becomes tricky, and maybe we'll see the game stall out a few turns, or else Theo will take over here. Zoe seems, this is kind of a slow start for the green deck.
Yeah, we have all the ingredients of a good draw, right? Like elf, into troll, into Karn, but having to stagger that with the land drop is unfortunate.
Theo's certainly with some options here. I mean, he can kill the elf regardless with the Bloodtooth Harvester. So it's just a matter of, is there more to do? Is there a claim? Is there something dangerous? There's a Fable. All right, that's nice. But I don't think this card's always going to be particularly fearful of.
Well, here's a red mana. That's just unlucky witness. Okay, so Bloodtooth Harvester takes down the elf. Can't attack the Karn, though, so that one gets to stick around. And the Karn could even represent a new land for Zoe in the form of a Darksteel Citadel.
Right, and that actually might be the play here. We'll see what she decides. Consulting the hand, consulting the sideboard again, and that's the thing where, I mean, it's kind of a requirement. You don't want to be skimp on your options. You want to make sure you have the land, but actually it's going to be, is that Filigree Silex?
Yeah, so this is the new Ratchet Bomb essentially. So you can tap it, add counters to it, and then blow up everything with that mana value. And interestingly, so maybe not this time around, but we have Kiora into Silex on this turn. Kiora with the Silex too. Sometimes you tap it at a counter, and then you get to untap it and blow it up immediately. So the Silex really threatening to clean out the board. Maybe Khan is going to die on the way out here, but it's generated enough value. I think it can have a happy retirement.
No, it's definitely done its job. It's actually ready to be replaced by a fresh one, maybe. But and Zoe did find the land, which is a big deal. So Theo with your smattering of creatures here, but how much is this Filigree Silex going to blow up here? Potentially could take down, I guess 2 of the 3 creatures right now. Still able to attack for a treasure. And I mean, is there a world where Zoe blows up the Silex for 0 here?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, you get the Goblin token, which is, I guess, the biggest thing on Theo's board right now. You get the blood. It's a weird card in this spot, right? Because you blow it up on 1, let's say you get a lot of stuff, but none of that stuff individually matters that much. And the witness gets you some cards on the way back out. You can sacrifice the cat and then have it stick around, and then it's going to come back with a food token. So you're blowing up 3 permanents, but where are you actually getting with that?
All right, so Karn does get wiped out here in the attack. In the attack, Zoe puts the Old Growth Troll in front of the Fable token, which makes sense. It's the largest creature, and it's also the only one that doesn't cost 1. Theo's not going to wait for the Silex. He's just going to eat with the Witch's Oven now that the Karn is gone, and finds a Mayhem Devil. So this was a pretty productive turn here for Theo. Now, is there enough to pick off the Troll at the end of the turn? I guess if he wants to, he can. But does he? Yeah, because that would enable the Sky
Does he want to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with Kiora, we're going to get to 5 mana for Sky Sovereign either way, but you saw Zoe be very cognizant of the threat of Devil, right? Proactively getting the Sky Sovereign, and that thing is going to be dead on arrival, but it's going to do a lot on its way out.
Theo finishes up the turn with a Den, I think. Okay, Silex picks up a counter, and then, well, there's a lot going on here now. Silex will trigger the Mayhem Devil if the Devil is still in play, but it may not be. As here is the Sky Sovereign. Yeah, target the Devil, and Theo, now the onus is on you. What do you got? All right, trigger the blood. Shoot Zoe. Well, that makes sense. I guess you're choosing between Kiora and Zoe. Both have a lot of loyalty / life points at this point.
Yeah, Kiora starts on 7, Joe. That is so much. It's kind of, you often find yourself thinking, well, I got to kill this Kiora, but if I do, I just gave the opponent 7 life at least, effectively. So no good options facing down that card.
No, indeed. And Theo seems to, I mean, we've reached the point where Zoe's bigger cards are just kind of taking over the game. And this wasn't even, a smooth development for her, but she's managed to reach the point where now Theo, I mean, what are you going to do to get through this?
Yeah, Kiora untapping the Troll as well, either to play defense or to crew the Sky Sovereign to play defense again.
And playing the firstborn that I kind of dismissed that you pointed out was pretty valuable against the Old Growth Troll, would have made a dramatic outcome in the development of this game. Theo obviously does not have it, and it's too late now. And here's another Fable, and I think we've passed the point in the game where Fable is, effective.
Yeah, I mean, Fable, one of the best cards in all of Pioneer, but this isn't the kind of matchup where that kind of grindy value over several turns is really at its best. And you see how good this green deck is at just going completely over the top. Even though Zoe's draw, we said it was a little awkward at first. We haven't had any ridiculous Nykthos shenanigans. Still comfortably in control of this game.
Yeah, and here Sky Sovereign does crew an attack over and pick off the Reflection of Kiki Jiki, leaving the other one's still in chapter 1, and okay, my son Weekson comes into play. So he's like, you know what? I don't even care about your board. I'm just going to draw some cards.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. So that gained a lot of attention as part of the Can't Wish board, one of your 15 sideboard cards when it was released. And slowly it started to just work its way into main decks because people realized, hey, if I could storm into this thing or just draw it naturally, that would be pretty good a lot of the time. So you often see that instead of Sky Sovereign in those main deck flex slots now.
All right, Fatal Push picks off the Old Growth Troll, which is going to leave Zoe with no defenses for the moment. And Theo can attack through for, 3, or he can send in Den the Bugbear as well, which is still, I mean, he can attack Kiora, he can attack Zoe. Either way, it's just looking like it's not really enough. But this game is starting to drag on a little bit here. I mean, neither player is playing slowly, but time is going here. Both players do have a draw already in the event.
Yeah, Zoe hasn't had to do anything more for the last few turns, but depending on what Theo has, that may change. So Zoe may need to find, a Stormland Festival, another Khan, Cavalier, something like that.
Right. And any of those might just end the game on the spot, as Theo is barely holding it together as is. I wonder if the thought process here, he's trying to decide whether to send in the creature land. He's lining up the mana as if it is going in. Here we go. There's the activation.
So the Den is in, coming in along with the Fable token and also the Goblin token from the Den. So this is 6. This could actually finish off the Kiora if we're so inclined. So I wonder if on the way out, if firstly if Theo decides to do that, and then also if Zoe wants to make that Troll token now before and get that draw trigger before Kiora would die. And it looks like she does. And yeah, the forest has to be sacrificed as well. Going to get a tapped 4/4, crucially, so not going to be able to block just now.
All right, so that would imply then the attack is going to Kiora. You called that correctly.
Waiting on an actual troll token to materialize on the board here. There we go.
Another fatal push. All right.
Okay. So yeah, the ball is actually in Zoe's court now. She does need to find something to stabilize her. Got a lot of good hits though. Even just another Old Growth Troll would be pretty formidable.
And that may be what she's got. Yes, indeed. All right. Well, that's enough to crew up the Sky Sovereign if she wants it. So here's another attack. Theo being at 12 here. So picking off the Fable token. And yeah, now Theo, at second troll. Wow, that was quite a turn.
We are fully under the bridge here. And it's easy to get focused on Sky Sovereign just shooting down everything in sight, killing this thing. But that thing attacks with a lot of damage. It's a 6/5, and that's a pretty fast clock.
Okay, Culture Familiar comes back in, gains Theo a life, which actually is relevant. Allows him to survive next turn's combat, at least the aerial portion of it. He still has to survive on the ground, which is also not going to be super easy. Zoe does have a layer as well.
Yeah, there's 8 power of trample there, so Zoe could crew the lair or activate the lair, use that to crew the Sky Sovereign, and then that's going to be a lethal attack regardless. So yeah, Zoe going to pick up game 1 here, going into game 2. We'll look at the sideboards that we have for these two players. With Zoe's, as always with Mono Green, it's basically 15 one-offs, and we'll see which one Zoe sees fit to bring in. Now, here's the thing. Can we name each one of those individually? Might take us a while, and I think
we don't need to go through that. We'll be all the way through the next round by the time that's over with. I think it's more interesting to talk about the flex slots in the main deck, the choices that players make. We saw on the first match of this round, we saw Seascape Leveler. Here, Zoe's got Teferi, who shows the Sunset, and what else do we have? Mightstone, Weakstone.
Yeah, and the Sylvan character too. That's often the one off there as like the additional ramp piece. So Teferi is an interesting choice. That one gained some press a few months ago when Mono Green was really in its prime, and in particular, pretty good in these mirrors. If you're just trying to goldfish each other, you can storm into that thing, Oath of Nesteret. Can't really cast it organically, but it's fine. We'll figure that one out. So a little throwback there from Zoe in those flex slots, and then the sideboard itself pretty standard. We see that second Sky Sovereign. You can board one of those in against a deck like Rakdos or the Gruul aggro deck, stuff like that.
Yeah, all right, let's go ahead and slide over to Theo Zhang's Rakdos sacrifice list, and we see here those copies of Claim the Firstborn that he couldn't find that would have aided in that game. Cyber cards here, playing against Mono Green. Discard sounds pretty tasty, right?
Yeah, it's tricky because you need to back that up with pressure. If you're just trading 1-for-1 and your only pressure is a mopey Collin familiar, where does that get you? They're going to draw something, but maybe one of those regardless. Bloody Betrayal, like another threatened effect. I don't think quite intended for this matchup, but could see it regardless. And then Dreadbore just as a card that can actually kill a Planeswalker, which is in short supply otherwise.
Yeah. That's tough to swallow for myself, because I always feel like I don't want to waste spells targeting planeswalkers. I just want to take them down with creatures. And that is something that's possible in Theo's deck, but this is kind of a mindset I developed from playing in different formats. But here it is something it's possible. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and skip the recording of game 2 and move into live coverage of game 3. So Theo did even up in game 2, and we're gonna go into the table live right now, not time shifted, and see how the match plays out down towards the end. So let's go ahead and go down to the table right now. Theo Jung versus Zoe Riederman. Oh, at the beginning of game number 3. All right.
Yeah, and this is game 3, crucially, with mono green in Zoe's hands on the play. And almost regardless of how good you think your mono green matchup is, you're in that game 3, you're on the draw. You know that if they have one of their best draws, there's probably nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and that's a discouraging feeling, but you got to do what you can. Okay, Blood Crypt here. And do we have ways to interact? Well, we have Blocker. We have Unlucky Witness, which is fine, but certainly not exciting for potential starts for Theo.
Yeah, Oath of Nissa for Zoe here, fighting Beseiju. We'll see if that is the land for the turn or if there's another one left in the tank. Want to hold that if at all possible. Okay, copy Beseiju. And there's Wolfwillow Haven. So still using all her mana effectively, maybe setting up for a turn 3 Cavalier, something like that.
Right. And Wolfwillow Haven onto a non-basic. It's not ideal maybe, but in this matchup, there's no danger to that, right? For Theo to attack the land with anything. Yeah, so I guess it's safe.
Hiya, in for 1. 90 more to go.
Well, hopefully you can get some help from the rest of the creatures in Theo's deck. And what do we got? Some thought even here on how to develop on turn 2. Just Theo want to proceed. I mean, you can kind of process from Theo's perspective all the scary things that happen on Zoe's turn with 5 mana available. Could you possibly Dreadbore an elf here? I mean, the choice is to pass.
So this is Deadly Dispute, sacrificing the Witness on upkeep just to get the right timing for the Witness triggers. We're going to draw some cards here. And potentially, I wonder if Theo draws into a Fatal Push or something. I have to imagine we're finding that one on the elf, but nothing. So Zoe gets to go to her main phase with the elf surviving with at least 4 mana uncontested here.
All right.
There's Nykthos.
Yeah, that's a good place to start the turn. Doesn't actually make any extra mana right now. And here's Karn, and that will shut off the treasure for next turn. You can see Theo shaking his head a little bit. This is not what he wanted to see.
Finding Sky Sovereign, again, hedging against if Theo has a Mayhem Devil or something like that. That's one of the few things Zoe could potentially care about.
All right, and the elf will generate another elf. And Theo's got some work cut out for him here, doesn't he? He looks very discouraged. This can't be just land pass. There's got to be more to it than that.
You would hope so if you're a Theo fan.
And there must be Theo fans, right? There absolutely has to be. Impressive player qualified for the championship, and this is another Deadly Dispute. It's not much.
If Theo has fans, I am one of them. But gotta say, not loving our odds in this game here. Also a Zoe fan, for the record, fully impartial, but big fan of both of these players.
And there's a Thoughtseize. And Zoe, okay. Only 2 cards in hand. That's not much. That's not bad. That's not as bad as maybe as it could have been. I guess, Theo could have been hoping for just a land and the Karn's still on the board. So
yeah, you see, Joe, the thing about Karn is we're just going to get something else. And we even get to play the Old Growth Troll for free, essentially, with an Exos, because we're spending 3, getting 3 devotion back. So, might send a weak zone, just going to draw 2 cards, I have to think.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think she's holding that for a future Gigantha. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. So, yeah, it's just going to be a divination. But I guess that's a decent use of the turn when Theo is kind of just sitting there. And like you were saying, it does. Here's a Wolfwillow as well. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think realizing that I don't think she can Haven and Troll and activate Nykthos. We would be 1 mana short there. So presumably just going for the Troll instead. No, or maybe not. Okay.
It's gonna be just Haven. Okay, so maybe not Troll, but Haven and Mightstone Weakstone.
And an attack for 1, just for good measure.
The choice is Matteson Weak Stone. Okay, get the cards flowing. Now, how many cards in the deck does Matteson Weak Stone actually help cast? As you can see there, the choices are draw 2 cards, which is what she did. She can also kill a -5/-5 on entry, and then it does tap for 2 generic mana that cannot be spent on non-artifact spells. So
it's got that weird power zone, like double negative kind of text.
Right.
So usually you're not really casting spells. I mean, you can get something else that you cast with Khan, and it helps to cast that. But mainly it's helping to activate abilities. So you can actually use that mana to use the 2, activate Nykthos, or we see Lair of the Hydra there, make that Lair of the Hydra even bigger.
Okay, claim the firstborn on an elf. Pick off Karn, which is on 1 loyalty. Okay, that's something.
And this may be why Zoe actually held the Ogre Troll last time, just not wanting that to get claimed and sacrificed, because then she would not, in fact, get that back.
All right, Mayhem Devil picks off a token with a treasure, which is all right. All right, this is a real turn for Theo here. This is the first time in the game where he's actually made your real inroads on the board, and now Zoe is basically left with just whatever she drew off the Mind Stone last turn.
And a boatload of mana to play with. So any good top deck is live. There's 3. That's going to be the Troll. Do we have a follow-up off Nykthos? It looks like we do. So that's 5, 6,
8. Okay, here's another Karn. Theo again with the customary sigh. This is another Karn. Why couldn't it have been something else? Why couldn't it have been another elf? But instead, it's another Karn. And Zoe will go looking through the sideboard once again.
Theo is an emotive player. You know, if you're watching from afar, you can tell roughly the cadence of what's going on in the match just by watching his expressions. I don't think there's an obvious card to get, though, here, right?
Yeah, perhaps not. Last game we saw Filigree, or game 1 we saw Filigree Silex. That doesn't have much use right now. Shutting down Witch's Oven is already accomplished. And that's a Cityscape, right?
It is, yeah. So I think, assuming can't do much as high impact this turn, but next turn I have one of the best plays in the entire 75 available to me.
Yeah, and that's something that, that Mayhem Devil certainly has a target on it. We'll see what Theo can do here. And even another Thoughtseize, I mean, that's something, but Cityscape Leveler has Unearth as well. So this Mayhem Devil, his days are numbered. And as what may well be Theo's in this match.
Doing the quick mana and devotion count there. Maybe thinking, all right, even if I can kill the troll, where are we at in terms of devotion? That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so the Milestone and its 2 mana would actually help to cast Leveler, even if troll gets sent back onto the bridge.
Right, and probably that is what Theo was considering here. How much mana can be reduced off of what Zoe can make next turn? But there's just 6. There's 8 amongst just the land and the Mindstone Weakstone. So the Old Growth Troll is not even required. As it gets, there's the Bloody Betrayal. Okay.
Yeah, there's a Cyborg Threaten effect.
Yeah, you said maybe not for this matchup, but here it is. Or you not intended for this matchup, but just splash damage. It's still a useful card. It comes in. Karn dies. And, Theo's trying here, certainly.
Yep, Troll just going to go to the graveyard. Both players have seen that interaction before.
And, I mean, just the Mayhem with the amount of treasures in play. So here's a blood. Another shot fired off here. Yeah, let's just confirm here. Zoe can cast Cityscape anyway, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Yeah, even with no additional permanents, Cityscape, there's actually just enough for Cityscape to come down.
And then Theo will have his own Power Stone token to play with.
All right, unlucky witness to finish up turn. So Theo is certainly, even though he's looked discouraged at a couple points in time, is still very much in this game, at least for the moment.
Yeah, there's Leveler, blowing up the devil. And Zoe at 13 life, which seems enough to stabilize. Kind of hard to, add up one here from Devil, one here from Familiar, and count to 13. But the other thing, too, is without that bloody betrayal, like, think about if that took the leveler instead, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been really significant if that had been held off for one turn. But obviously, Theo has to. There's a Dreadboard takedown Seascape leveler. Does have Unearth, and yeah, so this is the point where if you're a Theo fan, you're hoping, okay, a sizable attack comes through, and it's just 1 point of damage. That's not the clock that he needs here.
Yeah, there is Den of the Bugbear just played, so that is a potential clock if we are willing to sink our mana into that. A natural use for Theo's Power Stone token now.
Mm-hmm. And Zoe doesn't actually have a target for the Seascape leveler to justify attacking into, so it's going to stay in the graveyard for the turn. Instead, she'll go with Oath and find another Boseiju. All right,
that actually would be an answer to the Den of the Bugbear.
Mm-hmm. Also, there's a Lair in play. That's a potential as a fairly decent sized blocker that is maybe vulnerable to a few things. But yeah, Theo attentively watching the board here, trying to figure out, okay, are there chances here? Can I wrest control this away from the green menace that is Devotion?
Yeah, got those two creature launchers kind of staring at each other across the red zone here, or I guess across the NRG Championship Series playmat, I suppose.
That is a nicely laid out playmat, isn't it? Nice color usage there. See, we can do some things well. NRG Series, good on design, execution, leaves a lot to be, well, we want to provide some fun highlights for the day. So, if we do a round with, half commentary, double commentary, it's all good, right? We look back on it with...
It's been flawless, okay? I'm a company man. That's the company line.
We exult in our missteps. Because what else are you going to do?
Channeled Soken-san, another member of that Boseiju cycle, coming into full effect.
And Zoe's going to... Wow, this is... Okay. Decent amount of mana here. What is... Oh, all right. Yeah. Cashing in...
So is this all happening... Yeah, this is happening at the end of Zoe's turn, it looks like, and you have to activate the Haven on your own turn, so... Yeah, that 2/2 blocker actually bigger than anything Theo can muster at the moment.
Yeah, and we know that Boseiju exists for the Den of the Bugbear, so this is turning into a real game here. And Theo, okay, Zoe's got more stuff in the turn. Oh, I see. Boseiju takes out Witch's Oven.
That makes sense. Yeah, wanting to prevent Theo playing that new Unlucky Witness from the first one, and then immediately sacrificing that to see two new cards and keep the chain going. And only a few minutes left in the round for these players, so hoping to get a conclusion one way or the other. Neither one of them wants to pick up a second draw here in the tournament.
Definitely not. And this feels like, 4 minutes seems like enough time to finish this game. I know it's going to be several turns plus with the bonus 5 turns. This seems like we should reach a conclusion here. Den of the Bugbear will activate.
Crisp movements for both players. So also want to shout out the over 1,000 viewers that we have in here at the moment. 1,250 of you joining us for our Pioneer 5K. Phenomenal turnout. If you haven't already, do like and subscribe so you can see all of our stops throughout the year here. And also head over to our sister stream at twitch.tv/NRG Store, where you can see some weekly Pioneer on Tuesday nights, weekly Modern on Wednesday nights, brought to you by George and Haviva.
Yeah, good shout out there. Yeah, the NRG Store channel actually delving into other formats as well. I believe they did stream Pokemon one of the nights this week. I think it might be last Monday, so they're definitely branching out.
That's not a different format. That's a different game. That's a whole new enterprise there.
Yeah, certainly there are other games available. NRG, the Nerd Rage Gaming Store can serve your needs, whatever game you're interested in. All right, but we are focusing on Magic here this weekend. Modern yesterday, Pioneer today, and Zoe musters an Elf to the board, which Elf's great turn 1, 2, not so much on turn 8. And while this game looked to be fairly well in hand a couple minutes ago, now not so much.
Yeah, you never want to be in the spot where you're sacrificing your Wolfwiller Havens just to make blockers in desperation mode, but that is kind of where it are at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say really desperation mode, but yeah, I know. I mean, I agree with the sentiment. It does seem like, I mean, you don't want to let too much damage slip through. Down to still at 12, but
yeah. So Hive of the Eye Tyrant picking up where Den of the Bugbear left off.
Yeah, and then some.
And Menace going to make that one a lot harder to block well.
And the Seascape Leveler gets eaten.
Oh, that is brutal.
All right. Mono Green Devotion, the hands of Zoe Riederman. Can she handle this onslaught here of, well, rather unimpressive creatures, but they are starting to beat down here. Does the elf block? Do we
I think it might have to, yeah.
Yeah.
Although we're at the phase where even a top deck Storm the Festival, I don't think Zoe would have enough mana to cast it unless she had another mana source, because the Might Stone is not going to help there. So yeah, this game, Zoe seemed so far ahead, and actually Theo was able to turn it around.
Yeah, lots of cards are actually offline now. There's not even enough mana for a Cavalier at this point. Can Zoe find... I think we've played 3 Trolls already. So what do we have here? Oh, Sky
Sovereign.
All right, all right.
So that's something, but we can't crew that. It just has to watch on helplessly.
Yeah.
As Theo attacks for 3.
And okay, Life Total is updated now. Zoe down to 5, dropping to 2. And now there's any number of draws for Theo. Can just end this on the spot. For example, Mayhem Devil. Here is Deadly Dispute to go and look deeper. Cauldron Familiar even gets halfway there.
And the thing about the Devotion deck, nobody really has 2 life gain to speak of. So yeah, if you're at 1, you're at 1. You got to deal with everything.
Yeah, wow.
And she can't. So yeah, Theo, after visibly frustrated with how that game was going, was able to turn it around, get the win here, moves up to 5-0-1. So only needs, if he wins the next round, should be able to draw in round 8. So great position to make the top 8. And because both players came in with a draw, this was a draw bracket, Zoe picks up a loss, but is not out of it. You know, if she wins, the next 2 should have good breakers, should make it in regardless.
Yeah, that was well navigated by Theo. I mean, certainly everything didn't progress maybe the way he would have dreamed it up, but managed to assemble the scraps of what was left over and take down the match. Congratulations to him. All right. If you're joining us, you're aware of the schedule that's upcoming. We run events every month or 2 here at NRG Gaming. You can see the next couple that are scheduled later in May. The Minneapolis event, Saturday 10K Pioneer, Sunday Modern 5K. So reverse of what we had this weekend. And then in June, towards the end of June, 24th and 25th, back here in Mundelein, 10K Modern 5K Legacy. So if you're in the region and you're interested in playing Legacy for significant prizes, that is a point to put on your schedule. Additionally, I want to mention that the winners of each of these showdowns, that's the Saturday main events, earn Nurbridge Championship invites. And then the finalists of the Saturday events and the winners on Sunday get regional championship invites currently for Dallas. I don't know where season 1 of next year is going to be at, but I'm sure all competitive players are probably after those invites. Here is the championship field as it stands. Raja Sulaiman all by himself. Joined now by Steven Dykman, I believe, won the modern event this morning.
Yeah, very familiar name on this series, on other series too. Very decorated player. So a stacked field with only 2 people in it at the moment, but that's going to change as of our next showdown event. Every winner of those Saturday showdowns books their ticket right there. Don't have to grind out for the rest of the year. You can just mark your calendar and have something nice to look forward to.
Yeah, and new this year, the winner of the Nurbridge Championship gets a full Pro Tour invite. Not a regional championship on the line there. A full Pro Tour invite just amongst the 16 players in addition to the 25K prize pool. So
coming back to the
big stuff on the NRG series this year. Come get a piece of it for yourself. Or if you're remote, if you're just watching online, we welcome you. We're happy to have you here. We're going to take a break right now and we come back for round 7 right after this.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Mundelein, Illinois. I am Matt Bamonte here for the NRG series. Getting ready to kick off our 7th round of coverage. So we have this round, 1 more round of Swiss, and then we have the top 8 to bring you. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the players to watch here and see where we're at on the day. Alrighty, so Theo Jung, you just saw 5-0-1 currently, so doing pretty well. Probably needs another win, maybe a draw in the last round. We'll see how that shakes out. The standings are a little bit bizarre with the draws and all that. So Theo Jung 5-0-1. A whole bunch of players 5-1. Raja Sulaiman, Piper Pell, Joseph Bernal, and our defending champion from this morning / yesterday, Steven Dykman, all at 5-1. Will Krueger 4-1-1. Excuse me, 4-1-1 after a round 1 draw, so doing pretty well to battle back here. And then Connor Mullaly is 4-2, and Jesse Robkin unfortunately is dropping from the tournament. Not a great day for her. We do have Raja Sulaiman in the feature match area, so I'm going to go ahead and do my best to get out of the way and send you down to Joe and Dom for round number 7.
All right, thanks, Matt. So Golgari Midrange versus Izzet Pyromancer. Certainly this format has not run out of diversity yet, as these two decks are not mainstream, expected decks that you're going to prepare for facing off against each other here. And
yeah,
Roger
both
opens...
unconventional decks. On the right, we have Izzet Pyromancer. So this is effectively 8 Pyromancers. The Young Pyromancer, of course, but also Third Path Iconoclast as a fairly recent addition to that list. Both just churning out 1/1s whenever you cast non-creature spells, and the rest of the deck built with the expectation of having one of those. And then on Roger's side, we associate Roger with control decks, right? You're flawlessly playing these blue-white band control decks. He also has another style in him, and this is these black mid-range decks, affectionately called Rajas. So black-white Rajas. We've had black-red Rajas in the past. This is Golgari Rajas. This is cool mid-range cards from Raja's Trade-Binder, and he's going to stitch together wins with the deck anyway because that's how good he is.
Yeah, excellent. Well, this should be fun to watch here. And so first thing to say, Max Matteson here, with the hand revealed, is it possible that Raja thinks, based on that he's up against a slightly unusual build of Arclight Phoenix? I mean, I don't know that he could, but like the cards he sees here, that doesn't fit into anything natural, right?
It's a little unusual. You're going to be asking some questions. I would say Mate Disappear might point you in the direction of, okay, my opponent's going to have a lot of stuff to sacrifice. How do we get to that point? And then also with tournaments like this, if you're at the top tables, maybe you're playing next to these players every time, you kind of get the lay of the land and see what's going on. So I think Roger's going to know what's up. Whether Max can anticipate the weird and wonderful range of cards in Roger's deck is another story.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have much to work on it so far, except for land drops, obviously. And looking for one of his creatures, there are 12 creatures in Max Matteson's deck. They are all 2 drops. And there we have one. Okay, well, that's a good place to be. Third Path Iconoclast with a Fading Hope to save it, or a Make Disappear to protect it. This might not be too easy for Raja to deal with, even though it's maybe not the most threatening card at this point. But
yeah, if you try to initiate a fight, then some tokens are being made, whether or not the Iconoclast actually dies, and either way, it's kind of done its job at that stage. We'll see if Raja has removal, or what else is going on, because after that Thoughtseize, not much has happened from Raja's side in this game so far.
Yeah, and this is there's a decent amount of creatures in this deck, creatures and vehicles, so he's bound to have something. And okay, Fatal Push comes across here. Max, no response here. Doesn't interested in Fading Hope to save it. So let's it go. And now it's a duress. So main deck duress, and Max is like, "Are you serious?"
The hits just keep coming. So we see another Iconoclast. It looks like another Make Disappear behind that, and then the Strangle and the Fading Hope that we knew already. So. Knowing about those Make Disappears, it makes them a lot easier to play against, and you can kind of render those cards obsolete fairly quickly.
Certainly. Yeah, and having another copy of Iconoclast in hand explain why Max wasn't interested in protecting the first one. Raja's going to check out Make Disappear here, make sure it's, not quite as threatening. Yeah, I don't know what he chooses here. We don't know what's in his hand. Fading Hope to protect Iconoclast might be the card I would look at.
Yeah, Fading Hope also one of the less conditional answers to just the big stuff that Raja has in his own deck. So
sure,
makes sense on both ends there.
Yeah, and Raja, okay, now with 2 Make Disappears to play against, he can, like you were saying, he can kind of just defeat those cards just by making land drops. And Max sees, his early game here was set up to be very effective if Raja played into the Make Disappears. Since he hasn't really consisted of a whole much. And here's a Shieldred, and okay.
Yeah, so trading for 2 cards effectively will leave a 1/1 behind on the way out. But I think Raja's pretty happy with that exchange. There's a Tasker as a follow-up, and that's a 4/5. You can strangle that, but you need something else to finish it off. And the way that Make Disappear lines up here is Max had to commit to sacrificing the creature to the casualty ability. And at that point, Raja knows, okay, well, I can pay 2, can't pay 2+2, so I can just let that go. And I have that 2 mana left over for a follow-up like the Tasker.
Yeah, and that was, I mean, what Raja didn't need to think about that at all. He had that play lined up. He knew what was going to happen there. He got what he wanted, but Max here with the Treasure Cruise to recover here. So certainly both players' decks functioning now.
But both players delving it up. We will confirm with the table spotter if Max should have that token with just the exact timing window with the casualty and the sacrifice, whether that trigger still goes in there.
Yeah, I thought about that too, and I wasn't sure, but I do know there are some interactions where you would not actually benefit from getting that token. Russia's sacrifice activates Tasker here and does find a Scavenging Ooze, so that's a nice pickup.
Yeah, Max's deck not quite as graveyard centric as something like a Phoenix deck, but still a nice tool to have in these longer games.
Yeah, certainly. All right, so Tasker does come through, connect. Max chooses not to block with the token. I guess the token does have some value with the other Make Disappear in handy, even if it's not planning on getting through for much damage, obviously.
It's kind of nice to see Tasker again. It used to be a card that would slot into these fair decks. Has fallen out of favor in that context. We're seeing it now as a combo piece of sorts in these Neoform Attractor lists. But Raja, kind of with this throwback from a few years ago, just Thoughtseize into Fatal Push into Tasker. That's a pretty potent mid-range recipe.
Yeah, he's playing it fair here. And you're right. You don't see that anymore. In fact, I would say there was probably a very brief window where that I was seen at all. Tasker seems like a cool card, but I don't know that it had much of an impact overall in tournament play for, really at any point in time, except as being just a body on a Delve creature. It didn't. The ability is cool, but I mean, how many times does that really get activated?
The thing is, these days, is every card does everything and also is a mana sink, and so just the unique selling point of Tasker isn't quite what it used to be. We do have a judge here just going over that interaction from last turn, checking the ruling, making sure the game is going according to plan. So as we do that, worth noting that Raja, one of 2 players qualified for our end of year championship already as the guy who just won it last year, in contention for first top 8 here in this season. Also, the other player, Steven Dykman, who booked his slot there this morning by winning our modern 10K overnight and then winning this morning. At 5-1 as well, looking for the back-to-back. So both 2 very distinguished players looking to add even more to their resumes there.
Yeah, certainly impressive displays. Raja Sulaiman winning last year, defeating Jesse Robkin in the finals. Certainly a tough opponent, well-earned victory for him. And okay, so you see the judge making the ruling here, figuring out what all was actually supposed to happen.
Yeah, so some time has passed since then, so I don't know if that could be reversed at this point, but that is a question for the judge, of course, and we'd encourage people to always call the judge to help clear out confusion in spots like this. So the token has been banished from the battlefield, so I think maybe we have a resolution here and our game will continue.
Yeah. Looks the way it is. I mean, if that token had been sacrificed to the other Make Disappear, then things would have been messier. But as it is, it was just sitting on the board, it is removed, and we can continue on. Question in the chat about deck lists. Today's deck list will be available in a couple hours when the top 8 begins. Yesterday's deck lists are all available on MTG Melee. So if you're looking for the new modern tech from the weekend, you can search through all 287 lists and see what you can find. Meanwhile, Pyromancer enters play and gets picked off by Abrupt Decay immediately.
Okay, opt in response. Gonna try and change the spells together here. Abrupt Decay, another classic mid-range card that we really haven't seen that much in Pioneer, but pretty perfect. We were trying to kill a cheap threat through Make Disappear.
Yeah, and Max was denied his earlier token, but he's like, okay, I earned this one. This one's going to stay. So the Elemental on the board, and yeah, Raja looking, I mean, with his collection of cards, looking very much in control of this game.
Yeah, we got the Hive of the Eye Tyrant there. If we want to fire that up, add some more pressure as well.
Yeah, numerous ways to attack the graveyard. And I just love incidental ways to do things. Like, okay, we have Scavenging Ooze, which is a decent card, attacks the graveyard. Hive, decent land, attacks the graveyard. Scavenging Ooze incidentally gains life. I mean, it's just useful stuff that can be, applied to more than one scenario, which is kind of what these decks consist of. And here is...
Yeah, so Tasker being activated, milling just lands, and so he is guaranteed to get back that Abrupt Decay. The opponent's not going to have the choice there. And following up with a Thoughtseize.
All right. Max can deny this with Make Disappear plus token, but that doesn't seem super appealing. But maybe if there's a Treasure Cruise in hand he wants to protect, he would consider that.
Yeah, looks like that's the line.
Yeah, okay, that is going to be it. All right, so sack the token, Make Disappear, counter the Thoughtseize. And yeah,
I think holding off on that ooze that we know about until can grow it twice, get it out of the strangle range. It's just been face up since the first turn of the game, effectively.
Yeah, it makes sense. All right, 2 mana for another creature for Max. Yeah, Ledger Shredder this time. Pyromancer, okay. Connive Triggers. Raja will let that happen.
Yeah, force him to commit to the Connive before potentially trying to Abrupt Decay. Oh, wow. So leaving both of those in play lets Max get the discount on of one mine. So two in a blue, you draw 2 cards. But if you have a human and a non-human in play, you get a discount, just costs a single blue mana instead.
Yeah, and Raja kind of ran his fingers over his forehead there. It may be a little bit of a sigh, like, oh, I guess I could have and should have killed a Shredder if I knew that was going to happen. But again, you're playing against this deck. I mean, if you think about it, okay, of one might make sense to be in this deck. However, this is a deck you probably haven't played against very often, and sometimes it's not like the play lines are not like built in yet. You have to think them through as they happen. And all right, here's the decay on the Pyromancer actually.
And it's one of the neat synergies of this Pyromancer deck that Young Pyromancer is a human, but it makes elementals. Third Path Iconoclast is a human, it makes teeny tiny constructs. So those 8 cards get you to that discount by itself, and also you're making a spell, you're drawing 2 more cards, hopefully some more spells in there. So it's one of the more powerful synergies in the deck.
Yes, indeed. All right, so here is a cruise. So we can see kind of why Max kicked that Makes His Spirit last turn, because he certainly had some stuff to do in hand, and now, I mean, rebuilds his hand, has some presence on the board, and Raja hasn't had to do much so far in this game. Now might have to deploy more threats, and now that he knows the Strangle's discarded, maybe he'll want to commit something like a Glissa to the board. There are copies of Glissa in the deck. Another card that doesn't really see a lot of play in Pioneer, but they're here.
There's copies of a lot of cards here, Joe. Okay.
Yes, there are.
And there is finally the Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah, and potentially Raja may have just given up on the idea of being able to grow to a 4/4 all at once, because Max clearly isn't going to cooperate with that by continually eating his own graveyard. And are there creatures in Raja's graveyard? I don't believe so. I can't make out the card underneath Abrupt Decay. I think that's the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, it looks like it. So yeah, that's a Strangle. So we can eat cards in response, maybe just to okay, so it looks like we're eating the Thoughtseize from our own graveyard to increase the odds that our Tasker, just to clear some of that chaff out the way.
Right. Yeah. So if you're unfamiliar with Tasker, it's going to mill 2, and then you're going to return the opponent's choice of the non-lands in your graveyard.
Yes. And it looks like is that a Bank Buster underneath
I think
the land?
it is.
Yeah. And crucially, this is being done in response to the Strangle, because Roger doesn't want that Scavenging Ooze back. He wants to do all of this while that's on the stack. So I think we'd quite like to have that decay facing down this pair of Shredders, but we'll settle for the Bank Buster instead.
No, I think he did get the decay. The Bank Buster is still in the graveyard.
Oh, okay.
But okay, an attacker comes across here for 3. So the first actual dent he's made in Raja's life total. The other damage was self-inflicted. But this Tasker, Iraja only has a couple cards in hand. He has drawn a lot of lands this game. That has to be said.
Which was great early on in the face of
Yes.
those mage disappears. Now starting to bite him a little bit. Worth noting too, if you look at Max's lands, there's a horde of Storm Giants just chilling under there. And that thing it's kind of weird that blue gets the biggest man land by a massive margin, and it hits so hard and it's so hard to kill. But in these longer games, right, it is almost always the biggest thing out there, and that can just finish the opponent off in a turn or two.
Yeah, that is a good point. I've not heard anyone make that before, but yeah, blue having the largest power toughness of a cycle is, I mean, that can't have happened too many times in the history of Magic, right?
That's a color pie break, I think is the technical term.
Okay, so Tasker comes across for 4 more damage, max down to 8. Probably doesn't have to worry too much about getting burnt out in this matchup, even if he's not entirely sure what all the cards here. And if he's played a lot of standard lately, maybe he's Invoke Despair is on the radar, but it probably doesn't need to be. So it's going to be creature damage robust. And another, this is so many, this is the most Tasker activations I've seen in 5 years.
This is a lot of card advantage. We're really redefining that term here and now.
Okay, so Thoughtseize returns to hand there.
The same Thoughtseize has been cast yet again.
All right, Max has a consider in response. Spire Bluff Canal, not what he wanted. And here is the reveal. And Ottawa, Ledger Shredder, Treasure Cruise. Well, I've got my money on what card's going to be taken here. I win. You owe me. All right, Treasure Cruise is taken, and so leaving Shredder number 3 and Ottawa. Interesting setup here, and I believe we know Raja has an Abrupt Decay in hand, so and Max knows that as well.
Yeah, Ottawa kind of a nuisance here for Raja. Just
yes.
Bouncing Tasker, bouncing High for the item or something for a turn, just making it harder to close out the deal.
Mm-hmm. And Raja may not be too eager to fire for Decay right now because it would trigger Connive. Instead, we're going to see, we're going to trigger it twice, and that's the Glissa. So, Glissa, is it Sunseeker? I'm not even sure what the second part of the name is. Sunslayer.
So I want to say the lore here is 20 years ago in Mirrodin, Glissa was seeking the sun. Now she's being corrupted on the dark side. She's slaying the sun.
Is that? I mean, that's a lofty goal to take out a star, but okay.
It's some real Mr. Burns energy going on there.
All right, so Glissa, a card that definitely sees some play in standard with a multitude of abilities. Also, basically cannot lose in combat to virtually anything, as it has First Strike and Death Touch.
Yeah, you have to put 4 different creatures in front of that thing if you want to hope to deal combat damage to it.
All right, so Max finishes up the connives. The way with double connive triggers, you have to choose which connive trigger is triggering in what order. So he may have preferred to split the counters up, but what ends up happening, the 3 counter shredder picks up another one. So it is up to a 5 power here. 6 power in the air. Raja's at 7. And like you said, there is the Hall of Storm Giants, unfortunately, cannot attack through Glissa.
Yeah, it's that typical choice of, do you try and spread out the counters to hedge your bets against removal, or do you think, okay, one of these shredders probably taking one for the team against Glissa, against Tasker, so want to load up counters on the other one instead?
Yeah, here's Fairy Impulse. And now if Max has enough lands, I believe he does have Raja dead, but I don't think he has enough.
2 looks at it, though.
Right, but I think there's 4 untapped. I can't tell if the Otawara is revealed or if it's actually in play. The one that's okay, it's just sitting there. So here's one's attack, but Max doesn't actually have to win this turn. Maybe
no.
This game is a different feel than some of the matches we've watched so far today, but I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, this is good, honest, fair Magic as opposed to Lotus Field comboing off and then going on some weird acid trip, but then vaguely colliding with reality again at some point.
All right, Tasker comes across again. Max is like, yeah, I'll take it. I'll go to 4, no problem. What else you got? I think Raj just need more than a Tasker activation this time. I might be wrong though. 4 mana.
Chariot.
Okay. That's
Well, those are some blockers.
Yeah. Well, it's some blockers for Hall of Storm Giants, but not so much for the Flyers here. So can Max? Now we know there's no haste creatures in Max's deck. Raja may not be as comfortable with that assumption.
Chat is taking issue with my description of Treasure Cruise as a fair magic card. Here's the thing. If the rest of your deck is fair enough, then Treasure Cruise is drawing you 3 fair cards, and then thereby becomes more fair than any other card could possibly be.
I have no objection to that line of reasoning. Yeah, that seems completely fine. As Ottawa takes out one of the tokens, Abrupt Decay takes out one of the shredders. So Max conceivably could find a win here with a cheap removal spell for the Wolf token.
Yeah, we saw another Fiery Impulse discarded the previous turn, so I don't know if that means Max has yet another one, or if he just didn't see a use for it and maybe would wish he had it back here.
Okay, lining up mana. All right, it's just going to be a Shredder coming across for 2. Hall of the Storm Giants also valid as a blocker here, as long as Raja doesn't have another threat to crew the Chariot. But I believe there's a creature land in play here for Raja, so that may not be enough.
Yeah, just animating and attacking. That is lethal, unless there's some missing piece there.
Yeah. I mean, Raja might have, he saw in the opening hand, there was or maybe not the opening hand, but on the discard spell very early on, saw the Fading Hope. So maybe he has to consider whether there could be a bounce spell here to mess things up on a potential attack.
Yeah, it would have to be something that the Hall could cast, right? Because we have 6 lands to animate it and then block, and then the Hall would be able to cast it. So Fading Hope qualifies. That would actually do it.
And yeah, Raja's going to think this through. Decide what he can beat. Raja also not guaranteed dead, but I don't think he's probably going to be too comfortable with the idea of just hoping the Shredder doesn't grow.
Right.
Max
So
watching. Now if you're in Max's seat right now, if you don't have anything, you really want to, what do you want to, what kind of image do you want to convey? Do you want to look confident? Do you want to look weak and try and pretend you're bluffing? Maybe none of that matters. And okay, there it is.
Okay.
Max says nothing. Raja decides, I'm going for it. And Max is like, you got it. Wow.
Fascinating. Okay,
Yeah.
so maybe Max could have held back and tried to turtle up, play defense a little more.
Mhm.
On the other hand, he might think, okay, if I don't get to attack now, how am I actually closing out this game if my Hall of Storm Giants is getting gummed up on the ground? So took the gamble, didn't pay off, going to head to game 2 here with Raja, 1 game away from potentially locking up another top 8 berth here on the NRG series. So we see Max's sideboard. We got some Outpost Sieges, a classic grindy matchups card from back in the day, Joe. Unlicensed Hers, 3 copies of Roast.
That's
Target
perfect.
Standard Classic. Like Tassiger, right?
Tasker and Children. Yeah. If you could lining up potential removal spells for Max to be in Max's deck, that's the one you would pick.
A perfect roast matchup for sure. Got some other stuff. Got like a Ether Gas to negate, Disable Strokes, 2 Rending Volleys for not this matchup, and then an Abrade. Those roasts I have to imagine coming in. Maybe the Outpost Sieges as well.
Based on, they dodge Abrupt Decay, they generate long-term revenge. Yeah, that might be fitting. All right, let's go ahead and look at Raj's deck while the players are sideboarding here, because Raja Sulaiman also has, like I said at the beginning, there's some cards in here that are not, they're all cards that are played somewhere in the format, I guess, but not necessarily all together. Or is Briarbridge Tracker? How often do you even run into that? I'm not sure I've ever played against one.
You never do, and it's a good card, very solid mid-rangey card. But there are so many of those these days that the bar's high, competition is stiff. So looking at Raja's deck and the sideboard here, probably want more Juventus. I think the Thrun I could see actually being good in these longer games. Abrupt Decay we saw do some good work there. Ritual of Soot can clean up everything, right? A whole board full of tokens and the Pyromancers.
An Extinction Event. Extinction Event, maybe even better, because maybe it'll save a Glissa, for example, but it's guaranteed to kill everything that Max has.
That's a very good point. Event on even gets everything and also could leave a 3-drop behind. So yeah, maybe if you want to sweep it, that's the one you turn to.
That's tough. Well, I don't know, but that's tough though, because let's just say you only have one. One of them doesn't kill your Glissa, the other one doesn't kill your Shieldred or your Tasker.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe you just want both anyway.
Perhaps, yeah. Also some Leyline of the Voids, which if this was a Phoenix matchup, then yeah, more Graveyard Synergies probably do want the Leylines. Knowing that Max just has Treasure Cruise, probably not worth it, I would say.
I tend to agree with you, but we'll see what Raja says. And looking at there are other, we just talked about, there are other options he has to bring in. There's no shortage of playable cards he can consider here. So maybe we should change tack and look at what does Raja not want? Liliana? Doesn't seem great.
No, on the play, there's an argument, right? If they have turn 2 Shredder, you get to follow up Liliana. Sure. If they just play out their Pyromancer on turn 2. But yeah, I think Liliana seems like one of the weaker cards. And then there's a question about exactly how much removal do you want? What configuration of that do you want? And then some of these beefier threats, like is Chariot the thing you're looking for here? Bankbuster? Lot of options. Maybe the Oozes actually, like same principle as Leyline. If you think there aren't that many graveyard synergies going on, maybe the Ooze becomes the weaker threat that could get picked off by the damage-based removal.
All right, players are drawing opening hands for game 2. Let's go back to the table for certainly a match that's slightly off kilter from the other ones we've seen so far. But yeah, like you were saying, this is kind of traditional what Magic's supposed to be. If we went back a decade or two, people that might not recognize all these cards, but they recognize the interactions, what's going on. It makes sense.
Yeah, this is a 2015 era fever dream for the older gentleman among us.
All right, so just a land drop from both sides. Well, newbie player has 1 drop, so that's no shock. And we have Raja dropping to 18 though off of Overgrown Tomb, so maybe holding up Fatal Push on that first turn there. Could Max read that from that result, do you think?
Yeah, that seems likely.
Yeah. And we are going to see Max's hand revealed here. Looks like he's got sufficient mana, maybe more than enough. And did not play creature on turn 2, despite the option to do so.
Yeah. Trying to consider to follow it up, get that trigger. And the consider actually taken by Raja. Just leaving the Pyromancers, trying to strand them without any spells to work with.
Well, that may be a reasonable plan here. Conquest does drop into play. Having 2 creatures in total, Max conceivably could have run out 1 on turn 2 and then another on turn 3 with the consider. But I wonder if the Fatal Push that Raja does have that he represented turn 1 led Max into taking turn 2 off.
I think so, yeah. And looks like Raja stuck just on 2 lands after kind of flooding out in the first game, but having a lot of ways to use that mana. Stuck on mana for the early part of the second game. But what that means is a lot of spells to work with and a lot of removal here in that case.
All right, so Max drew a second copy of Consider, so is going to pick up 1 token when the second Fatal Push takes down, I stand corrected, 2 tokens as a Spikefield Hazard takes a point of Raja's life total. So, all right, converting a potential land into a potential 1/1 plus a damage. Not high stakes either way, but something.
I wonder if Gigantha might make an appearance in this game. It spent all of game 1 just grazing quietly off the side and maybe could have been relevant, but this might actually be one of those rare Gigantha games.
And we might actually see it soon here. Is this going to be, it is going to be a Channel Sokanzon. So Max is going to get in here. And okay, I take it back. There is actually a haste element to Max's deck as the Sokanzon channel does put 2 1/1s on the board. And, well, 1 shock land, 1 Thoughtseize, and 1 attack, and Raja's down to 11.
And Raja's deck is not great at sweeping up a lot of creatures in one go, unless we have those sideboard sweepers that you mentioned. So you either have to trade off 1 by 1 or have a big creature you can put in front of those, but neither seems to be the case right now.
Another Thoughtseize, not quite what the ideal draw off the top here for Raja. Takes Fiery Impulse, leaving Shredder, but dropping to 9 and no additional play. And yeah, so 4th land plus any of the sweepers will stabilize Raja. Otherwise, I mean, life total is dropping awfully fast.
There's also that Den of the Bugbear waiting to be fired up at a moment's notice. We did use 2 lands that could have been that 5th land in the Spikefield Hazard and the Soken's land, but got decent value out of both of those.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Wow. Okay, so it looks like a treasure cruise coming in for Max Matteson here. Raja can't be happy about that.
The cruise is not on screen, but we know what this motion means.
If nothing else, this likely ensures that the Bugbear can attack next turn. And with Raja being at 7 now, and you're right, there's Jegantha going to hand. So Max with the options now for the next turn. Raja is done. Okay, so we're going to see a game 3.
Jegantha pick back up, put back down, doing that nice little dance there. So yeah, I wonder if Raja, we weren't sure how much information he had about the opposing deck before the match, going into game 1, game 2. I wonder now for game 3, back on the play, if he wants to mix it up at all.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, so we can maybe even put his deck list back up because there are a lot of moving parts here, a lot of options. We talked about the sweepers potentially could come in. Let's look at it from a different way. If Raja doesn't bring in the sweepers, even though it seems like he may want them, what would he be bringing in? I mean, Sky Sovereign. I mean, these 2-mana creatures are okay, and Sky Sovereign flies. That's nice. That doesn't seem like a reasonable option here. Does it to you? I don't think it does to me.
It doesn't seem unreasonable, honestly.
Okay.
If you think the ground's going to get gummed up, then you play your Sky Sovereign, you shoot down the thing that's gumming up the board with all the tokens. They probably can't attack into it if you can crew it, and then it's immune to a lot of the removal, gets to fly over, shoot down stuff. I don't know, I'm kind of talking myself into it the more I think about it.
Okay. What else do we have here? We have, Abrupt Decay, that likely came in. Okay, so really, if we're not looking at the sweepers, I feel like there's not enough cards to bring in without considering the graveyard hate at that point. So the kind of the straw that broke Raja that game was probably the treasure cruise at the end, if we discount the fact that it was missing land drops. So maybe the ley lines are something to be reconsidered.
I don't know. You're trading off against 4 cards in their deck, and that doesn't seem great to me. I wonder how many Duresses Raja wants and how many just spot removal spells Raja wants. Because there's a lot, right? We got 4 push, we have a 3rd decay on the board, we got a go for the throat, 2 power word kills like that. That's a lot of removal. Do we want all of that necessarily?
I wonder if I'd be willing to trim. If I had to trim some stuff, I wonder if a Thoughtseize could go, because we have the duress, and obviously your life totals, it's under some pressure here. So maybe you want to take out some of that. You certainly don't want to draw 2, I would say, in the first couple turns of the game. So maybe you can trim down to 1 Thoughtseize. I don't really know. Obviously, Raja's gonna have a lot of experience with this kind of deck and with this specific deck, whereas we're just watching from afar. But some of the cards, instant life gain would be nice. Like Shieldred would be a great draw.
Maybe that's where the Scavenging Ooze comes in, right? Nibble away at the graveyard for Cruise, and also maybe gain 1 or 2 life on the way out. I'm not sure anyone actually has experience with Raja's decks. By definition, he's going to have more than anyone else. So I guess that's the advantage you get playing a brew like that.
No, it is. Of being somewhat of a rogue, it's just going to be, you have your style, but that doesn't mean people are able to accurately guess what cards are actually in it. I mean, if we had told chat before the match, here's the archetype that Raj is playing, how close would they have gotten to the 75?
Right?
No,
I mean,
not so much.
And this is the thing now, is there are so many good mid-range tools that, you could build a Golgari Router deck just like this with half the cards looking different. So I wonder how he arrived at this exact configuration, other than maybe it's just vibes, maybe there's some big brain reasoning that we're not privy to. But if we ever get to interview Raja, maybe we'll poke his brain on that.
Yeah, certainly we will. All right, so players, Raja's still shuffling. Max has presented, so potentially, either Raja's a more thorough shuffler or he's on a mulligan here. We'll find out. But we are getting ready for game number 3. And the winner of this match, based on depending on tiebreakers, may be already set for top 8. We will find out when that time comes. But in these 8 or 9 round events, certainly tiebreakers can come into play at some point. All right, Raja on the play here. All right, looks like we're keeping. Both players happy. And this time, tapped over on Tomb. By virtue of going first, he doesn't have to hold up Fatal Push on his first turn, so able to just save 2 life points right off the bat.
This is, I assume, Thoughtseize or Duress. There we go. Nice old Lauren Thoughtseize here, seeing a hand of kind of the same hand you always see, right? Like a few different creatures, a few different spells, nothing that really stands out.
Right. Again, yeah, 2 Iconoclasts, a Shredder, an Opt, and is that red card in a Braid? I'm not sure what that last red card is in Max's hand. Raja will make his selection. It's tough to take a creature here if you're Raja, even though.
But then which spell do you take, right? Like that's the rub.
Do you take the Opt? I mean, the Opt is basically worth a token. I guess if you have 1 removal spell, then you could take Iconoclast and then kill the other one. Or in case you have.
So we're duressing now, getting that Opt. So Roger down to 16, trading off a bunch of cards already.
But removing a lot of the early, well, not really, I guess, some of the backup pressure, but the early pressure is still there because he cannot deny Max having a 2-drop.
Yeah, hovered over that red card for the second, went for the Opt instead. I kind of like it when a player picks up their discard spell and just hovers it around the hand and then eventually like circles down on something.
Yeah, there is 1 copy of a Braid in Max's 75. So yeah, and okay, now is that a different art of roast than I'm used to? I think it's in a Braid.
I didn't know there were different arts of roast.
I don't know if there are either. I just always assume there's other arts, other things. It is a Braid, okay. And here is the Briarbridge Tracker. Maybe we can pop that up, as that might not be a card that everyone is familiar with. A 2/3 Vigilance that is often a 4/3. As long as you have a token, and it comes with a clue. So right on the initial trip into play, it's already a 4/3, and Raja has the option to cash in a card. And we know Raja likes extra cards. He went through all kinds of work with Tassiger in game 1 to pick up extra cards. Here, Briarbridge just comes with one.
Oh, he drew off one behind.
That's so strong for Max. Wow.
You see a little shake of the head there from Raja, who usually, pretty unflappable at the table, but is feeling it here.
Okay, so Max now with some fresh options, and more importantly, maybe after the connive and then drawing 2 cards, is just Raja went from knowing about 3/4 of Max's hand to knowing like 20% of it, and that's just a lot less knowledge, a lot less certainty for Raja to have to play with here.
It would be a nice spot for Extinction Event, I will tell you that much.
Yes, it would. Yeah, okay, so here's a spot where Strangled, so it would definitely be worse. Raja, can we find a 4th land? That was certainly an issue last game. I think we saw Raja tap the Briarbridge Tracker there. It does have Vigilance, so yeah, okay, an attack comes across.
Okay, there is a Power Word kill, I think, on the third path Iconoclast. Okay.
Okay. And
so 1 threat down.
Once again, Raja does not have a 4th land. The greedy play there may have been to draw off the clue to try and hit the 4th land and still play the Power Word kill, but Raja Discipline doesn't go for that.
If you miss, though, it gets real bad real fast.
Yes, it does. All right, so here's Fiery Impulse with Cell Mastery, and Max will make a token.
Yeah, 1 mana removal spell picked up, so get to keep the Abrade, still get to kill the Briarbridge Tracker, trigger Connive, make a token, attack for 3.
Yeah, this is looking great here for Max Matteson. Basically just doing what he wants. The card draw, the of one mind really kind of pulled this hand together. Raja shakes his head, presumably did not draw a land again. And yeah, all those sweepers aren't going to do any good if you can't cast them. Land count in Raja's deck, if you're curious, 25. So certainly a bit unfortunate here to miss the 4th land drop 2 games in a row.
I will say this is where if your 3-drop is Fable, right? Like if you're stuck on lands, throw 2 cards away, 2 more looks at it. Really valuable at just smoothing out your draw, getting that consistency. Don't have access to that in Golgari. Tracker's a great card, but it's not quite Fable. Nothing really is.
All right, so the fourth line does come off the clue. It's another Overrun Tomb. Let's see how much damage is Max looking at here. That Gigantha is not in play, so it's currently 6 coming across at minimum. Here's another Treasure Cruise, and Roger's kind of getting buried here in card advantage. Once again, Max with creature lands in play as well. So even if a sweeper is found, there's still damage potentially coming in the next turn. Are there any outs left for Raja here? Can he conceivably escape from this even with perfect draws from this point?
Pick up Gigantha, sure. I mean, if Raja has Extinction Event, that's the first step. It has to be that. And then, okay, fire up down, hit you for 4, you're down to 2. And Chariot, it's a good card, but it's not enough. It's not close to enough.
Yeah.
And especially now, can't crew it with one of the wolves or one of the cats, being killed in a turn.
Yeah, and that's it. Raja extends the fist, not to strike down Max Matteson, but to acknowledge his defeat. And Max Matteson advances to 6 and 1. Congratulations to him. All right. No rest of the weary. We are back on us, and we're going to go into live game 3 of our backup match. So Dom and I will jump right into that, whatever it is. So go ahead and take us in.
All right. So we have a fascinating match between 2 players. For example, on the left, here we go. Josh Versiano on Rakdos Sacrifice, which we saw in the hands of Theo Jung, who will be playing for top 8 this round as well. And then on the right, Leonardo Reith on 5-color Niv Mizzet, a staple of Pioneer across the years. One that just kind of fallen out of favor, but always a joy to see. I don't know. There's something about just Niv Mizzet as a card and then the deck as a whole that just kind of tickles me.
Yeah, no, I enjoy this too. And it's obviously it's going to share a lot with the 5-color Omnath that we saw, I believe, Jesse Robkin playing earlier today. It's just the choice of maybe you have to structure what spells in your deck. You want to play more gold cards if you're actually playing Niv Mizzet as a tutor target for Bring to Light, as opposed to just Omnath. Both are present in Leonardo's deck. And we are in game 3 here. 2 players at 5 and 1. All right. Well, we had a matchup of 2 entertaining fair decks last round. And I think we could make that statement about this again as well, right? Like 5-color Niv Mizzet, this is a fair deck. Rakdos Sacrifice? Yeah.
We have a Niv Mizzet's forever friend Claudio in the chat here. It's the biggest champion cheering it on. We'll see if he can send Niv Mizzet his energy.
All right. Well, Claudio, yeah, you can back us up, right? This is a fair deck. What arguments can we make that these aren't fair decks? Are there any? I mean...
fair as in handsome, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, Leyline Binding can be really good, but it's answerable. A Bring to Light is a fun card. It's a fun. If you're looking at these decks, these are fun decks, right? These aren't unfair. These aren't overpowering decks. They're just fun. They're even maybe underpowered. They're just decks.
Wow. Okay. We spoke about nostalgia. I know Bring to Light was your kick in Standard back in the day.
It was. I loved Bring to Light. It was just so. I mean, but the power level was so different then. Like my big one trump card was Bring to Light for Silumgar's command. I don't think we're going to find that in Leonardo's deck here. Let's just check.
We can probably find some better Demir cards to dig out with our
Polygon's command. Come on. Prismari command. See, that's the problem. They printed a new command and bumped mine out. He does have Growth Spirals. Growth Spiral is a card that I tried to find a home for in Pioneer. I do like that card. I didn't end up doing anything with it, but Growth Spiral is a nice card. All right, we're underway here. We're going to have a Thoughtseize from Josh Feliciano.
As is often the case with Niv Mizzet, it's a very strange mix of lands and a strange mix of spells at the same time.
Yeah, and what does that say to you? It says fun. All right.
Yes.
Just play some lands here for Leonardo. Niv Mizzet, not often a fast deck. Its form of acceleration does exist, but as we saw, it was taken by the Thoughtseize. And Josh underway here with Bloodtithe Harvester. Nothing unfair about this card either. It's just, I mean, every card these days comes with a clue or a blood or some ability to filter a card advantage, something or other, 2 for 1, right? Everything. it's a different era we live in nowadays.
Yeah, Gigantha being picked up here for Leonardo. This is kind of a funny Gigantha deck in the sense of you tap it for 5 colors. You can plausibly use all 5 of that colored mana.
Oh, that's so true. That's cool.
In the space of a turn.
But certainly not. No, I don't know. I maintain that Gigantha's the frequency of Gigantha actually doing anything is very, very small. And here's
All right, so
nice. So Extinction Event from Leonardo and Josh with an excellent response in help me out here. What's the name of the Deadly Dispute?
Deadly Dispute. Yeah, Leonardo using the Extinction Event as a 4-mana spot removal spell, which got trumped in the worst way possible by Deadly Dispute.
Okay, and Leonardo's hand revealed again, showing that Gigantha, and that's a Vanishing Verse, I think. So removal or Gigantha. I mean, Gigantha getting hit by discard spell would probably be one of the best uses of Gigantha we've seen so far today. And there you go.
And there is Fable. We saw early on in the hands of Jesse Robkin the spiritual successor to this Niv Mizzet deck in just 5-color Bring to Life, right?
Mhm.
But without Niv Mizzet, you don't have to incentivize yourself to play all of these wonky gold cards. You can play Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You can play these kind of more conventional cards, and I'm sure Leonardo would love to have something like a Fable in this spot.
Oh, that is probably true. Vanishing Verse takes out the token. So yeah, Fable is such a cheap, good card that does need to be answered twice, and which is, I guess, why we're seeing it in every format in existence. I don't know about Vintage. I don't really follow Vintage, but I know it's shown it's found a place in Legacy, Modern, Pioneer, Standard. I guess it's illegal. Once they reprint a few times, it gets downgraded to Common. It'll be in Pauper too.
Interesting that Leonardo used the verse on the Goblin and just let the Fable stick around, keep rummaging. We've got a second Fable here joining the party.
Yeah, there's a
cycling a Triumph. Okay.
All right, 5 mana. That's a flashpoint. What do we got?
Okay, this is a good draw.
Yeah, Niv Mizzet. Here we go. Flipping over 10. Looking for non-overlapping gold cards. This can dramatically change what's in the hand here. Ooh.
And okay, 2 hits. A Prisari command and a Colligan's command. The 2 playable commands, Joe, in this deck. So that's fine, but if you're Josh, it could be a lot worse, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a Silgar's command. But, okay, Prismari command, Colligan's command. So what impact can that have next turn? A couple of creatures can get picked off. Maybe a creature. I guess maybe the most important is the Niv Mizzet being on the board is now dramatically bigger than everything Josh has.
Pretty hard to kill, too. You're not claiming that thing, not fatal pushing it, so it's usually down to like the 1 or 2 copies of stuff like Eaten Alive or Dreadball or stuff like that to get that thing off the board.
Yeah, I'm sure Leonardo's counting on this standing firm for the moment. I'm sure if Josh was going to kill it, it would have gone down immediately. But maybe he can make his way around it with reflections. With reflection copies in a couple turns, we'll see. But the pair of commands will probably put a stop to that.
And one nice thing about the Niv Mizzet deck is with one of your big payoffs being Bring to Light, the fact that Niv Mizzet can find Bring to Light as one of those gold cards, you can just chain those together, always have something left over.
So, and even though Leonardo didn't hit all that well on Niv Mizzet, he did basically impulse for 10 to find other strong cards. Like whatever, like you were saying, the next Bring to Light is 10 cards closer than it used to be. So
there's also I know people joke a lot about deck thinning, but if the thing you want isn't in the top 10 cards and you get to get those out of the way, your odds are a little better for your actual draw step.
Yeah. So, okay, Leyline Binding on Reflection. Josh has answered potentially no deadly dispute. Yes, indeed. So we saw this a couple times yesterday. Leyline bindings that targeted tokens or got blanked, just sitting on the board to potentially be reset later on. I don't know that we're going to see that here, but it does stay out there regardless.
Thinking about how and when to use these two different commands.
So with 5 land available, both commands are still castable, right? Because Prismari command can make a treasure.
Yeah. I imagine he'll want to shock something and loot. Although if you... Oh, okay. We're buying... The Colligan's command, buying back Silver and Caryatid.
And the other mode, I didn't... Did the other mode shock Josh? Is Leonardo just trying to line up a kill next turn with Niv Mizzet?
Crazy. Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, nothing else appeared to die on the board, so I think that is what happened.
I kind of like it, honestly. Getting aggro here.
Wow, it's very aggressive. But now he has his Caryatid. He knows that's going to block next turn. No way that Josh is removing that.
And hey, if the Niv Mizzet dies, the Prismari command, you got 2 redraws at something more relevant.
Meanwhile, Leonardo can assume, the Niv Mizzet survived last turn, which it wouldn't have if Josh had anything to do about it. So forcing him to have something, basically come off the top here, maybe, or off of Unlucky Witness to be able to get through, to survive. All right. Mayhem Devil. So Leonardo somewhat paid off for trying to reduce the amount of Fable-generated treasures that are on the board.
Can we count to 6 to shoot down that Niv Mizzet? It's going to be tricky.
It is. And Josh's body language does not inspire confidence here.
No, if you could copy that Devil with Fable, then it's more realistic, but... Okay, so...
Interesting. All right.
So we're shooting Witness with our own Mayhem Devil, it looks like.
Yeah.
Just desperately dig.
Creative play is something that certainly needs to be in the toolbox, but it's... Yeah, Josh trying to figure out a way here, and it may not be there.
Yeah, if we look back at this game, Leonardo didn't really do anything, right? Like, didn't play that many removal spells. His attempts to interact kept getting trapped by Deadly Dispute, but eventually just cast a big dragon, and that drew him some more cards, and just kept attacking every turn, and that was it. That was enough.
Yeah, okay, we have reached turns. That may also represent some of the pause. We're on turn 0 now, although I would be hard-pressed to imagine how we won't finish this match in time. Well, I guess if Josh is able to deal with the Niv Mizzet, then maybe we could get there. But for now, we are in turn 0. 5 turns remain to go. When this concludes, we will take a break and then come back with the last round of the Swiss. Don't go anywhere. We appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. And if you are and you want to follow and get notified of future Midrange events, do so. And that is it. Leonardo Ruiz will advance to 6-1 over Josh Feliciano with Niv Mizzet itself and really not a lot else. It just did the job.
Yeah, the People's Dragon poised to be in our top 8 here. So we will send it over to a quick break. Hopefully this round will have a bit of a shorter turnaround time than the long, drawn-out extensions we had last time around. But hopefully we will have some more magic here for you before too long. Don't go anywhere.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Mundelein, Illinois. I am Abzan for the NRG Series, getting ready to kick off our 8th and final round of Swiss here. Let's take a peek at the players to watch and see kind of where we're at as we head into our last round. You can see Steven Dykman, who was our champion from the Modern Tournament, is 6-1. Theo Jung, 5-1-1. And these players are basically eliminated from top 8 contention, but Piper Powell, Joseph Bernal, Raja Sulaiman, all at 5-2. Will Krueger finds himself at 4-2-1. And then Connor's at 4-3. And Jesse Robkin has dropped from the tournament. I did want to read you guys at home the 6 people that drew this round. So there was the top 3 tables they drew, which is Richard Papierski and Harry Coleman, who we saw. Those 2 were on table 1. They drew. Ryan Hayes and A. Adams also drew on table 2. I mentioned Steven Dykman. He was on table 3. He drew with his opponent, Vincent Mcknight. So that means those 6 slots, we're thinking that 5 of them probably are locked. The standings are very weird with the amount of draws that are in the tournament. So with that, I'm going to send you down to Joe and Dom. We got the players ready in the feature match for our final round of Swiss. Remember to stick around, hit that follow button, and join us for our top 8 as well. Take it away, guys.
All right, thanks, Matt. And we are here. Dom and I are back for round 8 of the Swiss. We have got Lotus Field against Rakdos Midrange. Tim Hatch against Casey Ryback kicking things off. The winner will make top 8. Dominic,
Yes,
do you ever feel stressed this kind of scenario?
I've got pretty good at managing that kind of pressure, I think. Don't feel the nerves as much as I used to, but I think it's kind of good to feel something. You know, you don't want to be so jaded that the chemicals aren't rushing through anymore.
Yeah, all right. So we are underway. You heard Matt read off the tables that drew. Matt was being very nice about that. I will go a little further and say that the table 3 draw, one of those players will not make top 8. So certainly some adventurous choices made. But we are underway here. Lotus against Rakdos. So Lotus, a deck I'm very familiar with. Game 1 against Rakdos, you are favored. Casey is looking for discard spells and Shieldred. That's and a clock. Really, that's what he needs.
It's a classic battle of good versus evil. Which one is good, which is evil, that is up for debate. But 2 philosophically very opposite decks.
Yes, absolutely. Lotus Field just trying to make land drops and preserve cards in hand. Fable for Casey. I mean, that's nice. This isn't the matchup for it, really. And Tim has to be thrilled that he's been relatively. I mean, Croaks are taking a card out of your hand. Sure, that's something, but that's not really on the same scale as Thoughtseize.
It sure isn't. Yeah, and in this matchup, one of the easiest ways to seal a win is if Lotus Field has a hand that's relying on a Sylvan Scrying to find the Lotus, you get to Thoughtseize that and move on. But Tim just kind of naturally has the tools we need to set up here. Got the Lotus Field, got the Thespian Stage. Question now is, does he have the right payoff and the right ways to use all that mana?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and here we have looks like Tim was he's looking for the mana. Oh, we're just copying here. He's just looking for a slip of paper from the judge maybe to indicate. All right, so yeah, stage copies Lotus, main phase, pass the turn, and Casey. Thoughtseize or Shielder, that's what we want. Casey Ryback, I know, has played NRG Series several times before because I remember his name because it's the name of the main character in Under Siege, if anyone's old enough to have seen that movie alongside me.
I am not. I am pleased to say.
Okay, so treasure made from the token attack and all right.
Okay, another Thoughtseize.
Show us what you have, Tim Hatch.
Grazer makes way for Hidden Strings, Dark Petition, Emergent Ultimatum.
Well, I'm sorry to say for Casey Ryback fans, but I can tell you that it does not matter what card he takes.
Yeah, this is pretty bad news, right? Like ideally you want to take the one Ultimatum, the one Dark Petition, the one payoff spell, and just hope that nothing else gets to replace it. As it is, I guess you have to take Hidden Strings and hope that
So the thing here is with 2 Lotus in play, any 2 out of Hidden Strings, Ultimatum, and Dark Petition casts an Ultimatum. Doesn't matter which 2 you have. And those are the 3 cards that Tim had in hand. So it doesn't matter which card Casey takes. It honestly makes no difference.
Cool. Great.
But he does have Shieldred also. Tim's at 20 life, but
yeah, we're not doing any peer into the abyss funkiness here, right? So the shielded text does not actually matter at this point.
Oh, let's check.
Or are we?
Let's check. All right. Tim Hatch's Lotus list does have Peer to the Abyss. Okay. It
Now,
does have.
in practice, right? We can probably find we
Yes.
can find some way to navigate that.
Mhm.
The fact also that the Arboreal Graves have just got to block the 2/2 token, adding insult to injury. Tim has had a healthy 16 life. I think we're in the clear.
Yeah. So with Dark Petition and Strings, maybe the simplest way to execute this is to Dark Petition with a blue. Okay, Vizier was drawn. That provides more options. But either way, Dark Petition with a blue floating. Search for the ultimatum. Use the blue floating plus one of your black from Soul Mastery. Cast the Strings. Untap the 2 Lotus. Cast ultimatum. Now, the Peer into the Abyss versions, the constraints there may be a few more constraints that I'm personally aware of because I have not played with a version like this. But I expect, as Dominic said, that the Shielded will be able to be dealt with. Here's another Vizier cycle. Most times, Vizier into Vizier into Vizier is great because you gain a mana every time. Here, you get shocked every time, so it's maybe a little less appealing.
So we have a bunch of mana, and now we have 6 blue,
Mm-hmm.
and here is another Hidden Strings. Okay, so we have all the mana we could really hope for.
Right.
Just got to thread the needle with using it effectively.
Yeah. So here is Petition.
So down to 1, back up to 3 black from the Petition.
Mm-hmm. Down to 1 blue. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So now I don't even know if it's fair for me to say in a stock build because there are actually a lot of Peer to the Abyss versions running around today. So maybe this is the stock version now. But I would say generally you would be looking to ultimatum into a pile with Omniscience. If you're playing Behold the Beyond, then you would get that. And then normally a card draw like Pour of the Pages. Now that's still safe at 14 life versus Shielded, but it's getting closer. And you can see how if Casey had a more aggressive start with the Blood Tithe Harvester that he got in a few times, then things would be a little tougher for Tim to navigate here.
Yeah, Tim does have the main deck Behold the Beyond, so we can maybe set up a line where if we ultimatum for Behold, Lear, something else, should be another Petition, perhaps 3 of those in the main deck. An interesting choice. Should be able to close the deal from there.
All right, so Tim will spend the appropriate mana, cast Emergent Ultimatum here, and search for 3. And he can eventually remove the Shielded because he will, as you can see, he's got 3 mana floating here. It's not impossible to generate more mana, and then an Otawara could potentially get the Shielded off the board, which additionally makes things a little easier to finish up. But going through the deck here, generally, ultimatums lead to wins. They're not always deterministic. In fact, the version I play, there are no deterministic kills, but you can generally lead an ultimatum into a win, however, whatever constraints you may be under.
Now, is this going to be fully deterministic, or is it one of those ultimatum piles where, you get an Omniscience and a Pour, and the Pour has to turn up something in order to keep the chain going?
Well, I mean, that we'll see what Tim lines up with here. There's no Pour in the pile. Yeah, so this is going to be just clean. I believe the choices were Omniscience and Dark Petition and Behold the Beyond. So no matter what Casey does here, he's stuck. We can go through this real quick if there's time. Omniscience and Dark Petition. Okay, I give you Omniscience, you Dark Petition for Behold the Beyond, and tutor for 3 cards, win the game. If you give Omniscience and Behold the Beyond, it's even worse. So what then you would have to do is give Dark Petition and Behold the Beyond. This is effectively discard your hand, Dark Ritual, tutor for 4 cards, and you can get a couple Hidden Strings if you need them, get the Omniscience back, recast Omniscience, and then with the 4th tutor card, you get Bala Yed Recovery, recur Behold the Beyond, and do the whole thing over again, which is actually what we're going to see here. This is basically done and done. I honestly don't know how Peer to the Abyss affects the outcome here. I don't think it does in any realistic way, but we'll see.
No, I mean, even in the worst case, you can find a pile that eventually gets Leer. Leer can generate a bunch of mana. You Dark Petition for Odawara, you bounce shield it, and then you're off to the races again.
Right. But so Tim Hatch will work his way through this, and Casey, is perfectly within his rights to wait and make Tim Hatch play this out. I will say, since we're waiting here for Tim to tutor out, and this is going to take a minute, I played Lotus Field at the Pro Tour. I was legitimately shocked how many people just conceded to Ultimatum. On day one, I did not have to play out any games. I was so surprised.
I get it can be demoralizing from the other side, but hey, at that level of competition, just you can take the 30 seconds, just make them show you.
Yeah. That's certainly the approach I would have taken if I played the mirror. I wasn't going to concede early. No, make them do it. So we see here, Behold the Beyond. You want to resolve Behold the Beyond first because they discard your hand clause. So tutor 3 cards, then petition, tutor 1 more card, and then Tim Hatch now with 4 fresh cards in hand should be able to find his way to a victory here. There are baseline ways here you could conceivably missequence and screw up, but Tim Hatch at 6-1 here presumably is capable with the deck and knows what he's doing. I don't expect any outcome other than a win here for the Lotus deck.
So as we wait for these motions to be gone through, what do you like sideboarding wise as a Lotus deck? Is this a matchup where you're boarding in whatever assortment of big creatures you happen to have, or are you keeping it more tightly focused?
Well, that kind of depends on what you think your opponent might have. Casey Ryback does have a copy of Necromentia, I believe. Not everyone's going to have that. So I do think you want to have at least one alternate win condition ported in case you get, if you're on one win condition, you get stripped out of the deck and you can't win, well, that's an ugly place to be in. So generally, I think you want to slow yourself down a little bit because Rakdos Midrange is not going to run you over too quickly. And you want to have defense against Shieldred. If you can protect your hand, that's great, but that's not really required. So you just want a more resilient, you want to slow down and be more resilient, basically, is what you want. And there's options on how to do that depending on how your sideboard is built. And we'll see what Tim Hatch has brought in a moment, I think. But as far as Casey Ryback goes, you're looking for discard, you're looking for pressure. If you have trump cards, that's great. So occasionally, you would see black-red decks with Damping Spheres, but I wouldn't say that's common, would you?
No, it feels like most Rakdos decks are not really respecting the matchup at this point, or maybe they are. Maybe they respect the deck enough to say, hey, I think this is a bad matchup. I'm okay with that. I don't want to have to spend however many slots I would have to spend to get it to the point where I want it.
Okay, so here is another ultimatum, and Omniscience is sent back. We can see the Shielder is no longer on the board, so Pour of the Pages is nice and clean and safe for Tim Hatch, still maintaining 14 life. At this point, with the Shielder off the board, now, if Casey conceded, I wouldn't fault him for it. He's most certainly going to lose. And now we've reached the point where if Tim Hatch somehow fails, he's not going to lose the game anyway, because there's nothing close to a win on the board for Casey Ryback.
Yeah, I would have been out of here a long time ago. We'd be turns into game 2 by now.
Yeah, that's fair also. And actually, a point brought up in the chat that the players said they wouldn't concede until you see the win condition. And that's completely legitimate. And maybe actually what Casey's waiting for, to see either a Masterminds Acquisition approach or a Peer to the Abyss before giving up.
Yeah, but maybe this is the argument, especially once you have the Necromentia in your deck post sideboard, like knowing what the thing is that maybe you can hit and sweep their legs out from underneath them. That might be worth sitting here in agony for the next 2 minutes.
Right. And honestly, this is all time that, Tim Hatch is going through motions here. Casey Ryback could very, very well just be sitting here in his mind going through all his sideboard, figuring out what he wants to do. This is just free time for him. I mean, you say we're sitting here in agony because that's what probably a lot of the viewers are doing right now. But for Casey, this is just thinking, okay, what do I want to do next round? You can even close your eyes. You don't have to watch this. I mean, you probably shouldn't, but just kind of relax and think to yourself, what do I want to do in the next 2 games? Because this one is lost already.
We're almost there. I promise you. We are there yet. We are there yet. It's happening.
And for people saying, is it bad manners to not concede? Well, okay, for one, I would not say that. And 2, if you go back and watch, it was before our shift, but either around 4 or 5 this morning, there was a Lotus Field combo player that had a long turn. I don't know how long it was. It may have been something on the order of 8 minutes, and then passed the turn and lost. So there is a fail rate at some points in the deck. I mean, we're not going to see it here. I don't.
Yeah, the person saying that not conceding is just as bad as slow playing, absolutely false. I mean, that is
right.
a pretty absurd statement to make. There is no obligation on Casey to make this more watchable for us, and also minimize his own suffering in the spot, I suppose.
Yeah,
but
so
yes, we are finally peering into the abyss, and before long, the abyss will peer back into us, and we will be officially, finally, going to a game 2.
Okay, so I like the person said, just wait to see the win condition. Casey Rack waited to see Peer the Abyss, and now is packing it up and moving on to game 2. So we're gonna go look at sideboards. All right, so we can recover from game 1, and now take a look. Casey Ryback, what are we looking for? What do we want to do?
So I'm guessing 3GS, those are easy. Go blank, Necromancer, definitely. The 2 Pithing Needles as well can hit Thespian Stage in advance of the combo to slow it down a little bit. Other than that, though, we have enough dead removal in the main deck that we can cut some of that. Maybe the Bank Blaster comes in because sometimes that can enable your aggressive draws or let you dig for one of these hate cards. So I think that's going to be mostly it. I can see maybe the Colligan's Command comes in, similar reason.
Yeah, I thought about that too. That seems, at that point, it's sketchier, but yeah, it's reasonable. Especially Lotus Mulligans a lot. If your opponent's on 5 cards, discard from Colligan's Command is a lot more meaningful. But yeah, I agree with all of what Dom just said. All those, anything that impacts the hand seems possible. Now let's go ahead and look at Tim Hatch's deck and see what he has cooked up here as far as sideboard goes. You talked about alternative creatures. Well, there's a few.
I think this is probably the first deck ever to have Zakama and Sphinx of the Final Word in the same deck. I would wager.
I mean, it's almost the first deck to have Zakama, period, isn't it? Like, when else was this card played?
Let me tell you, people try to put that thing in Amulet Titan. No, that card just has a hold over some people. But
okay, sure.
Actually, I was shocked when I saw it show up in Lotus for the first time, but it seems like it's actually become like a stock staple at this point.
It is. It's in a lot of versions. I don't know that I would favor playing it, but it is in a lot of versions. We've seen a lot of builds. So what Tim's looking at here is, well, anticipating what your opponent might be doing, you're going to want to bring in at least one sideboard creature to potentially win a game where you get hit by Necromancer. There are options here. There are also a number of players who completely board out the capability of combo and bring in all the creatures and sweepers. That is something that's on the table here. And explains, well, how does that get through a deck with a bunch of removal? Well, like we just talked about, Casey's probably boarding out the removal.
Yeah, I mean, the issue there, though, right, is if Casey doesn't have that many good sideboard cards, mathematically, he has to leave in some of that removal. And so you try and zig while they zag with your Elder Gargoth, and it just gets power mode killed because they got to leave some of those in the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. And this is a new development within the last month. Well, I guess it was debuted at the Pro Tour by Nathan Stoyer and his friends, playing a Lair of the Hydra main deck as an alternate win condition. If you do get disrupted, extracted by things like Stonebraid, there is still a Lair of the Hydra on the board. And we actually saw today, I think it was Will Krueger traded a Lair of the Hydra for an attacking Lavinia unexpectedly for his opponent in order to be able to have effectively a board stall or a removal spell in that case. But yeah, so there are options here.
Is there a difference between the different creatures? So maybe you want the Gargaroth and the Dromoka, let's say, but you don't want Sphinx or Zakama?
I mean, there are differences. Yes, there are intended ideally for different matchups. Here, I think virtually any of them, they all get killed by Dreadbore except for Sphinx. But Sphinx does the worst job at defending you. So that is, I think, why a lot of players have gone for the all or nothing approach. They bring in, like, we might see both Sakamas and the Sphinx and the Ramoka, or we might see just one of them. But I'm confident there won't be actual zero. So we'll see here. This is a duress to open things up, and Casey will get a look.
So there is Lotus Field. Don't need to scrying for that or anything. We see Beseju, Lair of the Hydra, Omniscience, Dark Petition, and is that 2 copies of Paw on the left there?
I think so, yes. So, and there are no additional lands outside of the Lotus. This is a hand that needs some help, but then again, Tim knows he's going to get turns. And the biggest thing is you're not relying on Sylvan Scrying against this card deck, which can be frightening. Poor is the selection. I have no objection to that. And all right, Tim will take his first turn. And so Casey knows now he's going to have several turns to develop here.
Yeah, we'll see if he can apply pressure to go with the disruption, because Thoughtseize is fine, but if you give the Lotus deck enough time, it will draw out of whatever bind that puts him in.
Yeah. If Casey has a Graveyard Trespasser in hand, there would maybe more interest in taking the Omniscience there, because if you can remove it from the game entirely, some less experienced Lotus players have trouble, because the Omniscience is not required, but it does make things a lot easier. So we'll see. That's a fresh land draw from Daniel Sanctum.
I assume this late in the tournament, playing for top 8, you're going to give your opponent enough credit there. And
yes,
also, if there is some random creature like an Elder Gargaroth, you don't want to take the Omniscience, find yourself getting ultimatum.
Yeah. No, you do not. All right. So Harvester, and a big step here for Casey. Discard spell into Bloodtithe Harvester. A clock has been established. That's good. Certainly improves his prospects here. All right. Let's see here. Reveals Lotus that was known, and the new cards drawn are Bolliger Recovery and the Sanctum that's in play.
Do we think we're going to see Tim just use Bolliger Recovery to pick up a Paw?
That is certainly possible. He is. I mean, he doesn't have another land yet. So I actually don't know that's a choice I would be. He also doesn't have to make the choice right now. The choice right now is just play Lotus. That makes sense to me. And then gives him another turn. What if he didn't draw a land this turn? You can see if he draws one next turn. And then you can decide whether you commit the recovery. Casey with only 2 land here. But discard spells and Bloodtithe Harvesters is enough. Is this another discard spell? It is.
Yeah, this is the recipe. This is what you need. Hidden Strings has joined the hand.
So something that may be worth mentioning is that while there is the experience of the Lotus player, there's also the experience factor of the opponent playing against Lotus, and not everyone's going to know what to do with their discard spells in different scenarios. Taking Hidden Strings here seems completely fine. Trying to prevent him from getting to the point where he can use the more expensive spells in hand.
Yeah, you can try and limit the mana or limit the payoffs. The issue there is the Bolliger Recovery means Tim can just pick back up whatever you made him put down.
Yeah, and there we see it. 4 of the pages return to hand. There's the Beseju. So we don't know that Tim has another land in hand at the moment to cast the Pour. Bloodtithe comes in again. And this is going to be nerve-wracking for Casey as well, because this is a matchup that is not favored for you. You're playing for top 8. And you're asking to win. Okay, there's a 3rd land. That's nice. We'll see what he's got here to use with that. Bloodcrypt shocks in. The 2 damage loss is not relevant.
There's Bone Crushers. So
Yeah.
a nice clock going on, but this game we had 3 discard spells and a Blood Tithe Harvester, right? We had the clock, we had the disruption. If that's not enough, then
Well,
hard to say what is.
it may not be. We'll see. 7 damage on the board, so Tim still has another turn. Now, what's going to get problematic is if Casey follows up with another land drop and then a Shieldred, and Tim's at effectively in his next main phase at 2. That might be tough. But from here, assuming he drew a land, a Vizier, a Strings, he can pour now, and pour just does a really good job of cleaning up awkward hands.
It never feels good when the mana dice come out.
No, it does not. But here, at least, Pour Over the Pages is actually costing mana. Instead of gaining 1 with 2 Lotus, it loses 1 with Lotus and Boseiju.
Yeah, without the second copy of Lotus, whether naturally or via Thespian stage, it can be hard to actually generate enough mana to get things going.
Right.
I need a lot of hidden strings effects to do that. So this may be just a kind of a short combo turn or failed combo turn, and we'll see where we get after this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it could, I think we know there's still a Dark Petition in hand as well. We could see Dark Petition here for Thespian stage, play it, and then use the Dark Ritual mana to copy. And then be set up for the following turn. That's possible here. Okay, this accomplishes the same thing and keeps Dark Petition in hand. Still in scrying.
And no, I guess we can use Lotus Field to have Sage copy the field, and then next turn maybe we push again.
Yeah. And Casey, by virtue of missing some land drops, doesn't have the ability to attack with the Den of the Bugbear or something for the last 4 damage that's required here. So we'll see. And I'm sure Tim is eagerly waiting to see what's going to happen as well, because it is past the turn.
All right, now or never.
Yeah, if Casey's passing the turn here, that's not going to be good. He does need more. I mean, you said, like, are these 3 discard spells enough? And the answer is actually probably not. But a 4th one, we'll see. Something's...
a single black mana.
Yeah, something's brewing here for Casey Ryback. I mean, if we jump back into the movie character, he could just karate chop Tim Hatch out of existence. But this is not Casey Ryback, the movie character. This is Casey Ryback, the Magic player.
Yeah, Casey knows, I think, this could be the last turn of their tournament. So got to make it count. What's it going to be?
Okay, that's a real card.
That plays.
Yes.
That plays.
So Tim with 4 or so cards in hand, but losing the graveyard matters so much because we know there's a Dark Petition in hand, and losing Spell Mastery is not good. A Spell Mastery kind of feels like a given a lot of the time, but when you don't have it, it really matters. You can see his hand: Fading Hope, Otawara. Is it Dark Petition, Omniscience? So yeah, this just got much, much harder.
Yeah, what do you keep if that's your 4 cards? Which 2 are you pitching?
It was Otawara and something.
Omniscience, it looks like.
Okay, so Tim's going to have to win without the Omniscience. That's certainly possible. It is much harder. The creatures will, if he can find a creature here like Dromoka or something, that would do a decent job of stabilizing the board. He's dropped to 4 now. And he has Fading Hope in hand, I believe was one of the cards. All right.
Fading Hope, bouncing back the Blood Tithe Harvester, and getting the Scry. That card is cheap enough.
And putting a card in the graveyard and keeping the... okay, Scry up. So
okay, keeping it. That's Oh dear.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good
dear, oh
sign.
dear.
Impulse. Okay. That turns Spell Mastery back on. However, with 5 mana available, Dark Petition doesn't actually lead to anything. There's nothing to cast with just black mana. And this now is agonizing for Casey Ryback, because as opposed to last game where he had to sit and wait knowing he was dead, this game he really doesn't know. There's hope. And when there's hope, that means when things don't work out, it's worse. Well, this wasn't an
And this time,
automatic
I think
choice.
we will once again play it out until the bitter end. I don't think there's going to be any premature concession this time.
No. Even a blocker, something like an Abardo Grazer, at least would hold off the Bone Crusher for a turn.
So there's shimmer of possibility.
Mm-hmm.
The poor man's impulse.
Right. Now, most of the Grazers are probably boarded out at this point, but there may still be one left in the deck, one or two. There could also be Hope Tender, Voyage Satyr type stuff, although that's also probably not intended for this matchup, but we don't know how Tim Hatch boarded. Made a selection for quicker than last time. Putting away the mana cards, not a good sign. Passing the turn, okay. And
so if these are these life totals current, do we know?
I think Tim's at 4.
Okay, no, now I mean if Tim's at 4, Tim is now at 2.
Correct.
And then he's just getting stomped again.
Yeah,
so...
I think I can.
Okay,
yeah, okay.
well, yeah, there we are.
All right. I mean, you never know. You never know. I will say in round 16 of the Pro Tour, I had to bounce a Bone Crusher Giant, and I did not take 2 damage because my opponent forgot about the trigger. So you never know.
you make him remember. You know, that's how we play it out.
Right, exactly. All right. That was a fairly long game as well. I don't know if we need to revisit the sideboards again. I think we saw most of Casey's sideboard that game. The dresses and the super punishing go blank there at the end, which was, I think, a singleton. But
yes,
yeah.
One go blank, one Necromentia that might come up in this game 3. So yeah, all we need are 3 discard spells, another big discard spell, and maybe some pressure, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, that's all. That's all it takes. Casey Ryback, let's go. Let's get it done. You can see here what Casey Ryback brought. Interestingly, so one argument for Dreadbore over Power Word Kill is that in a matchup like this, obviously against Angels, Power Word Kill is lackluster. But also here, Power Word Kill is not going to kill everything it might want to. Dreadbore might be superior in some spots here, but players have presented already for game 3. So I guess we can go back down the table, see who could make top 8. I guess at this point we should mention, because I just thought about this, if these players ran out of time, they're not necessarily eliminated. It would go to breakers, but we had tables intentionally draw to get to 6-1-1. These players could unintentionally draw and reach the same spot.
There was a big scrum of players at 6-1 already, or 5-1 who could win and then be in the mix. So yeah, we mentioned that possibly dangerous draw on table 3. And these two knew we can't draw. We have to play for it. One of us is in, one of us is out.
Okay, here we have a duress, and this is this is for Tim Hatch. This is unfortunate. The selection is going to be Sylvan's Scrying, and it's going to be up to the Impulse to find a Lotus.
Better get recovery, I guess, given enough time. We recovery the scrying for the Lotus, but that might be more time than Tim has, in case he has a good draw.
All right, Sylvan's Scrying is the choice. And yeah, Tim does have the Impulse. The Impulse digging 4 cards plus a few draw steps. Not unreasonable that Lotus will show up on time, but it's certainly not a guarantee. Is it Blood Tithe? Okay. This is the start Casey wants. It's tough though. You know the matchup's tough when you have your ideal start, and that just means you have a chance. And we eagerly await Tim Hatch's
All right,
turn
Tim.
3. Yeah.
This is a big turn potentially.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree. Did Impulse find a Lotus? Did Impulse find a Sylvan Scrying? Well, I think if we did, we'd seen it immediately. Okay, there's the Lotus. So step 1 for Tim Hatch. And this is the, yeah, this is the first attack. Okay. Trespasser, not often going to get a point of damage in here, but something that is relevant is if Tim Hatch's next turn is Thespian Sage Copy, that means the Trespasser does flip over and hit harder in the future.
It may be a short night though, if Tim can untap and have free reign after that.
Nice.
Okay, here's Vizier. How often do you find yourself cycling Vizier just in advance of the combo turn, trying to set up, see what else you have to work with, versus saving that jump in mana for the turn you're going off?
It happens quite a bit, actually. With a land drop to come here for Tim Hatch, I mean, he could just be looking for the land drop, but also if he has any land right now, he could cast a Pour of the Pages, which would be something that he's probably more than willing to do just to set up better for a future turn. It's going to be a Dark Petition. Okay. So yeah, this will just find, obviously, whatever he's looking for. He'll have, I expect, no use for the mana. In fact, I'm not even sure he has Spell Mastery right now. He does not. And that's another reason that because he doesn't have Spell Mastery and he's unlikely to have it because of the Trespasser, running out Dark Petition a turn ahead of time is a good decision to make.
Yeah, this is your very expensive Mastermind's Acquisition, Diabolic Tutor, something
Yes.
like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And prevents Trespasser from turning over. So it takes a slightly smaller chunk of damage this turn. Casey exiles the Dark Petition from the graveyard. Okay, Thoughtseize. All right, this is perhaps a bit of a sequencing error on Casey Ryback's part, as you have, because you have an attack with Trespasser looming, if you take a creature here, you would be able to actually hit a point of damage. And
yeah, sure enough.
Mm-hmm.
So Depopulate came in, interestingly, and so we're following up with a duress, taking that Depopulate.
Wow. So looking at the hand, we know Tim Hatch Dark Petitioned last turn. The Depopulate is certainly a possible choice there, as far as, in fact, maybe even the likely choice. Maybe he got Lear, but that seems somewhat unlikely with Trespasser in play. So yeah, his petition has been undone, and Casey Ryback once again with a clock and 3 discard spells.
And lots of good draws here from Tim, but it has to be here pretty soon.
Yeah. Yeah. A stage or access to a stage via Sylvan Scrying would be okay. I believe he just had a tap land, right? So Pour of the Pages would not be cast this turn, but could set up for the future. If he draws an untapped land, potentially you could just cast the. No, I'm sorry, he lost the Lear as well. Okay, it's getting rough.
Could cast another setup Dark Petition, I suppose.
Yeah, and that's going to be so the draw was Botanical Sanctum. I don't think that was there last turn.
Yeah, it was Temple of Mystery as the other land, I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
So what do we get?
Well, we need a lot. I believe our hand is Behold the Beyond and I'm sorry, I don't remember. Something else expensive. Potentially Poor, although that's asking a lot from Poor of the Pages, but maybe he gets another sweeper.
Yeah, if the second to populate is there, that might actually be the call.
Yeah.
Casey will draw a card because Blood Tithe Harvester is multicolored. That may be the name of the game.
Oh, if there's only 2 cards in hand, I guess it's Behold and the Temple that we said we already knew about. So, yeah, this is looking rough. Casey Ryback's probably, not feeling super confident yet, but he's got to like where he's at. Eats the Leer out of the graveyard. So effectively 7 damage comes across, which is exactly where we were at last game with Tim at 3 or 4 actually. But whoa, discard spells much.
They just keep
Okay,
coming. So we got the Gargaroth.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, wise choice there for Tim Hatch, thinking the combo is just not going to work right now, if it's even still in the deck. Let's get a creature. Actually, I guess if Behold to Beyond still in the deck, the combo is still in the deck. Oh no, is this another? Okay, I thought that was going to be another Thoughtseize, but in fact, it's just a blood activation. All right, so we're not done yet. And keep in mind, we've seen all these duresses. There may not be removal in Casey Ryback's deck anymore.
It's Gargaroth against the world.
Yes, it certainly is. Now, Gargaroth, it's when it blocks, you get the trigger, right? Not
Yes.
Yeah, so it can't generate an extra creature to block with, but it can gain life.
Oh.
And, whoa, yeah, okay.
Nice stomp. So down to 4. Is there a creature in the graveyard to be? Yeah, there's the Vizier. So Trespasser eats that. Tim's down to 3. He takes 3, gains 3 from the Harvester, so that's the same.
Okay,
but that's
pass and life totals update, and Tim's at 2. And that would be it then.
That's
it. Casey Ryback wins a very tough matchup and advances to top 8. Congratulations to him. Tim Hatch and Lotus Field falls. And wow, that was, I know some viewers don't enjoy this kind of Magic, but that was entertaining stuff for me. That was intricate. And yeah, it was a flood of discard spells for Casey to take down the last 2 games. Discard spells on the clock. That's what he needed, and that's what he had.
Even after all of that, it felt like Tim was always just one draw step away from stitching the whole thing together. So you can see why consensus is this is a really tough matchup for Rakdos. Yeah. And from the Lotus Field side, this matchup is one incentive to play the deck, right? Like you're kind of licking your chops if you see yet another Rakdos deck.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you can see, why there's options in like some players. It's not common, but some players play Leyline of Sanctity in the sideboard for this matchup because. As we saw there, discard in high numbers can end the game. That Gargaroth had ideas about equalizing, but the Shieldred put the curtains on that. So that is the conclusion of our first round of 8 feature match with Casey Ryback advancing with Black-Red Midrange. I believe we have a backup match. So let's get it rolling. Yeah. Dominic and I are waiting. All of you are waiting at home. Let's get it. Keenan Diab versus Max Matteson. Max we saw earlier with Izzet Pyromancer against Roger Sulaiman here facing the Sultai combo. Now, this isn't quite the same as the other Sultai combo deck we saw today.
Yeah, so this is Sultai combo already understated for what this deck is doing. This is the Neoform Delve Creature Attractor deck, but with an added twist here of Soulflayer as one of those Delve creatures and Zetulpa Primal Dawn. I don't know if we can bring that one up there as one of the cards you can eat/copy with your Soulflayer. So a wacky take on an already very wacky deck, facing off against a little bit of a homebrew in its own right here from Max Matteson.
Yeah, so we've had Max on twice now, and both times he has not exactly played against the heart of the metagame. We see here Golgari, I'm sorry, is it Salvage? Is that what it's called? Grizzly Salvage. Yeah, Grizzly Salvage. Revealing here, looking for lander creatures and really just looking to put stuff in the graveyard as this deck wants to do. And well, we've seen Max Matteson's deck list earlier, and we'll look at it between games. But this is a deck with some cheap burn interactions, some card drawing. There's Make Disappears, but there's certainly no graveyard hate in this blue-red deck in game 1.
Yeah, this is the draw to playing a combo deck like this is in game one, you often just get to kind of do your thing, and that thing is pretty good if it works. So you're playing against your own fail rate of sorts, which is considerable for this deck, right? You have to find a Neoform to really accomplish anything meaningful, but when you do, you are off to the races.
You certainly are. Okay, so we have I looked down at my notes for a second, and there's another salvage being cast. Okay, I was going to say, why is there a salvage just sitting in the middle of the screen? But is the second one being cast? Oh, the connive was happening. That's why we were waiting there. And Keenan puts a dozen or more cards in the graveyard. So I was like, okay, that was sufficient for my turn. Go ahead. What do you got?
And taking a quick look at Keenan's list, which these lists will be available once the topic has concluded. Can already find the modern list from our 10K up on the website. Go to see if there's anything in the way of like even just spell pierce, any kind of interaction like that in game one, because otherwise Keenan has time to stitch this thing together, and it's going to be effective when he does. So
yeah,
3 may disappear. Okay, we saw that earlier, and also to have to consider the 2 copies of Fading Hope, right? Where if you Neoform into the Attractor with the trigger on the stack, that gets Fading Hoped, and that really undoes all your hard work. Same thing goes for the Odawara, right? 1 copy of that in basically every blue deck, and that's always, the threat of that is always looming over the game.
Yeah, certainly. And also, I mean, we're looking, so we know there's no Spell Pierce in Max's deck. Keenan doesn't know that either. So even with 1 mana represented, he might have to worry as to what is going on, but we're going to see here. This is the Soul Flare. Is it not? I don't even remember what the artwork looks like, but that
is indeed Soul Flare. Yeah, so that is a 4/4 Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink, something else. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Don't need to get full credit on that one.
It's large and in charge. Yeah, here we go. Soul Flare. Yeah.
Okay, and Summon Denial. Okay, gonna protect that. Keep that around.
Yeah, well, that'll work. Okay, and the connive here for Max, but small consolation for not getting rid of the Soul Flare. And this is a capability that the other Neoform deck we saw today did not have.
Yeah, this is your backup plan of sorts, where Hooting Mandrill's not likely to get the job done by itself. Soul Flare can be, especially if it's enhanced by Atraxa or even Zatalpa as well.
All right, an attack in here. Keenan, pretty comfortable life total. Trying to puzzle out what Max's intentions are, and he's just going to take it.
Yeah, thinking if, okay, this represents a Strangle, Fiery Impulse, one of these damage-based removal spells that could trade off a Soul Flare here, and really no need to risk that because your Soul Flare can just attack, gain some of that life back, and keep that threat present. So I guess so Strangle.
Oh, so there was a block. There must have.
Okay.
Are we just strangling to make tokens? Maybe
we might be get that connive as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is what's happening because there was no block, nothing died. So okay, good on Max realizing this strangle is not going to do anything. I'll just convert it into a couple tokens and hope.
Yeah, I think the hope is that you build a wide enough board that has to block at some point, and then maybe the second strangle or something can finish it off.
Sure. Or maybe a bounce spell or land can be located. Otherworldly Gaze flashed back, I think, on the upkeep for Keenan. Kind of an odd card that sees way more play than I would have ever expected reading the card originally.
Yeah, same. And I would argue way more play than it should. I think it is more of a narrow combo enabler, but when it's good, it is very good. And this is one of the decks where it certainly shines.
All right, here's an attack in. So that will equalize somewhat. In fact, basically completely all the work that Max has done so far. And if there's follow-up here, if there's more nonsense, Max might start to strain to keep up here. Hopefully it's Just another Grizzly Salvage or something.
We flame more souls. Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Full collective brutality here. All 3 modes. So we're shooting Young Pyromancer. We're getting an instant sorcery out of Max's hand, and we're draining Max for 2 life.
Yeah, this is quite a turn here. So Max is going to reveal a hand of just 2 land, or here he discard the cruise. Maybe that's what happened.
Yeah. But worth noting now is that the Ledger Shredder is so big that now it can threaten to just trade with the attracted Soul Flare.
So is that actually an attracts under the Soul Flare? Is it?
I believe it is.
Okay. Well, does it have? Is the tracks have First Strike and Death Touch? Because then it would. Let me.
Tracks has a lot of abilities, and the 4 of them are Flying, Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink. So no First Strike. You can.
Strike. Okay, so you can't. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you can trade in that at combat. It's just going to come at a cost.
You are correct. I should know that. I drafted Atraxa at the Pro Tour. That deck did not go very well, but I did have Atraxa in my pool.
Not a very 7-drop friendly format from what I know.
No, maybe. I did cast it. I won every game I cast it.
Okay.
And I lost every other game, which probably goes to show how many sacrifices I had to make in the deck in order to be able to enable that. All right, Max is loading up Dan the Bugbear here, coming in with the team he thinks. And yeah, everything coming in. So both players are going to take a moment and read Den of the Bugbear. All right, Soul Flare gobbles up Den of the Bugbear. Subtract 4 out of the incoming damage, and it looks like Keen's going to take 7. All right.
A lot of quick math to be done here. Yeah, when you have a 4/4 Vigilance Lifelinker, you have to make a pretty hefty attack for the attack to even be worth it in the first place.
Yes. Another Otherworldly Gaze flashback on upkeep, finding, I think, 2 land and founding the 3rd path.
And one of those lands was Odawara, I think. So we can bounce back the Ledger Shredder, reset that, and
wow, that would be huge.
Have the biggest thing on the board again.
Yeah. That would not happen this turn because this is on upkeep. And Soul Flare, even though it's representing a legend to this point, it's not legendary itself. So this Odawara would be full price. And yeah, Keenan's going to pass and just dump all the cards. Ooh, Tasker. That is certainly going to have an impact on Max's ability to attack it. We'll get him another Connive. And Keenan's life total being adjusted there. Oh, that's right, because he just attacked up to 13 again. I mean, this is a wild game, but it's kind of fun.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. Hopefully you're at home as well. Feel free to follow if you want notifications. Next Nerd Rage event is the same 2 formats swapped on days. Pioneer is the main event, and Modern on Sunday.
And then looking ahead to June, we got a Legacy for the first time in our Sunday 5K there, which I haven't checked in Legacy in quite some time. That format's gone through some upheaval recently, so excited to see how that develops too.
Yeah, me too. I have not also checked in on Legacy recently. In fact, I get asked occasionally, "Oh, what's new in Legacy?" And I'm like, I really have gotten away from it.
You got a list? You got a cyborg guide for me?
No, I don't. I don't even know if I can get the ban list accurate at this point. We're that far gone. Okay, back to this game. Playing for top 8, Max Matteson with a very big Ledger Shredder and some very small tokens. Maybe this is going to be another companion game. We'll see what he chooses to do here. Is Giganta going to hand? That's 4 land. Is this an Odawara? How scary is Odawara on Soul Flare? When you bounce it, it might come back worse. No, instead it's going to be Soken's on channel.
How do you feel about these legendary lands? Because we see both decks. They have blue in them, so they both get to play that one obligatory Odawara, and that adds a whole new dimension to how these games can play out, which is it's fun. It opens up the decision tree a lot. At the same time, it does feel very free, right? Whereas if you if you have a card like Fading Hope, you made the choice to put that card in your deck over the stuff that could replace it instead. The Odawara just comes along for the ride. Is that good? Is that an acceptable price to pay for having these more intricate games?
I think so. I think one of the aspects of Magic that nobody likes is being stuck on mana. And I think having utility lands allows you to play more lands and not get as wrecked in late game by flooding. So I think anything that commits to that is a positive. These are strong. They are very free, like you said, but I think that's okay. That's not a very original answer. I've heard it from other people, but I do agree with it. As Keenan lines up the blockers here, Fiery Impulse is going to help finish off Soulflare and generate a new token, I guess, before Pyromancer dies. So this game is going to continue on.
Max's board grows ever more cluttered and large, and Keenan can just I have a creature. I'm going to attack my creature. You'll go.
Yeah,
show me what you got.
I feel like I see this mentioned in chat right now, and I do feel this is a bad habit that we've seen a couple times today, is the companion that is in the companion zone looks like it's on the board, which, I mean, I'm sure Keenan knows it's not in play, but for coverage's sake, can we please like put it somewhere else or somewhere a little not less obviously in your row of creatures? And that's going to do it. There's no answer to the Ledger Shredder, and Max kind of rears back in his seat and is like, wow, I won that game.
Right? Now, if it wasn't a Soul Flare, but it was a neoformed, like actual Attractor, maybe a different story. But it's nice to have the Soul Flare backup plan. But just playing a Soul Flare, that's not enough a lot of the time. You gotta back that up with something or use that as a bridge or something else. That was the only thing, and that one thing eventually fell to Shredder and a whole mess of.
It fought pretty hard. That Soul Flare really, really tried, but came up a little bit short in the end. All right, let's go ahead and look at the deck lists. Keenan Diab, the Soulflare Neoform deck, featuring Zetalpa Primal Dawn, which, I wonder how many times Zetalpa has been played when it wasn't in a Soulflare deck. Is it more than 0?
There's got to be some like dinosaur-themed commander decks or whatever out there. And hey,
you're right,
love dinosaurs. I love dinosaurs.
I was doing a disservice to the dinosaur-themed commander decks. You're right. I overlooked that.
Have you looked at the art for Zetalpa? It has such a happy little face. It's just having a whale of a time.
Looking at, recognizing and memorizing the art of cards is not one of my strong points, as I'm sure you know, but thank you. But it's good that you're here to bring these things to the chat. Anyway, all right. So Keenan Diab's Sultai combo deck. If you're unfamiliar with this, the idea is to play a dredge creature and then either neoform it, or I guess have it go, not a dredge creature, a delve creature, and then neoform it into an Atraxa. I guess as a backup plan, we have Soulflare. What do we like in the board? We're playing against Blue Red Pyromancer, a bunch of little creatures. Okay, we have Fatal Push. Seems good. Amusingly, the other time we saw Max play, he was playing against main deck Lissa. This time it's in the sideboard.
Nice little transformational cyber plan going on there. Got to imagine these mystical disputes good in the matchup. Pushes can come in. Not sure about the duresses, honestly. Those were a bit hit or miss, and one thing they miss is the creatures that are kind of the centerpiece of the deck. And then one thing about the Soulflare angle is it makes it harder to cut cards because you have these Zetalpas in your deck, which you would kind of like to get out of there, I think. But then if you need your Soulflare to be good enough, often enough, maybe those have to stay in.
All right, let's switch over to Max Matteson's Blue-Red Pyromancer. 12 2-drops are the only creatures we'll find in this deck, so everything vulnerable to Fatal Push. And then a whole lot of cantrips, some removal, which, I mean, are any of these removal spells live here to one-shot a creature? I think the answer is no.
They really aren't. You need them to do at least 4 damage. So, hey, maybe this is the time for Roast, as it once was many moons ago.
I guess the Fading Hopes work. They can stay.
No, Fading Hope is one of the best cards in the matchup, and this is actually a big difference between this kind of Pyromancer deck and something like Stock Phoenix, which doesn't tend to have bounce spells like that. So looking at the sideboard here, 2 unlicensed Hearses, automatic, those are coming in. The Negate looks great. Ether Gust, same as well. Notably, Soul Flavor is black, though, so can't interact with that in any capacity. And then, I imagine we're getting some of these stinky Strangles and so on out of there.
Right. And maybe there's room for like Disdainful Stroke. I mean, if a Delve card costs 1, we can still Disdainful Stroke it. So that's and it's not going to stop Neoform into Atraxa, but it will stop the so-called enablers. I'm excited to see how this plays out. Hopefully you're having a good time. Let's roll game number 2. Again, this is the time-shifted match. Right now, Midrange owner Norman Cohen is probably photographing the top 8, and the players are taking a bit of a breather and then getting ready to play. But the results are unknown to Dominic and I, and we are with you watching this, see how this plays out.
Yeah, either one of these decks would be a nice kind of a new idea to have spicing up the top 8 here.
That's a good point. I agree. All right, Max flipping around a pathway. And apparently past the turn as Keenan has a Grizzly Salvage once again. Started with a couple of them, and this one's going to get countered.
And I like that. Yeah, I mean, you're not just... you could save that for the eventual combo turn or Del spell, but by doing this, you remove that card selection, and also harder to fill that graveyard to play the Del spell in the first place. We saw this in the earlier Neoform match, right? Like Del spells waiting in the wings, no actual graveyard to eat with them.
Yeah, and we also saw Max consistently not playing his creatures on turn 2 and leaving them out on turn 3 with backup, and that seems to be the way to go again. As Max's Make the Spirit picked off the salvage, which also, not only did Keenan not get the mill, he missed his 3rd land drop.
I think his 2 copies of Tatalpa in his hand, illustrating the cost of that approach. Yeah, so there we are.
Oh, brutality. That's perfect. Okay.
Yeah,
Max, do you have a counter for this? No. So this is going to go for full value for Keenan here. Even if these Tatalpas are, this is, is draining a player for 2 worth a whole card? No, but is it worth 2/3 of a card? Maybe. And getting Zatalpa out of your hand? Yeah, that's what Keenan needs. Let's look at the hand. Consider Disdainful Stroke, of one mind, and is that Spikefield Hazard? I'm not sure what the right card is.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, so Disdainful Strokes did come in. Notably here, for Max to of one mind next turn, he would have to tap out because he does not have humans in play.
Yeah, that card is not inspiring as just a plain divination.
All right, so Keenan making his choice here. With Opt and Consider in hand, I take it back. I was going to say I'm surprised that Max cast in response, but he wanted the token, so never mind. That makes perfect sense. So now he's stuck on, do I of one mind or do I hold up mana?
I think maybe the idea is it's kind of hard for Keenan to get anything done if you just hold up the Disdainful Stroke every turn. Yeah. So maybe you're not doing anything, but they can't either.
Yes. No, you're right.
But okay, Treasure Cruise.
Okay, well, it's a Cruise. Yeah, I guess Cruise was too tempting.
I got a Del spell too.
Yeah. And at least one Fading Hope was picked up there. Does Max have a 4th land? Yeah, Spikefield Hazard coming in. Does Keenan have anything to do? Oh, that counts.
All right, Tasker. And that one Watery Grave representing Stubborn Denial as just full-on negate, perhaps?
Yeah, that's true. So, and Max will have to respect that. Creature into Pyromancer into of one mind or Fading Hope here. Anything's good.
Okay, that's getting disputed. That's going to clear the way now for the Fading Hope.
Yes, it certainly does. Unless Max just goes of one mind again. I mean, bouncing Tasker doesn't matter. Well, I guess it does because you want to avoid tracks. So yeah, I scratched that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Of one mind, no scry, but you get a token.
Gigantha elemental token, best of buddies.
All right. Now the lands are flowing for Keenan, so his hand is more unlocked now. Although Tasker costs 1 more mana than he has available. Much nicer for these tokens to attack when there's not a 4/4 lifelinker in the way.
I think any combo deck is going to have games where it just kind of misfires, and if you see this on camera, you start to wonder, like, how did this deck get to 6-1 in the first place? So,
yeah,
a much more extreme range of outcomes than something like Max's deck, which is really optimized to kind of do the same thing every single game.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing with these super powerful combo decks. When they work, they look unbeatable. But then the other games, that has to be balanced out with the games where they've completely fail. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a legal deck in the format. Something would have to get banned. This deck fairly new, even if it was ban worthy, it probably wouldn't have happened yet. But we've seen both sides of it so far. Here's the founding of the third path.
Yeah, it looks like kind of a gimmick deck, but it's actually been putting up decent results on Magic Online over the past few weeks. And you have to wonder if the Pro Tour had been like a week or two later, maybe someone would have had the courage to try it there.
No, I absolutely agree with you on that. So here's founding the third path on chapter 2. With read ahead into a Tassiger, and Max does not want Tassiger in play. Bounced it first, now counters it. And this founding is going to give flashback to a spell, or at least let Keenan cast a spell from the graveyard next turn, but there aren't any at the moment.
Meanwhile, 2-turn clock for Max, 8 power.
Yeah, wow.
And counting.
6 tokens all of a sudden.
So got to read ahead on that one a little bit.
And a land drop, so Hall of Storm Giants is close to activating also. So even if Keenan is able to marshal his way out of this, now there was an option there. So for example, if there was a Grizzly Salvage on upkeep, the founding of the path could have found it, but it does not. There is nothing there. And Max Matteson and his horde of tokens is going to advance to the top 8.
Yeah, commanding performance there by Max. Moving on to 7-1, going to be one of the highest seeds, you have to think, in the top 8 as well.
Yeah, sure. And that's really nice, beneficial, I mean, for any deck. But when you have 2 mana counters, going first is a big edge. So Max Matteson defeats Keenan Diab and will advance to join Casey Ryback. And then we'll find out who else. We saw two feature matches advance 2 players this round. We told you at the beginning of the round there were 3 draws heading into the last round of the Swiss. I anticipate that at least one of the players who drew in will not make it in. But
it's not a clean card. It's a messy card.
Yes, it is. Right, exactly. And messy, I mean, clean cuts are great when you're the player involved, but when you're watching from afar, messy cuts is what we like. Anyway.
Yeah, someone's going to get ninth and feel real bad about themselves in a few minutes from now. But I guess actually that player knows who they are already. If you're seeing this, we have the top 8 getting corralled for the usual logistics and everything. We're going to bring you those top 8 matches before too long. Tell you who's there and get to watch that play out. Going to take a 5 to 7 minute break before that. Get all of that in order. But we will be back here before too long with some more magic. So don't go anywhere.
Good evening once again, everybody. Welcome back to Mundelein, Illinois. I am Mappamonte for the NRG Series. Getting ready to kick off our top 8 here. So let's go ahead and show you those players that have qualified for our top 8. We'll bring you that bracket, as you can see here. So we're going to have, I'll start off on the right side here with Casey Ryback and A. Adams. We've watched most of these players throughout the day, so pretty awesome that we've got to showcase them just a bit before they get into their top 8 here. So Casey Ryback and A. Adams are going to be off-camera matches. There's also going to be Harry Coleman and Ryan Hayes. We're also going to have Max Matteson and Steven Dykman, who was the, as I mentioned a couple times today, was the winner of our modern tournament. So trying to make it back-to-back. And then our on-camera match is going to be Richard Papierski versus Vincent, Mcknight. I don't believe that we've seen either of these players on camera today, so going to be nice to be able to showcase their decks and those players. I did want to read to you real quick the standings here, and what I'll highlight is it's going to go from 6th place down to 12th place. All had 6-1-1 records. So I'll read you the players that did not qualify for our top 8, which is going to be a Leonardo Ruiz, who I believe won their final match to get to 6-1-1. Theo Jung at 6-1-1. Kenny Rodermacher at 6-1-1 with Bant Spirits. And then Jeff Jones, Team Swish, with Omnath Bring to Light, was also 6-1-1. Just outside the top 8 based on their tiebreakers. So unfortunate math for them. That's just kind of how it goes sometimes with a lot of draws. We saw a ton of unintentional draws very early in the tournament, which kind of skews that math as we get into the later rounds. With that, I'm going to bring Dom and Joe in to hang out with me for a minute, and I got some questions for these guys, so we'll bring them in. Hey guys, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I am happy. I am amazed that we've made it through another Nerd Rage weekend. It seems like they go fast once they get going, don't they?
Yeah, definitely.
Except for the rounds where we have the 25-minute, extensions. But other than that, they really move. And I'm excited about some of our matchups. I'm excited about our camera match too.
Yeah, definitely. So I was going to ask you guys. So I'll start with Dom. Whose side would you rather be on in this particular matchup?
So to be clear, this is Richard Papirski on Izzet Creativity, basically the same deck that won the Pro Tour just a month ago against Blue Eye Control. And you listen to Reed, to Game Receive, the people who chose this creativity deck, they said that they felt their game 1 against Blue Eye Control was so bad that it was a realistic consideration to just scoop game 1 to save time, because you're hoping to play 3 games, you're not going to win the first one, and you just got to hope to get that back post-sideboard. Which you can do because you're boarding in 11 cards, you're upgrading your threats, Hullbreaker Horrors, you got more interaction, Shark Typhoon, so you have more play there, but game 1 can be a bloodbath. And if you steal that one, great. If you don't, well, you got to be prepared for that.
All right, very good, Joe.
So I'm going to counter off that by saying Vincent Mcknight, our Blue Eye Control player, lost 1 match today to Izzet Creativity.
How about that?
Okay.
We definitely had the other side of that logic. I don't disagree with what you said, but we do have evidence that it's not 100%, obviously. Richard Papierski on the play, which with the Blue Ray Creativity, but yeah, looking at the lists as I have been for the last couple of minutes, it looks rough in game 1, like you're saying. So maybe on the play you can steal a game and then just try and have to take 1 out of 2. But okay, well, before we even get into that, we're just being informed that Vincent's gonna make it a little harder on himself by receiving a game loss due to a deck registration penalty. All right, so that just to be clear, that is the Blue Eye Control player. I'm not 100% if they get to sideboard now or not.
They
Dominic,
do not.
you know?
They do not. They do not.
Okay.
Get to. Yeah, they do not.
Okay.
So we are playing the supposedly unwinnable game 1. So maybe Vincent can claw it back, send it to game 3, game 2. Not sure what it is at that point, but evening the score a little bit.
All right. Well, yeah. When you're at home when your viewers at home, when you go to your tournaments, we had a couple issues this weekend with players misregistering their decks in one way or another. So do be careful about those things. It's you only get 1 shot at it. It's not complicated, but you do have to. You can't just gloss over it. Anyway, so Richard Papierski up a game in the impossible matchup. So maybe you can even it up, like you were saying. I don't know. I guess that adds a little drama to it, and it also makes it more likely we can see some of the backup matchup one way or the other as we are advancing through the first game. So I don't know if we're ready to go or not, or if Matt, you have more to cover first.
No, it looks good. It looks like we're about ready to go. I'm just taking a peek down there. It looks like, again, Steven Dykeman's on the backup match if you guys end up getting out there, but I'm going to get out of the way. You guys take us away in our first quarterfinal here.
All right. So that's kind of a kick in the nuts, isn't it? Being down the game in the top 8, but at least you're favored. Sort of.
Sure. That's one way to look at things. We'll go with that.
Yeah, and so Vincent now, despite being the lower seed, now on the play for this game.
Now, Joe, we see foil irrigated farmland followed by foil Hall of Storm Giants. What are the odds this isn't all foiled out Blue Eye Control deck?
I mean,
rapidly
the odds increase the more cards we see, don't they?
rapidly converging on 100% here.
Yeah.
And look, you got to register the correct foils, the foils that are actually in your deck. So be careful with that. But if you can clear that hurdle successfully, then you get to play your camera matches on style.
Yes, indeed, styling it up, and indeed with the hats. Now, both players with hats here, and Vincent wins the style points on that one too. I don't know what that hat is, but it's got a lot of stuff going on.
It's eye catching. You see that across the room. You have questions. You see Richard's hat, nice hat, functional, fine. Moving on with your life, not giving it a second thought.
All right, so we have a Shark Typhoon for Richard Papierski. Shark Typhoon present in both deck lists.
Yeah, this is a key to especially the post-board games against low control. He has 2 in the main deck, 2 more on the sideboard, boarding up to the full set. Game 1, it's you don't have as many of them, and also they just have more removal in their deck. So unlikely the Shark token is going the distance, but it's a nice tool to have access to.
All right, so part of the reason why this matchup is going to be tough is things like Big Score, which we see here. Discard is part of the cost of playing it. If this gets countered, Richard's just down an extra card, but it's going to resolve. So he's going to benefit himself 2 treasures and then replace the Spikefield Hazard with fresh cards.
Yeah, potentially a sign of weakness. Would you counter that Big Score if you could? I have to think so. It gets weird if, for example, you have a Dovin's Eater, right? That card is solid gold in the matchup. He's going to counter creativity for sure. Maybe you're thinking, just want to hold that for as long as possible. But if you have any kind of more marginal counter spell, I would happily fire that one off.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's kind of the threat. Like if you count, obviously you want to counter that, but if then there's a token to play. If there's no token to play, maybe you're more willing to do it also. But you don't want to just get bopped here, out of nowhere. So it does get through. All right, I just got asked in chat about the deck list, so we'll pass the message along, and they should be freed up any moment now.
So both players going to know what they're working with as well. We'll get a chance to see the opponent's deck list here.
All right, and we are, Fable the Mirror Breaker here. Yeah, so the players have full information, and in any moment now, as soon as someone sees my message, then you at home will also have full information on what's going on. And there is a counter. Absorb takes down Fable. So prioritizing, maybe it's a matter of Fable's a stronger card, or maybe it's just a matter of this is main phase and Vincent's less worried, so he cranks off the counter.
Okay, here's another Fable. And it seems like that one is, going out to resolve. Dice being handed over. Very sportsmanlike.
So similar to the modern decks we saw yesterday, creativity obviously benefits from having overall stuff in play. There's also cards you don't want your creatures in your hand, so this is a route to throw them away and get them back in the deck. The World Spider Worm does shuffle back in if Richard is stuck with it currently. Shields down. Well, for the moment, I guess. And Teferi drops in. And shields back up with at least single counter mana available. Now, like you're saying, Do and Zuto is a much more potent card for Vincent here than Absorb, as it cannot be played back against. If you're Richard, you're up a game here. If you have it, you just go. Can you run it out here, or is that silly? Do you just let it build and you have stuff on the board and you try and battle out a longer game? I don't know.
I mean, the game slips away from you so quickly, right? After Teferi gets to second play for anything longer than a turn. So,
2 cards rummaged by Richard, and I mean, Vincent did absorb a Fable, so would he do that with no other counters in hand? Maybe, maybe not. He does have 1 additional card since then because of the Teferi, and there's no Make the Spear in hand for Richard either. But you're right, it gets worse. All right, well, not countering that one. And Richard is going to try and attack down the Teferi. which could actually work.
Yeah, at the very least, might bait out a removal spell of some kind.
This
We've
is
seen a lot of channel tokens down today.
We have. That's a good point. We really have. And here is a March to take out the token. That's rough. March of Otherworldly Light casts for just a single white source. Can take down the Fable token. And more importantly, yeah, no treasure for Richard, and Teferi will survive. I mean, untapping with Teferi in play, Vincent can't ask for much more than that, right? I mean, this is just already feeling like you're in control of the hand, control of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we'd love to find a Supreme Verdict or something, just kind of clean up these 1/1s, and sure enough, there it is.
Yeah, no answer to that for Richard. And Vincent will pass with 4 or 5 mana available, a clean board. I guess Reflection is on the way in, but it's all by its lonesome right now.
Now, I don't know if it's just the lighting and the camera angle, but I'm not seeing much glare on these cards. Are some of these non-foil, Joe?
The Teferi does not look foil to me. I'll grant you that. Neither does the Field of Ruin. So yeah, you're right. Vincent let us down. We do have, however, a foil treasure in play for Richard, I think.
Don't know if that treasure is worth more in, new Capennan currency.
All right, so Richard, interesting that Vincent untapped a Field of Ruin. So not that it's very meaningful, but stating there are not two Dovin's vetoes in hand. Maybe that's something Richard can file away for later on the game if it's
it shuts off the possibility of you play Mutavault, animate Mutavault, creativity on the same turn. Pretty unlikely lie, but just something to be cognizant of.
Good point. All right, so here's a third Fable for the game. So Richard will. I mean, this is a decent card to fight with. It also allows the Reflection that's already in play to be more potent once it itself gets to Chapter 3.
Going to fire off Field of Ruin now, just downgrading a Steam Vents to a basic.
Yeah, Richard does have a Spell Pierce in hand, so there are. Well, it's just tough. It's tough for Spell Pierce to be live at any point, really, once Teferi's in play. What?
Yeah, the one Spell Pierce and 3 Mage Disappears, which can, paying 4 mana is a tall order sometimes, but yeah, for the most part, it's just soft counters, at least in game 1. So over the course of a 10-turn game, those can become dead.
Right. Yeah, and Vincent as well on his way to making that happen. So we'll finish fetching up for the Chosen Lands. Looks like a mountain for Richard, a plains for Vincent, and make our way through this potentially deciding game 1 of the quarterfinals. Do we even call this a game 1 anymore? Is this technically game 2?
There's a real philosophical dilemma there.
I vote for calling it game 1. But,
okay. I mean,
yeah, I could understand an argument to the contrary.
Maybe you have to do the air quotes. It's like game 1.
Yeah, right. Something that can break out, or at least help break out of Teferi Blue-White Control locks is Hall of Storm Giants. So if Richard can find one of those, that would also be a reason to hold on the Field of Ruin. And here we have...
Oh, is that Farewell?
I don't know. That would fit.
6
yes,
mana.
it is. Yes, you're
Something
right.
getting Spell Pierce. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, of course, as soon as we say the tax encounters are dead, there is a live use of one. And preserving the board state for Richard. Teferi at 4. Actually, Teferi is vulnerable here because the Reflection attack, and then there's the token. Yeah, wow. Well, that's pretty significant here for Richard.
Yeah, Vincent could have interaction of some kind, but we mentioned those soft counters. If Richard has Mage Disappear, no, not really any mana left over, so that is going to be live here. Big scroll down, and some other card discarded too. I think just a removal spell of some kind. Maybe a second big score?
It does look similar. Yeah, I think you're right. As Richard's graveyard grows horizontally across the board. Looking for, what is he looking for? He's probably, well, I guess ideally he's looking for creativity, but Make Disappear won't even protect it, so it's not relevant if he has that or not, unless Vincent has his own copies of Make Disappear. Here is creativity. All right, bang, bang, let's go.
Here's our namesake card. Love it when the main character shows up. And there's Dovin's veto.
All right. So for Dovin's vetoing my creativity, you still lose your Teferi.
Yep, and we can even
so there.
And yeah, Reflection can even copy the Goblin token, right, to get another treasure, unless we have other plans for it.
Yeah, unless we're using it this turn, there's no reason not to do it. And Richard has come to the same thought.
You get another one of those Connor, Theo, and Max tokens. They got that custom Inkling custom token from winning the team showdown in our 2022 season.
Yeah, well earned, and it does look pretty sharp. And it is cool to have stuff like that used in other matches on camera and everything like that. It's nice to leave a little bit of a legacy.
You must have had a SCG token back in the day. Inkling custom token?
I have an Inkling token. Yeah, I had an Inkling token earlier. I never won an SCG token. That was tough to achieve. I did top 8 an SCG Invitational. However, I did not win a game in the top 8. So
hold on, you're telling me you win a measly Invitational? They give you your own card. You win the whole Players Championship and you get nothing?
You're right. I did not get a token for that seems like an insult. I need to go back 7 years and scream at the outrage of that. I needed you by my side back then to stand up for my rights. I was snubbed. Oh, I need to put in a phone call. All right, back to the game. Teferi gone. Vincent lay down arms on the reflection, but a replacement reflection, it will pop into play next turn for Richard.
And the game's still... Oh, okay. Elspeth Sun's
champion. Wow.
And that is getting disappeared real fast.
Okay. Vincent tapped out. Richard, do you have another creativity? If you do...
Is it the time? Yeah.
Yeah, this would be the match. Vincent vulnerable. And obviously it was vulnerable anyway. Otherwise, wouldn't have gone for that. But trying to make a presence on the board. And creativity doesn't cost 2. So if Richard's spending 2 mana, that's got to be fine with. Oh, okay.
Yeah, remembering his reflection.
Yeah, but I'm sure anything Richard wants to cast 2 right now, Vincent would be thrilled.
This is Impulse, maybe. What you got, Richard?
Careful on what he's doing. Verifying the
really
mana.
Thinking hard about this.
Yeah.
Dig through time. That's terrifying.
Okay.
We got a sweat.
Yeah. So never mind. 4 cards. Let's look at 7 here for Richard.
That's a lot of looks.
Yeah, and 4 land plus a treasure left over. Okay, not yet.
6, 7.
Oh my gosh.
That's an underwhelming dig through time, I gotta say.
It sure is. Vincent's not gonna believe this. Yeah, and even the fact that Richard's shuffling through the cards thinking, okay, what do I take? You're like, oh, I can't, I'm so lucky. You're not just killing me. You could just drop the creativity on the board and move it on to game 2 or 3, depending on what side of that argument you come down on.
Here's a thought for you though. So we got 1 treasure token there. We can copy our goblin, attack again.
Yeah.
That's 3 treasure tokens. We could just take the multiply moment and just cast that thing.
Oh, sick. Yeah, then good luck Supreme breaking that.
Right. It would mean that we if we drew creativity, it wouldn't actually work anymore because
That's true. But on the other hand, Vincent might be dead already. Yeah, what I mean, you're not gonna lay down arms that either.
No, you're not.
Ossification. Bang. Good luck. Okay, so here's an attack. That's right, because this reflection is summoning sick.
Yeah, this one is. So gonna have to wait a turn for any worm shenanigans.
Yeah, Vincent probably can't even believe he's getting down tap here. The 4th Fable. Vincent's
Different
like,
art than the others, I think,
yeah,
too.
yeah.
But yeah, just played it safe with the land and the Major Spear. Makes sense. But now, if Vincent just has like another Supreme Verdict, let's say, still seems like anyone's game.
Mm-hmm. There's a Narset. Okay, that will disrupt the advantage of the Fable next turn.
Yeah, nice timing on that.
Richard would be well advised to not try to rummage anything, as he is certainly allowed to discard cards. Was that temporary lockdown? Well, hell, that's pretty excellent here. Richard says, this isn't standard. Are you sure you're playing that?
Might be a worthy Major Spear target.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. And lay down arms. Okay, so Narset will survive at least this upcoming turn. Unless?
No, there's still 2 tokens in play.
Oh, no. Oh, you're right.
Are those the tokens and tokens? I think those are Fable tokens. I lost track. No, I think the tokens and tokens got
look like
swept up. Yeah, these are the...
Yeah, there's a Connor, Max, and Theo.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's now this looming threat over the game of just anytime Richard draws creativity, that's it. We don't even have a game 2 or a game 3 to put it both ways.
All right, Richard. Well, Richard had the one creativity. Clearly, he has having trouble finding the second one, which would win the game, as you said. And okay, there down goes Narset. This is tough. Even though Richard doesn't have the win, he's just ahead on the board and ahead in material also. I think he has more cards in hand, or else it's even. And Vincent just doesn't have relevant cards. Maybe he's got some counters, but that doesn't even really make sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tapping out. How does it feel like every single turn in this game, a reflection has flipped to chapter 3? It has happened 4 times.
It would only take something like a memory deluge or something like that for Vincent to be pretty confident in his position again, but
yes,
doesn't look like anything has materialized.
All right, main phase impulse. Looking for creativity. I mean, they have to be in there somewhere. At this point, Richard has seen quite a few cards, especially counting that dig through time and the first couple of rummages off of Fables. Whatever he took there was not a creativity, I don't believe. All right, 4 more damage, 2 more treasure tokens. Vincent, do we have anything? Shark Typhoon, Memory Deluge. Well, there is a Shark Typhoon. All right, that's something. And that's a Hall of the Storm Giants for Richard. And
yeah, I think Vincent also has one just hiding out by that farmland, right?
Oh, you're right. He does. Okay, a 5/5 Shark. So that should dissuade the Goblin tokens from coming in. And can we get life totals? I think Vincent's at 10. I don't think he's
another Teferi.
14.
But May Disappear would counter this.
Oh no. Yep, you're right. That's what it's gonna be. All right.
That Goblin token has done its work.
Yeah, and then some. I mean,
notably, Vincent did not leave up Fielder in for Richard's Hall of Storm Giants. So wondering if that represents Absorb or something like that.
It could. I mean, that's one annoyance with Absorb is that it does actually take 3 colored mana and you cannot leave open Field of Ruin. That certainly has impacted a number of games that I've played personally. And yeah, we're seeing it here. Okay, life totals are correct. So I'm sorry, I was wrong. Is it 14? Seven. How far do you have to get before you can send in the Hall of the Storm Giants?
I think.
Well, I guess we're there. No, this
I
is.
think you get to declare attackers, maybe.
Yeah, this
Or
is.
just kidding.
Well, I sort of got bluffed on that one. Richard arranging mana. Yeah,
So
that's 6. Yeah, here's the Hall of Storm Giants. It's
here it
attacking.
comes. There's Fateful Absence, I think, on Reflection.
Yeah. Okay. So is this to prevent a copy of Hall of the Storm Giants, which I don't believe works anyway?
No, it doesn't, because you get a land.
You get a land.
So then, yeah.
So that may not have been Richard's plan in the first place, but that may be what Vincent was afraid of.
Yeah, fascinating that Richard used a treasure token for that, just leaving open double mana there. Wonder what that's about.
All I could think of was that another farewell clearing out the treasures, leaving him tapped out, but that doesn't seem overly likely. I suppose it's possible. Anyway, Hall is going to attack here. The token looks like probably the token that's going to die at the end of the turn anyway attacks.
Yes.
And
the Hall of Storm Giants cuts Vincent's life total in half. So that there is the Field of Ruin, but we But now, okay, let's say Field of Ruin deals with Hall of Storm Giants. What does Richard have left in the tank? You know, he's got a 2/2 against a 5/5 and really nothing else.
Is Vincent considering it? Wow, Vincent is going on the offense here. This is an interesting game here. Vincent maybe thinking, well, I can defend myself with a removal spell or not, plus my Field of Ruin, and I might be okay. Not going to give up without a fight. Okay, a lot of mana. That's 5, not 6. So
is this creativity for?
Well, creativity for lethal. That's a land.
Does
Richard? Yeah, Richard.
There we go.
Vincent's like, okay, well, I have a counter, but you need to actually play a spell first. And okay, Richard does realize Spiral of Canal is not the one he was looking for. Download creativity does meet and absorb. And Vincent pads his life total a little bit, what actually matters as well. 2 treasures get cashed in. And here comes Hall of Storm Giants meeting Field of Ruin. And yeah, Vincent has become more animated in the last 25 seconds, realizing he might still be in this game.
It was pretty animated already, but maybe in a less confident direction. So, yeah, you're seeing, I think, like people say, this matchup in game 1 is so difficult for creativity, where it felt like Richard he went through all 4 Fables this game, was able to line up his counter spells well against really expensive cards of Vincent, and yeah, here we are, right?
Okay, and a pass of the turn looks. Oh, nope, the token still comes across. And now, yeah, Vincent has kind of defeated most of the looming threats from Richard. So now he can continue attacking with this token, and it's actually winning the race. Hard to believe that he's actually ahead of a race in this game, but he is. And plus, he has his own Hall also, so that could play a role. Let's see, Hall's a 7, right? So that's 14. That's a little convenient, but that is in fact the case.
Mutavault has joined the party. And the Wandering Emperor finally shows up.
All right, so let's see. Options here. Vincent's going to use a little less loyalty and trade with the token, allow Mutavault to come through. So this now is 1 extra damage if he wants it by plussing on either the token or the Hall of the Storm Giants.
the Wandering Emperor is actually a big part of why this matchup is so difficult. If you think about what happens if you successfully creativity, you've done the thing, you get a 30-15 World Spine Worm with haste and trample, and it attacks, and it gets eaten by the Wandering Emperor.
Yeah. No,
and then you got nothing left. That's all your deck can do.
I'm sure that has happened a number of times. So 5 damage across. Richard falls to 9. Now Vincent with a 2/2 in play, which is not actually a defense against Richard's combo, but is worth something. Here's Valakut's Awakening being cast. So this is the double-sided card where you can swap as many cards from your hand as you would like. Looks like 1 goes down. I think that was the entire hand. What do we got? 5, 6 mana? Creativity. Oh, Memory Deluge. All right, Vince is going looking.
He was so emphatic with it too. I assumed it just had to be another veto or something, but it still could be. Still could be.
Okay. Let's see what you found, Vincent. That's a Shark Typhoon Cycle. Oh my gosh.
0.
Looking for an Absorb, looking for a veto, looking for 3 mana.
Oh,
This
head in the
resolves.
hands.
Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, the treasures are out of there, the ones that got targeted. And Richard goes flipping through the deck, looking for his combo. This is for 3. The excess one is of no value, but going for 3.
There's
so
a worm.
If one treasure gets nailed,
And there's the Xenagos right there together.
Has to finish going through the deck. And wow, this has been quite a game. So is there, if Vincent had anything here to take out the worm, the Xenagos will stay on the board, but I think Richard would die on the swing back. So let's just see it here. Vincent does not appear to have anything. Get to combat, animate Mutavault. Wow.
There it is. Wow. Richard Papiski after a crazy 1-game match. The game went so long, it's easy to forget that. We'll move on to our semifinals here. Our first seed going to top 8, 7-0-1, hoping to continue this undefeated run through our top 8.
Oh, that was something else. I mean, that game swung a few times. And yeah, we got to see, Blue Eye Control tapping out multiple times, main phase, just with the door open to dying, and then and the combo not being there, and eventually it's shown up and battling through. And wow, I mean, that's gonna be I would imagine that's a memorable 1-game match for both of these players. So the backup match is actually the only match that's still playing. So we're gonna go down to it live and finish up the quarterfinals. So let's roll it. That was Steven Dykman versus Max Matteson. We are in game 2 with Dykman up a game, it looks like. Imagine Dykman won game 1 and didn't receive, was not the benefit of a game loss on Max Mattison's part, but yeah, we don't ever know. So we see, we've seen Max twice. We didn't see the Outpost Siege.
On camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
no, we sure didn't. For the grindy matchups, Joe, I believe. Right. This is one such matchup.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen Max put on a real clinic with this deck several times in our feature matches so far. And then Steven Dykman, of course, putting on a clinic in the finals of our tournament, of our modern 10K, winning that, getting his seat in the NRG Championship early, and hoping to complete the back-to-back, which very few people have done in general. Don't know if anyone has done it on the NRG series yet, just winning both weekend events. But Steven can hope to enter that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be quite a feather. I mean, just winning the 10K on its own and all that goes with that is fantastic. Getting an invite to the Season 3 Regional Championship in Dallas. And now playing Spoiler and also playing for money and Nerd Rage points. Seeing if he can, you can't start out the season better than winning both events in the first weekend, I guess. But Max Matteson looking to make his own mark on the weekend. All right, so let's pop up Outpost Siege if we can. This is Flip, the top card, and you can play it this turn. I don't even remember how this one works. I feel like there's been several generations of these 4-mana red cards that allow card advantage over time. And here we go. Yeah. All right. You can play the top card off of your deck each turn.
So Spikefield has it your pilot token.
Why not? That Bankbuster doesn't need to get crewed for free. And just kind of catching up on the deck lists here. Oh, we've seen Max Matteson, Steven Dykman's Rakdos Midrange, featuring Bankbuster. So we are sideboarded, obviously. Let's see if we can intuit some of the changes from the sideboard. The Bankbuster did come in from the board for Steven. Cards that he might have been interested in bringing in here would probably include. So we saw this matchup earlier where it was like Extinction Event and Ritual of Soot in the sideboard. Do you bring in one or the other, or both, to deal with Max's flood of 2-drops and tokens?
Yeah, I imagine it's the same kind of discussion we had there for Rakdos deck. The only other person, incidentally, to be qualified for the 2023 NRG Championship already.
Okay, so Steven up a game here with Graveyard Trespasser, crewing up Bankbuster, looks like, and sending in. Non-trampling creatures don't seem like too big of an issue for Max's deck, though. He is a 4, but he can block all day.
Yeah, that Bankbuster, I think, mainly a card draw engine. In this matchup, it's drawn its cards, it's made its pilot, and so on, and now it's in its retirement. It's just, chugging in for 4 every now and then.
All right. Spike Hazard for another token. That looked like it targeted the Bankbuster, so is Max looking to make a larger block here, or maybe just looking for conniving here?
Another removal spell, perhaps? A big fistful of tokens here. All jumping in front of Bankbuster.
So if Max does have another, like a Fiery Impulse or something, then he's opening the door for Steven Dykman to decide, I want to use a removal spell on just a token to save my Bankbuster, and then Max follows up with the Fire Impulse or something to kill it anyway. But no, none of that happens. It just trades for the tokens. And Graveyard Trespasser looks like it's switching sides again. Max looking at Outpost Siege there, maybe to determine whether he can play the Out of Order. I believe he can, and he does make that choice.
No one has played that card in so long that, I forgot what it does as well.
Well, even though Rakdos Midrange is pretty capable of grinding fairly intensive games, it's hard to keep up with something like an Outpost Siege, just drawing a free card every single turn for your opponent after the initial investment, which looks like it could have been made quite some time ago. And Hall of Stormtrine is going to join in with Max sitting at 4 life. I imagine he's pretty confident this on his defensive series. He's swinging in for, looks like, 11 damage, which is not lethal.
And every time it's, wait, your blue-red deck just gets to make a 7/7 out of nowhere? Like that? Are we sure this is the right color for that?
And it's not just the biggest one. It's by far the biggest one.
It just clowns all of them.
Yeah.
The next 2 biggest ones put together can just about hold a candle to a Hall of Storm Giants.
All right. Well, this attack seems to be looming, waiting for Steven to make a decision here, I think.
Gonna see if we can confirm if Max actually drew the card for the turn and not just exiling to Outpost Siege. Not sure our table spotter will be on that.
I didn't actually catch what got cast there, but obviously something did for 1 mana, and Max with 2 fresh tokens and a connive. So maybe the onus wasn't on Steven, it was on Max to decide whether he wanted to cast whatever spell was and connive pre-damage. Anyway, that has gone through.
The disembodied hand reaches over to flip over the day-night token.
I suppose an extinction event on even
would be phenomenal. Yeah.
If there's a creature in the graveyard, would conceivably win the game here for Steven. Max is tapped out, it looks like, with 10 land in play. Steven has quite a few land of his own. Well, pace of play slows down a little bit here in the later rounds of the day into the elimination rounds, as there are no timers anymore. Players still have to keep up a pace, but with no clock, sometimes more thought is given. And certainly, Steven is digesting his options here. It looks like another Graveyard Trespasser, allowing maybe a route to victory that doesn't involve combat. However, he's going to have to survive in the turn, and I don't know how likely that is at the moment.
No. Yeah, we can easily just go wide around these gluttons.
Mm-hmm. All right, Max flips a pathway. Even if he's just hitting lands for the last couple turns off Outpost Siege, it still allows him to hold lands drawn in his hand for the tax of targeting Graveyard Trespasser. So that is still some value. Okay, we've got 5 creatures on the board for Max. 1 flies. So on all of the attack would force something from Steven. Here's Hall of the Storm Giants joining in.
Readying the troops for one big swing.
Mm-hmm. Hall of the Storm Giants ward is 2, correct?
It is a little more, I believe.
Is it? Is it 4 maybe? I feel like whatever it is, it's enough that
or
Steven,
3 in between.
Okay, it's enough that Steven, I don't know what removal spell he's going to have. I guess he's got 3 land in the middle there, and then 3 more on top plus a treasure. It looks like, so he's got plenty of mana actually, but he's not able to survive this attack. So okay, Max is going to even things up, and we're going to see a game 3. So the other players are going to have to wait because Max Matteson and Steven Dykman are not done deciding who's going to move on to the top 4.
Yeah, you can see how this matchup could go very long. No surprise, it's the last one standing.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so we didn't get to it before because we didn't start the round with this match. Let's bring up the deck list now. Give you a peek at what these players are playing. If you're just joining in, they have been on camera earlier today. Well, Steven much earlier this morning playing Modern. So he definitely could conceivably be feeling the effects of playing Magic for 2 days straight at this point. Having
a nice problem to have, if you ask me.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, looking at the sideboard, I think the extinction events we determined probably the best speed if you want one, and it would make sense that you do. Corrigan's Command, I think, could be interesting. Just nugging a Pyromancer or an Iconoclast, getting something back, dead Graveyard Trespasser, something like that. And then beyond that, there's that same question as before about the duresses, whether you really need or want those. But fairly minimal sideboarding, I would say, overall.
Yeah, I think that's fair. All right, and for Max Matteson, who we've seen on camera a couple times during a lot of parts of the day, well, those were certainly long games. We saw the Outpost Siege came in.
Yeah, we saw the sieges. I'm not sure about Roast, just, Shieldred has to be front and center in his mind. So maybe you want some actual firm answers to that.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Based on the length of the game, maybe you trim out some of your make disappears. I mean, we've seen Max be willing to sacrifice tokens or even actual Iconoclast in order to cast that on a relevant spot. So maybe they stay in. But certainly when you're planning on grinding longer games, which is what Steven is determined to do, Max is going to have to go along and may be advised to board those out. Some of the other options, I don't know that anything is super appealing here, really, in either board, aside from the extinction events.
Yeah, it's the kind of matchup where there's no one thing that can really flip the script on either player. So it's just upgrades to existing removal spells, some better threats, better answers, that kind of thing.
Right. All right. So Max has presented. Steven's still shuffling. We'll give them a moment here, and then we'll get in and see who's going to join. Let's see if we can get I don't have a recap of the rest of the results, but we do know. Here we go. Thank you. So you can see that alongside Richard Papierski, we also had A. Adams win with the Sultai combo.
Neoform continues its run.
Yeah. And Ryan Hayes with Izzet combo. So those are the other three semifinalists awaiting the winner of this game.
Yeah, Izzet combo there, another copy of Creativity, effectively. So could have a Creativity mirror in store at some point before we get out of here.
Okay, well, Steven is going to lead off on. So I don't see the mark. This is game 3, is it not? Weren't we on? Did we lose the pip on, or did we just not add one to Max's side yet? I think that's what happened because this is game 3. That's my understanding. Either way, we are underway here in the current game. Whatever. There's a lot of confusion on what game people are playing this afternoon. It seems like. Whether we're skipping game 1s due to game losses. There we go. We got it. So this Max has even things up like we thought. And okay, no turn 2 play for either side. Although we do know that Max likes to run out his creatures on turn 3.
Fable already transformed here. Let's get that one turned around.
Is that even better? If you could run it out on the backside first? Yeah, it's not really.
Not right now.
No, it sure isn't. And Max, once again, as is customary, has a 2-drop on turn 3 with a mana open for a cantrip or removal spell, most likely.
See if there's a Fiery Impulse or something to deal with this goblin.
Yeah, I doubt. I mean, even though the treasures are valuable, I doubt Max is going to be interested in trading his Iconoclast for this token. Steven with a Bone Crusher in hand as one way to take out the Iconoclast.
Yeah, this is one big difference between Steven's fairly stock Rakdos deck and the Raja deck, the Golgari deck we saw, where Bone Crusher Giant, a card whose star has weighed a little bit, but in this matchup, it answers half of it, answers a Pyromancer or an Iconoclast, and then the other half is just a decent threat. So really nice way to embellish both halves of the mid-range formula there.
Yeah. Well, Steven giving a lot of thought here on what he wants to do. Maybe he's afraid of committing something to the board that's going to get killed. I mean, just by declaring attackers, he could find out he may not want to, advance through combat, but just by declaring attackers, he'll find out real quick if Max has a Fire Impulse or some such. There's also a Fatal Push in Steven's hand, so he has all kinds of ways to deal with the Iconoclast.
A lot of options for Dykeman. Really taking his time to think it through. And yeah, we start here. We know that this is going to happen.
All right. And Max with no block. Doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't have a Fire Impulse. He may not want to expend it on a token. Maybe he wants to save it for the Fable.
Thoughtseize is the start. Okay.
Post-combat Thoughtseize.
Ogden response.
All right, let's take a look.
Okay, so we have consider. Little search through here. Okay, so is that double treasure cruise? It looks like.
No,
Rose
I think it's
consider-
3.
3. Okay, we got trips.
Yeah.
So, presumably not taking one of those. Yeah, just gonna take Rose and maybe potentially clear the way for a shielded or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, that would be great against a trio of treasure crews. Okay, well, and with a consider in hand, Max can get some of the way towards being able to cast those cruises, but that's tough because even if the first one, cast only like 3 mana or so, the other ones are going to be at 7 or 8 for a while.
Be a nice spot for a go blank if we brought that one in.
Yeah, that would that would suck.
So okay, Trespasser is nice here too, just like nibbling away at the graveyard over time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. If that gets to attack next turn, that's pretty meaningful. Although there is the roast, which is kind of a way for Max to actually discard and get more cards in the graveyard.
I think that's why he took the roast, right? It's a kind of close off that possibility.
Yeah, you're right.
This board already getting very flooded thanks to that second Iconoclast.
Mm-hmm. And so Steven, now this is funny because one of the other matches we had Max on against Raja. Raja got stuck on 3 land in both games he lost, so we never got to find out whether he had the sweepers in hand because he was never able to cast them. Steven does have the Fable token, so he can make treasures to get there. So we will likely see it if he's got it. And again, would be excellent right now.
Okay, just the Fable token coming in. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't want to offer it up for a collection of tokens, even though we know he has some removal spells. If Max triple blocked, Steven could get around that, but instead he's just going to run out the token, which is going to get triple blocked.
Yep, going to trade off.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's great.
Stuff off there. Now, here is Shieldred, and Steven took the one answer that we knew Max had, and now it's on him to find another one and to find it fast.
Yes. So, and it's just, I mean, kind of negates the bulk of Max's hand.
Great. We saw a strangle.
Yeah, accidentally throws a strangle on the table.
So what that means is any a second strangle potentially or a fire impulse. We can put 2 removal spells together to kill the Shieldred, but otherwise it's roast or bust. It looks like. Yeah,
that was the 4th treasure cruise. That was the surveil trigger. So Max happily throws that in the graveyard.
So now, I guess the question becomes: Do you cruise, take 6, and if you draw another burn spell, you're good, and if you don't, then
I mean, he's got enough blockers, so he's certainly not going to have to face the. Okay, here we go. That's a shot on the Graveyard Trespasser, discarding of one mind. So Max has all the card drawing in the world and all the tokens in the world.
And now are we cruising and bruising?
I mean, I don't know what we're doing. We didn't put the cards on the deck to not cast them, but this is this is a little dangerous here. And that reflection is available as a blocker now.
Okay, so Shieldred is sticking around for now.
Mm-hmm. Now, with Steven having a couple target removal spells in his hand, maybe could actually attack with Shieldred to force. Well, Max would probably just chump block, but in case he didn't, here's Bone Crusher to take out one of the Iconoclasts.
And is this Fatal Push for the other? Yes, it is.
Sure. No more free tokens for you, Max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tokens in place. So if Steven attacks, can Max quintuple block?
He can, yeah.
That's a huge risk on in case Steven has another Fatal Push.
It would be. I mean, you would.
Yeah.
So I guess you saw the strangle. Max wouldn't do that if He also had another burn spell to finish it off, unless it's exactly Spikefield has or something like that.
Well, Max was
And
ready
yeah,
to go.
here we
He
go.
pushes in, and there is, and that is down 5 tokens for Max Matteson. Now, granted, they didn't really cost him anything, but now he doesn't have any blockers left. So now Treasure Cruise takes 6 is a lot less appealing in the face of the incoming attackers. In fact, would be lethal if Max found nothing, which granted is unlikely, but still. Head and hands, thinking, processing. What is the play now?
I think the play is forced. Here it is.
Full delve.
So time to prepare a nice little Sunday roast.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, Max actually has a couple red lands in play. So red cards more castable, and roast being the one really that he needs. And I don't know if anything else is going to do it.
Your double impulse, double strangle, some mix of both, but
Sure.
He's running low on outs at this point.
There's a lineup. He's Steven leaning forward, eager to get this over with. Can he go to the advance to the semifinals? Ledger Shredder is not going to do it.
You can even punish Max for casting Shredder if you force him to connive and get that draw trigger.
And any creature drawn for Steven is effectively haste with the active reflection on the board.
So if we can force Max to connive, that will put him to 4, and then we can attack with shielded, force the trump block. I guess the trump is forced anyway, but
yeah, is connive forced? I don't even know if it's.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Could also fire up this Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Sure.
Or the Mutavault too. Yep.
All right, and that's it. And Max extends the hand. Steven Dykman is not done winning yet this weekend. Advances to the top 4 of the Pioneer 5K. Keep in mind, he won the Modern 10K yesterday and this morning. So really,
he's unstoppable.
Padding the bank account this weekend. Yeah, piling up the invites. All right. Well, top 4 is now confirmed. We're going to talk about the upcoming events. Then we're going to take a brief break and come back. And Steven probably needs a minute to recover from that. And then we'll get things rolling. So here is the schedule for the first half of the year. You see March event ongoing. May 20th and 21st in Minneapolis. Reverse of this weekend, Saturday 10K Pioneer, Modern 5K Modern. Sunday 5K Modern. And then June 24th and 25th back here in Mundelein. Saturday 10K Modern, Sunday 5K Legacy. Now keep in mind the change from last year. The winners of all the Saturday main events earn direct invites into the Nerd Rage Championship at the end of the year. The finalists of the Saturday events earn regional championship invites, and the Sunday winners also do, as well as we have a lot more offerings if you're interested in qualifying for regional championships than we did last year, and we'll pop up that slide right now. We do have, on top of the showdown and the trial, there are 4 RCQs per weekend, awarding up to 9 invites. And the reason why it's a variable number, up to 9, is because the more people that sign up, the more invites we get to give away. So if you're interested in trying to qualify for the regional championships upcoming, I believe the current season for Dallas is ending really soon, maybe even next weekend. But then the first season of technically next year begins right after that. So competitive magic, if that's on your radar, come out to Nerd Rage and play. Or if you're enjoying the coverage and you want to watch at home, give us a follow and be notified of future events. For Dominic and I, we're going to take a minute off while the players get ready, and then we'll be back for the top 4. So stick around.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the NRG series. I'm Epimonte. Oh, what a comedy of errors sometimes this thing is. I love it though. I'm back. This is like year, I don't know what, 6, something like that. Joe and I have just, we're gonna turn way old and gray with this thing. So with that, the top 4. Let's jump right into that slide here. And Rich Papierski and Ryan Hayes gonna play it looks like kind of like a pseudo mirror match over there on that side. We're actually gonna show you Steven Dykman and A. Adams. Steven Dykman, it's unbelievable. Is anyone going to stop this guy this weekend? I certainly, I don't know. I'm not up for the task, but hopefully one of the remaining 3 players is up to do that. Let's take a peek again at what the players are playing for here. So again, $1,200 for first place and an invite to DreamHack. Like Joe was mentioning, this is probably one of the last few ways to get into the Dallas DreamHack. So these players kind of battling out for that. I believe when they were asked how many people were qualified, almost half of them were already. So that's awesome. Nerd Rage is doing a great job of getting people into DreamHack. So thanks everybody for showing up for that. Joe also mentioned the more people that show up, the more invites we get. So that's an amazing thing. Second place, $600. Third and fourth, $400, and fifth through eighth, $200. Tons of points on the line. Remember, there is on the Saturdays, the winner gets invited. Steven Dykman's the second player invited to the end of the year championship. Him and Raja Sulaiman are invited. Again, though, the points still matter. So at the end of the season, end of the year, excuse me, those points will be tallied up, and we'll have some at-large bids to grant. So even for players playing today, those points definitely matter. With that, I'm going to send it down to Joe and Dom. They're going to get us kicked off for our semifinals here. Looks like the players are ready to roll, guys.
All right, 2 rounds left. Dykman and A. Adams. Can anyone stop Steven Dykman? Unknown, maybe not. Dom Harvey's with me again. We've got a couple matches left. Do you want to pick your favorite? Chat is certainly in favor of A. Adams being dominant in this matchup. We'll see how it plays out.
I mean, I'm a combo guy. I like this Neoform deck. It's cool to see a new kid on the block try and take the format by storm. And kind of bored of Rakdos midrange at this point. That's not my speed, not my circus. That said, I'm ready for Dykman to go back to back. I want to see him just put on a completely dominant performance this weekend. Even if he loses at this point, it's a very dominant performance. But I want to see the full double header.
All right. Well, I'm sure he is eager to pull that off as well. We are underway here. A. Adams leads with a blooming marsh, and yeah, we're underway in the semifinals. A. Adams was on camera earlier. That was actually probably his only loss when we watched him earlier. Let me go ahead and check. Yeah, we had him on camera round 6. That was his only loss of the day.
Yeah, it's funny. We had 2 Neoform decks in the top 8. Each time we had them on camera, the deck just sputtered around, didn't really do anything. So you wonder, wait, how do we get 2 copies in here? Hopefully we're going to see some of that on display here this time around.
I mean, it's understandable, though. Those things happen, right? I mean, we had Lotus on a couple times. It didn't look great, and yet Lotus is clearly the best deck. And so it's just whoever loses on camera, that's the deck to play, right?
They tell me that's how it works.
You're going to back me up on this, right? That Lotus is the best deck in the format? I didn't hear much agreement.
Just, for peace of mind, I'm going to say yes.
Yeah. All right, so founding the third path in play here for Adams. No free spell to cast alongside it, but the milling to enable Delve is a big part of it. Steven Dykman with Bankbuster. All right, that's something. That's a little slow, but it does get him on the board.
Going to get our mill on over here on the other side.
Okay, I did mention last round that Steven Dykman had Bankbuster in the sideboard. He does. There's also one main deck, so okay, no problems here.
Dykman also has 2 main deck Lilianas and a third in the sideboard, and that card is phenomenal against the Neoform deck. So he is, however intentionally, however accidentally, a little more suited to this matchup than the average Rakdos deck would be. We'll see if that's enough to get through A. Adams.
All right, well, Hooting Mandrills, and then no spell in the graveyard to flashback yet, but that will trigger on the kind of draw step. So an upkeep salvage could lead into more, but maybe even doesn't even need more. Neoform is all it takes at this point. In fact, I'm sorry, I'm confusing myself with the other deck. There's no salvage in this list. That was the other Neoform deck that we saw today.
Yeah, salvage makes more sense if you care about having exactly Soul Flare, which the other list did. This one, I'm not going to say more conventional because it's still a Neoform Attractor deck, and that's still new and exciting to me, but using other enablers like strategic planning, consider, and so on.
All right, Steven. Flickering 2 land back and forth there. There's the option to draw off Bankbuster if none of the cards in hand seem suitable.
Reading ahead again?
Yeah, let's go and look at Founding the Third Path since Steven's reading it over once again. So this is a card that Chapter 3 is you can play an instant or sorcery from your graveyard. but there aren't any currently, and you have to pay for it. By the way, it's not free.
You do,
When
yeah.
when this card was spoiled, a friend of mine messaged me and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you could just mill over an ultimatum and cast it on turn 4 for free." And I was like, "No, that's how it works."
Don't think they would let you do that.
No, it seems a little unreasonable. All right, so here is Trespasser, a crew, and an attack into a fatal push. So Bankbuster goes down.
And this is one aspect of this version of the Neoform deck is it's a bit more controlling. You have the main deck pushes, you have Thoughtseize and Sub Denial, so you can play a bit more of a fair game as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, nothing about a fair game here as Neoform on Hooting Mandrills is on tap and Atraxa is in there. So good luck, Steven Dykman. I mean, there are ways to deal with this. You mentioned the Lilianis. Like, this is not instant game over. It is an Angel, which is inconvenient, and 10 cards flipped. And so even if there is a way to deal with this, A. Adams can recover, presumably, without too much difficulty.
Yeah, not a great haul it looks like from that Atraxa, but the beauty of Atraxa is sometimes even if you hit 0 cards, the 8/8 gigantic flyer would be good enough.
Yeah. All right. So Breeding Pool Tasker. This is the full set. Wow. I mean,
I say not a great haul. What I mean is a land, a removal spell, and exactly what we need to combo again, even if the first one is dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
How silly of me.
All right. There is a land drop. And then also, yeah, now this 8/8, not untouchable, but certainly extremely powerful legend in play.
I think so excited to do the thing that we didn't even attack first with our Delve creature, but not expecting the game to be decided on that margin.
Hey, will you give A. Adams a break here? They're crushing. And there's a Tasker to follow up. Steven shakes his head, leans back in his chair. He's like, this player may prove to be somewhat a tough challenge, unlike every other person I played against this weekend.
And finally, someone can actually make him break a sweat.
Okay, can absorb, a couple hits at the moment. And although A. Adams did pick up a great group of cards to rebuild, there's no rebuilding done yet. So if Steven Dykman just kind of holds here for a minute. Here's Atraxa. All right. I'm sorry. There's Shieldred.
I think Adams has the better, gigantic Death Touch lifelinky creature.
Yeah, I agree. Vigilance is nice. Lifelink is real nice. And Steven's going to take a huge hit and allow A. Adams to just completely shrug off the Shieldred trigger. And that's something I've noticed myself playing Standard over the last few weeks is that Shieldred seems so imposing, but against some decks, really the trigger is, it's a 2 life tax every turn. Like that's beatable.
It's why I actually really like Shieldred as a design. It's a great card and it's a scary card, but you never know how much of it is going to be relevant, right? Like how good is the body? Just as a baseline, I draw a card I gain 2, you draw a card you lose 2. Pretty good ability, but if I'm drawing extra cards, if you're drawing extra cards, the value of the Shieldred is really going to change.
Okay, here is founding.
So that was founding just to trigger a revolt. It looks like reading ahead on nothing.
You're right. That's what that was. Wow.
Yeah.
Good play by A. Adams here. That is not a play that I feel like an inexperienced player would make.
Easy to miss as well. That's a kind of a hidden fourth mode there on your founding the third path.
Yeah. I took 2 cards, but only 3 mana to get rid of the Shieldred here. Blood Tithe Harvester. Okay, sure. Adams nods his head. It's like, cool. You're taking 7-8 more damage next turn. Good luck.
Another fatal push. Misery Shadow down.
Yeah, we're in the semifinals here on day 2 of this weekend, and A. Adams' maneuvers are crisp here. They know what they want to do, and they are executing a plan.
Nice mystical archive strategic planning there. Another Thoughtseize joins the hunt.
Thoughtseize shows just a pathway in Steven's hand. So
Steven Dykeman, 2 Dreadball. Those are the outs here. And we get another look at it. We got the blood token and so on. But that's it. It has to be this turn. And even if we find exactly that, the game continues,
Right.
The first Atraxa found the Neoform to help the second Atraxa. So we are off to the races.
So, well, I was going to say that A. Adams has put themselves in a spot where they're vulnerable to Liliana, but I spoke too soon. Hooting Mandrels follow up. A. Adams has it all covered, and Steven Dykeman is on the ropes here in game number 1.
The Hoot is loose.
Steven may be contemplating whether the blood is worth anything here. But yeah, tall order. You said just Dreadbore, huh? And I believe Adams looks like there's only one card left in hand, which must be the other Neoform. So even if Steven is able to deal with this Atraxa, the other one, the next one is just going to come flying out of the deck. All right, game 1 done. Steven Dykeman down a game, an unusual spot for him on this weekend to be actually behind, to losing to something.
Yeah, that's more like it. That's the Neoform deck doing its thing. In one game at least. We'll see if we can get one of the post-war ones as well. But good, nice to finally see the deck in action, tying all the pieces together.
Yeah, no, everything looked very smooth there. Much more so than the previous match where Adams was on camera, where it kind of just crumbled. Let's go ahead and bring up the deck list here and look at what the players are dealing with, what Steven Dykeman can have to answer this this threat of the all-powerful Atraxa.
Yeah, I mean, this deck exploits some of the same hole that the Greasefang decks were at the Pro Tour, where there isn't a ton of graveyard hate around at the moment. The success of Greasefang did actually change that a little bit, but you look at Steven Dykeman's sideboard at the very least, we have a Go Blank, that's nice, but like, what else are we looking at there, right? Not even any unlicensed hearses, anything like that.
Right. Yeah, the Liliana that you mentioned during the game can matter to help deal with Atraxa once it comes into play, or to before that, you're just increasing the number of cards in the graveyard, which is what A. Adams is trying to achieve in the first place. So, yeah, this isn't. If you were constructing a sideboard for this matchup, this is not what you would do. There's just no. It really isn't. Sure.
I was going to say, doing the best with what we have. What do we think is coming in?
Yeah. Well, I guess one thing you have to decide is, do I even want to try and fight Atraxa once it's in play? I feel like the answer is probably no. I mean, at least nothing beyond Liliana, I would imagine.
No, I mean, one issue with that is, what are the ways of doing that? Power Kill doesn't do it. It's an angel.
No.
Dreadball, it's a sorcery. So that Atraxa trigger can find Thoughtseize, Dumb Denial to protect it. So,
I mean, it's like Extinction Event on Odd. This seems awful.
Yeah, that does seem awful. So I'm thinking it's just Liliana. And like you said, we have 2 main deck, 1 sideboard, third one's coming in. I imagine Go Blank, Duresses to fight over Neoform itself, some of the protection pieces. And that is probably it, I would wager. Gonna lose Fatal Pushes, those can get right out, and then can shave around the edges here and there. Maybe it wants some amount of Dreadballs and stuff, maybe for the Tassigers and the Mandrills of the world, but
this is a tough task. All right, let's go ahead and look at A. Adams' Neoform Crusher Sultai combo. So looks good. I mean, we saw game 1 there was pretty one-sided. Doesn't necessarily need to do a lot here. Just needs to. This isn't a spot where you have to disrupt to change up what you're doing, because Steven doesn't have a great way to interact with it anyway. You just need to, kind of enforce your position of leadership, not fall too farther behind. So, I mean, I think Duress is fine. I'm not excited about a whole lot of this, really.
No, I mean, if you knew that Steven had some hearses, for example, maybe you hedge with the Abrupt Decays, but you know that you don't even have to worry about that, so you can kind of keep it focused. I think the Hornet Queen might be an interesting addition. There will be spots against the 3 Lilianas where, you know, they have Liliana in play. You get a Trax that is just going to die. Maybe the Hornet Queen can do more for you instead.
Yeah, maybe. That's I don't know if I mean, I guess the Hornet Queen is kind of a multi-purpose card. It can deal with like a go wide, especially air aggro stuff like spirits, although spirits isn't huge in the meta game anymore. But yeah, maybe the intention is to battle Lilianas. Otherwise, I mean, when you cast Neoform, most of the time you're going to, even against this matchup, you're going to want a Traxa, not Hornet Queen. But I'm with you. That's it's certainly a possibility. We could see it.
And then I guess nothing that stands out as an obvious cut at that point.
Okay.
So all of these cards kind of have their role. So yeah, going to keep it mostly the same, I would guess.
Right. Maybe the fatal pushes, even though we saw multiples of them cast that game, A. Adams may not really need them. Even Shieldred, Atrax's, you know, when it pays off, you're not taking extra damage, and then when you attack, you're gaining life back. So I'm not even sure it necessarily has to be dealt with. Anyway, A. Adams has present. No, actually, they're still shuffling, so we'll take another moment here. I guess we'll go on the table anyway. All right. Yeah, if you're enjoying the coverage, I know I say this a lot, but we understand that viewers come and go. And if you want notifications of when we're going live in the future, hit the follow button. If you're enjoying the coverage, you can consider subscribing. This is Nerd Rage Gaming, and we put on events in the Midwest every couple months. There's also the new NRG Store stream, which is kind of a more casual event, store level events, a couple nights a week on twitch.tv/NRG Store. But here on the big channel for the big events, we are underway with Game 2 of our semifinals. Steven Dykman looking to recover from the Game 1 beating and cement his second trophy of the weekend.
Yeah, really would be a phenomenal feat. One that you don't get a chance to repeat very often, so you got to take the chance while you have it. And you know, Steven will have all hands on deck for these. Hopefully, last 2 games for him. Going down to 6 cards though in this one, and A. Adams is going to join him.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, this Sultai combo deck doesn't even seem like it requires all that much. You need a graveyard. You get that just for playing, although obviously having stuff like Tiny Third Path makes it faster. You need a Delve creature. The tricky part is the Neoform, right? I mean, that's kind of the hang up. That's the card you have the fewest of functionally of what you need to make a big difference. Whereas Dykman's deck is just good cards. They may work well together, but it doesn't rely on synergy. So if he has 5 or 6 cards, they're likely to all play.
Yeah, the Neoform deck doesn't need a ton in the way of resources to actually do its thing. You need your Neoform, you need your creature, but that Delve creature ideally is going to cost exactly 1 mana. Neoform costs 2, so you don't need a ton of actual cardboard to make it happen.
All right, both players will evaluate 6 cards here. Dykman with a Thoughtseize in the opening hand. That's a useful one. Although I'm not sure this is even though we're facing a combo deck here, I'm not sure this is a matchup where you cast Thoughtseize on turn 1.
Yeah, there's some amount of you want to Thoughtseize just to catch their Thoughtseize sometimes, but
sure.
Yeah, you can also hold it kind of more tactically to use at the right time.
Although I mean, these black-red decks, the way they curve, I mean, if you have creatures to drop, you may not have spare mana except on turn 1. So even if the ideal turn to cast it might be turn 3 or 4, if Steven has a 2-drop and a 3-drop, he may just deploy Thoughtseize immediately anyway.
Yeah. So Springs down to 19 for Thoughtseize. There we go. Down to 17. And using Sulphur Springs for that indicates maybe a landlight hand or one that, you know, could have like a Haunted Ridge or something. This is your only route to black on turn 1.
Yeah, no, that would make sense. And we see here, you mentioned the Thoughtseize on Thoughtseize. Let's see. So there's Tassiger, there's Consider, and Fatal Push did stay in alongside a couple land. Thoughtseize is the pull.
Adam's going to keep these face up, it looks like. Let's draw the blue source, so it looks like it was missing before.
Oh, that's a good point. And that is definitely relevant with that Consider in hand. Tough to get going if the cantrips can't be cast. And there's a Mutavault for Steven. So you called it on that. The mana development here, a little tripped up. I don't think taking a couple extra damage is necessarily going to be a problem for Steven, but just if there's not another colored source, Liliana, for example, can't be cast off of some number of Mutavaults or 2 Mutavaults.
Adam's pausing to think.
Mm-hmm.
Just passes it back. So Steven now, like a Fablon V would be a pretty nice pickup here.
Yeah, but what are the odds Steven even has a third land here if Mutavault came down on turn 2?
Seems to be slumping in his chair a little bit.
Yeah.
There's duress off, a painful duress off Sulphurous Springs once again. Consider a response, sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bins a card. The graveyard is now at 5, going to 6. So, okay. Well, Steven's forced to take a fatal push. And while there's no Neoform present, there is a Hooting Mandrills that can come down. And Steven does have a third land.
Okay. So leaving him with the 2 Delve creatures that are interesting. So your Adams could play a third land, play a Delve creature, you're using his 3 lands, have the same pattern ready to go next turn. So just maybe Dykeman does have the Liliana or something, is trying to set that up.
Well, certainly sandbagging your mana development in this fashion would lead your opponent to probably conclude that you don't have much going on.
Yeah. And he's going to shock in Overgrown Tomb instead and pass back. Adams may be expecting the Mandrills to get removed and trying to save the more versatile Delve creature for later on.
And that would make sense. Certainly, Tasker has. I mean, we could get to a point where Tasker activations do come online. All right, Steven, what do you have for us? Is it a Fable? Is it Liliana? Are you taking more pain? Is the Go Blank? That would be okay too. So this is something where, I mean, this is maybe minor, and it is the Go Blank. Well, there you go.
Alrighty, okay.
That's strong. I don't necessarily love it, unless Steven is bluffing here. I don't necessarily love the way that he executed that turn. I feel like it's screaming that there's another 3-drop in hand, which maybe doesn't matter, but it's information you're giving away for free. Although if it's a bluff, it convinced me, and so it may have convinced A. Adams as well. There's Liliana.
Yeah,
right.
as expected.
Yeah. All right, Steven Dykeman looking pretty stable here. Here's a duress off the top, which is he gets a Fable, so there was a Fable. So there were actually 3/3 in hand for Steven there. And now
Yeah, but this is, I mean, we're looking at Adams being forced to discard that Fatal Push, a creature coming down, and then there's a Liana just hanging around as a massive nuisance. Trespasser, jeez.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good one. Each of the Mandrills. And now A. Adams. I mean, this is not a deck that probably plays terrifically well off the top.
No. You don't have that much in the way of card draw, right? You're not a Treasure Cruise deck, you're a Tasker deck. So you kind of draw as many cards as you're going to draw. You play your cards as you play them. And if the opponent runs you out of cards, well, that's just how it's going to be.
Yeah. So what is the Thoughtseize? Grabs the shield. It's not. Both players empty-handed. Trespasser won't flip yet. Players looks like they're confirming the life totals here. All right, the Mutavault actually does something, gets in there. So this is attack for 6 altogether, including the trigger. And A. Adams has maybe 1 additional turn after this one. But at what possibility even can that lead to?
yeah, plays the planning, but I think there's no card that can
Yeah.
help. And yeah, so packs it up. We're going to go to a game 3 here with Adams on the play. So we'll see if he can finally put an end to Dykman's incredible run.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of the other side of the deck. It was a decent hand it developed, but there's no payoff, and Adams the deck doesn't look as good without the Neoform, finding Atraxa or Hornet Queen or whatever it may be. And Steven Dykman, this is probably, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, where both players mull on equal hand size. Adams probably wants that number higher. Dykman would want it lower.
Mm-hmm.
And that game both on 6. We'll see if they're both on 7 this next game. And if Adams can get underneath, also when both players are playing Thoughtseize, being the first one to be able to unleash that can play a role, like you said.
Yeah, both players are potentially going up to 2 to 3 duresses alongside their Thoughtseizers. So just trading off discard effects left and right. And then when the dust settles, who's going to have the best thing left over?
Yeah, and also by virtue of being on the play, Adams can also hold up Stubborn Denial in case there's no discard spell, but Dykman has one. So there is that to consider. Anyway, players shuffling up. I think we can just probably head back down to the table. No additional need to look at the deck list, I don't believe. We know what the players have. They know what each other has, and we know what they're playing for. This is a spot in the finals of the NRG Pioneer 5K on the line. We know Dykman, even if he didn't already have one, did earn a regional championship slot in the modern event. But if Adams does not currently have one, then winning these next 2 matches, this one and the finals, will get them a seat in the next regional championship in Dallas as well.
And funnily enough, I think it varies by region depending on your organizer, but I believe DreamHack does not allow players who have an RC invite already to continue playing RCQs, continue pursuing one. So Steven might join the rarefied group of people who can actually double up on their RC invites.
Yeah. No, you're correct. Yeah, you can't, although, and for viewers that might be curious about this, so the side event RCQs that are run on NRG weekends, you cannot play in if you already have an invite. The showdown and the trial, so the big events, you can play in. Those are considered destination events, so you can't play in those even if you already have invites. But Dominic's right as far as the side events go. Okay, Adams is going to take a mulligan. Steven looks like a keep. So what is the ideal start for Adams here? What cards would you want? A couple land, a discard spell, and a founding of the third path?
Yeah, founding is one of those cards that, it kind of like accelerates your good draws, but also can stitch your average draws or the draws which started good, but then fell apart a bit. Can just help to stitch those back together.
All right, 6 cards is sufficient.
Right, Mana Confluence.
Yeah.
Into Thoughtseize. Right. So again, maybe the reverse of game 2. Maybe Adams is the one light on lands this time around.
Wow. Steven with 3 discard spells.
Jeez. Is that a different art duress hiding behind the... Yeah, sure is. Okay.
All right, so Adams considers, if my hand's going to be ripped to shreds anyway, I may as well take your threat.
Yeah, we're just going to both play off the top, and I'm going to hope that favors me in the end.
All right, Steven will flip around the pathway. You know what, we'll take a moment here. If you're enjoying the player cameras, let us know in the chat if you appreciate that. That's a new thing for us this year. And here is Adams also flush with discard spells. Okay.
I see how it is. So down to 40 now.
Yeah.
Playing like a Death Shadow deck almost.
Firing back and
yeah, that's Fable.
Yeah, that Fable might have been nice. Yeah, Fable might have been nice to get rid of some of the excess discard spells now.
But this is weird now for Dykman, right? There's one unknown card on Adam's side. Do you play your discard spell anyway? What else is it going to do? But and we do get is that a founding? Or
I think it's the Hornet Queen. Is it? I'm not.
It kind of looks like Hornet Queen. Yeah,
I think it's the Hornet Queen.
This is 2 mana here, and that's founding. So that's a nice draw in one sense. but
Yeah.
it may end up just buying back a duress or something, which is not great from this position.
It's still something though, and it's a card that can't get hit by the duress, which
In for two.
Yeah,
Hiya.
okay. I mean, Adam's life total actually dropping because of all these discard spells and the Manic Influence.
Yeah, they did that, and they did 4 of that or 6 of that damage to themselves, and now Mutavault making it even worse for wear.
All right.
Consider. So it seems like this is.
So the Foundry should be on chapter 3 already. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I think so. What you can do is when you draw the consider, you can consider in your draw step, and then when Founding ticks up to chapter 3, you then get to replay the consider that you just drew effectively.
Nice. Well, that's certainly more appealing than the duress, most likely, as the hunt is on here for a creature for Adam. So yeah, that's a good play that I'm not sure I was even aware of.
Yeah, that little timing trick to be aware of. Saga's kind of weird in terms of when they ask you to do things. And if Adams can find a creature, just Tasker, just Hooting Mandrills, maybe no near-form required. That threat might go the distance by itself.
But instead, it's nothing. Which
no
now,
luck yet.
Likely Stephen Dykeman's duress is now turned back on, and he's going to bite on that, fire it off.
I love this, right? Like you kind of have to pay, but you know that if they're making you pay, it's probably just a land or something else that you can't duress. Sure enough, we'll hit again.
I think that wasn't Atraxa, so yeah.
It was.
Adam's not working with any realistic resource. Oh, her Mandrels off the top. Okay.
Who's Magoose? Is in the building.
That's a big draw. Probably the best. I mean, Tasker may be slightly better, but that is a creature. A Delve creature is probably the best possible draw for Adams this turn.
Yeah, we take that for sure. Dreadball. Okay. Well, best response for Dykeman almost.
Yeah.
Down to 6 now.
Beautiful again. I mean, this is going fast.
Yeah, beautiful. Like, this was the big innovation from Shota Yasuoka's build of Rakdos from the Pro Tour that he top 8'd with. Part of you thinks, okay, that's Shota, right? Going to top 8 with anything. But you see how Mutavault can really come up in games like this. So often you play a spell, play a discard spell, removal spell, and get to crack in with Mutavault at the same time.
All right. Dykeman reveals the hand of Duress and Urborg.
And hey, that Thoughtseize, that's an entire Mutavault hit by itself. That's one turn, effectively, that was just lost.
Yeah, so Adams now needs, I guess, I mean, a Delve creature off the top is, there's a den. That might do it no matter what. There's a Tasker, but
there is a Delve creature.
Yeah, it's right, because both creatures can't be animated. Oh, boy. Yeah. All right. Still in it. And, honestly, we know Steven has nothing. Whoa.
There's a Liana, and that's it.
Liana and A. Adams will scoop them up. And Stephen Dykeman looks at the camera. He's like, wow, did you guys see that? I'm going to the finals.
Adams made him work for it a little bit, but of course, got there in the end. And now the question is, we have a creativity mirror on the other side of the bracket. So we're going to see which of those creativity players is going to face off against this unstoppable juggernaut, Graz himself and Stephen Dykeman here in the finals.
My goodness. All right. So we're going into the backup match. They're still playing. So let's go into game 2. They're live in action. It is creativity on both sides. Here we are. Richard Papierski, who we watched in the top 8 against Ryan Hayes. Is it combo on both sides? We have it labeled is it creativity versus is it combo, but it is the same deck. The players just chose those monikers themselves. And, well, Richard Papierski is up a game, and there's Hullbreaker Horde in play.
I was going to say this matchup can often be pretty intricate and have a lot of play to it. Does not quite look like that at the board state we've arrived to.
Yes. So Hullbreaker Horde, quite the powerhouse that these decks do sideboard. And yeah, if you get yours on board, it is, number one, hard for your opponent to do much of anything, including get their own onto the board. In fact, then there's active reflections, so there's potentially more than one Hullbreaker. Ryan Hayes, we may have walked into a game here that's going to end in about 10 seconds.
Wait, we can just make 2 more Hullbreaker Horrors, right?
Yeah.
And that's it?
I would think.
That hull is well and truly broken.
Okay. Here's make an extra Hullbreaker. Ryan Hayes. All right. Well, if Richard Richard may not need anything, but if he has anything, this is definitely over.
Going to
And
make
here-
sure that our table spotters have Hullbreaker Horror copy tokens ready to go here.
Okay, here's the Shark Typhoon cycle. Well, Richard, do you have
Richard reaching for mana. Okay, I
a
will bounce that.
triple bounce
and that.
spell that's masquerading as a fire prophecy, and that will do it. Richard Popierski will join Steven Dykman in the finals. So our number 1 seed advances all the way through, and we'll be on the play.
Back to the booth.
Yeah, Brian.
Here are our
Hayes.
faces again. Only
Yeah.
had to wait 30 seconds to get back to us. So, yeah, I mean, Richard Popierski, a very impressive run through the tournament in his own right. First seed after the Swiss, 7-1, has not dropped a match yet himself, looking to complete an actual undefeated run today, if not yesterday as well.
Yeah, this is good stuff. So congratulations to our semifinalists, Ryan Hayes and A. Adams. Their run ends here, but we have 2 players remaining. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back for the finals of the NRG Pioneer 5K. Thanks for being here. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Mundelein, Illinois for the Steven Dykman Invitational Weekend, aka NRG Chicago. So we're going to have Steven Dykman in our finals once again today. Going to be playing a match I'm sure he's pretty familiar with. Going to be playing for some hardware, DreamHack Invitation, all that stuff. I'm going to go ahead and bring Joe and Dom back with me just for one final time on the weekend. So guys, come on in. All right, so Steven Dykman has lost twice this entire tournament. Both times didn't technically matter for him, not in the elimination rounds, which is a good place to lose in the Swiss. So let's start with you, Joe. Who do you have on this end? Who are you going to pick?
Well, okay. So we have what, black red again. I mean, okay, let's ignore the matchup. This is Dykman's weekend, right?
That's right.
We're going with Steven Dykman. I mean, Richard Popierski, impressive work making it to the finals. I'm sorry you ran into the juggernaut. Yeah, well, we can just write this one off, I guess.
Yeah,
No?
I think I
Richard's
referred.
going to try and win this. Do you think it's possible? Can Dykman be defeated?
I don't know. I referred to him as the Magic playing machine. The guy's been up since about 8 o'clock this morning playing Magic. So
He's been up since 8 o'clock yesterday morning playing Magic, probably.
exactly for 48 hours straight. So, all right, Dom, how about you? What are we thinking?
Yeah, maybe got a team draft going after yesterday's Swiss was done. You know, the man loves the game. Obviously, picking Steven Dykman. I mean, you don't bet against Tom Brady and the Patriots. You don't bet against, I don't know enough sports to make further analogies, but you get what I'm saying, right? You bet on the favorite. That's where the smart money is. And look, if Richard wins, that's cool, right? You know, first seed, 7-0 the Swiss, 3-0 the top 8. Nice clean day at the office. But if Steven wins, this is a storyline that we're still talking about when we come in here for our May 2024 Mundelein series. Like, you remember when Steven Dykman won back-to-back tournaments? So let's go watch him win back-to-back tournaments. How about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And Joe can probably help me out as you guys are through the match, but I think a little bit of NRG history. Nobody, to my knowledge, has ever won back-to-back days. I know that Matt Hoey, Joseph Bernal were pretty close several times. This is several years back, but I don't think it's ever been done, especially in the modern NRG era. So with that,
I don't recall it happening either. No.
Yeah, I don't think so. So not to my knowledge, at least. So, all right, well, guys, I'm going to sign off for the day. It's been awesome having you. Thanks to all the viewers for hitting that follow button, hitting the subscribe button. Everybody for coming out. So I'm going to leave it to Dom and Joe to bring us home for the finals.
All right, thanks, Matt. So here we are, Steven Dykman, the Juggernaut, Richard Popierski, trying to play the spoiler. And honestly, if you're gonna have to play spoiler, you may as well. I mean, he hasn't lost yet today. So I mean, yeah, Dykman lost the match both days. Are we hyping the wrong man?
Right? I mean, he's washed, honestly, it sounds like. So we see Richard Popierski on the play. It's one of the benefits you get by being the first seed when you just don't lose at all. And then it looks like Steven Dykman leading off on his one Mcknight US, taking one Fable, seeing another. So you hate to see that if you're on the Dykman train.
Yeah, sure. What do we have left over here? We have, 4 land impulse, 2 fables. That's certainly a keepable hand going first for Richard in a matchup that maybe somewhat grindy, but then Richard also has the opportunity, the possibility of just, wiping out Steven at any given moment. So we'll see how this progresses here. This isn't quite the lopsided match of Rakdos versus Lotus that we saw a few hours ago. This is certainly much more interactive from Richard's side. And somewhat disruptible, I would suppose.
Yeah, it's similar in the sense of if creativity is doing its thing, you kind of dodge a lot of the fatal pushes and the stomps and so on. If you set up big score into creativity, but those cards can actually be relevant in a way that they, are pretty embarrassing most of the time against Lotus. But we do see that crucial second Thoughtseize, hoping, I assume, to tag the second Fable that we saw in Richard's hand a turn ago.
Yeah, Richard contemplating something here. I mean, if it's impulse first, that seems questionable. Yeah, he's just gonna let it go.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of know that the Fable's getting taken no matter what, so you may as well wait on the impulse so that Steven has this information.
Right. Yeah, there's no reason
Right.
to Steven.
Third Fable time. Let's go. Just how we draw it up.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, there's the idea of hiding from Steven what you get, but if it's a third Fable, it's going right down on the board anyway.
Yeah, you can just put that one face up. We know that one's coming.
Okay, Rakdos Midrange. Is it creativity? It's been a long weekend for both players. Especially longer one for Steven Dykman. Richard wasn't in the modern event for too long yesterday.
Oh, he's showing some real stamina.
But did give it a shot. But yeah, Steven has been playing, like Matt was alluding to. It's been a long weekend for him, but one that is going to be memorable, hopefully for fond memories for a long time. But we'll see if he can finish it out.
It's tiring in the moment. You would much rather have long weekends and short weekends when it comes to Magic. Okay, another Thoughtseize here. So we'll see maybe what was picked up off the.
Ouch.
Okay, well, there goes Dig Through Time.
That's tough because that's a great way to recover your hand after being beat up by discard spells, and it's now gone.
Richard cannot be pleased to see that.
No.
And that's like Harvester. Yeah, crucially, beautiful tapping for black thanks to Urborg. So that's a little combination right there.
Yeah. Right into the face of your Fire Impulse. Like, yeah, I know you have it. I don't care. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll trade off cards. That's fine. I want the blood token more anyway.
Okay, Richard with Aspire Bluff Canal. Nothing too exciting going on here. No real non-land permanents on the board here. I guess Steven has a blood token, but that's not going to amount to too much. Do we have some kind of big payoff here? I mean, discard cleared the way. Open the door. What do we have?
You need that follow-up, right? Because Steven had a great start, triple discard spell, but you give Richard enough time, he'll find a big score. He'll find something else, and then there's always this threat of, well, my opponent's seen 3 new cards. What if it's token make it into creativity and suddenly I just lose out of nowhere? So you want to shorten that window as much as you can. This would be a great turn for Graveyard Trespasser, Shielded, maybe a Fable of Steven's own. Well,
Steven's got at least a Liliana, which also is not too bad.
Oh, that one's fantastic, yeah.
But it's going to be Fable.
Okay.
Yeah, that works too. So however, Steven manages to get to turn 3. Every time he seems to have options on what to do. And I guess that's kind of the way the deck is designed. The 2 drops are somewhat unimpressive. The 3 drops are all great.
Looks like just Pathway and Odawara, I believe, in Richard's hand.
But I think it was the draw of Fable. It was. Okay.
Well, hey, you can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck.
Yeah, turn later than you would have liked it, but still he found it, and that's 2 cards in hand that Richard probably would not mind exchanging for whatever's on top of the deck.
So that's not ideal, but if Steven does have the Liliana, can eat that Goblin token, attack with his own, his Fable is progressing faster, so can work its way towards reflection. So not ideal for Steven, but it could be worse. We get to Rummage first too. Could Fatal Push or Stomp the token if you see fit to do that instead.
Yeah, we'll see. Whatever decision Steven makes here will probably be the right one. He's having the weekend of his life, as far as Magic goes. Or maybe that's not true, but certainly a stellar one that he will probably remember for a long time.
I mean, he's been in invitational top 8s,
right.
And I'm sure has some GP success as well. Like he's played a lot of Magic in a lot of places, but this is a really nice exclamation point to have on that resume.
Yeah. So was this was a Fable? Keep my hand. I believe.
It's a show of strength. Yeah.
So dispatch the token, attack for treasure. Is this gonna be Liliana plus? No.
Well, that treasure, going away as soon as it came in. So Liliana plus. down goes Odawara.
Well, Odawara is a way to fight back against Liliana when your opponent's empty-handed. Both players with one card in hand, and here is Richard's Fable time. His rummaging. He needs this. He needs something quality here.
Do you want to rummage your one card?
Well, he's thinking about it, so it must be something playable.
Prophecy down. Okay. I think if he had another card that he could rummage away with the prophecy, it might be worth keeping just to hit the token. But as it is, you would be empty-handed. So it's just a removal spell, not what the doctor ordered. Oh, that's fine.
Mutavault, I guess, is better than some things that could have been, some lands that could have been drawn even. With the Fable transforming, would creativity off the top be live?
It would, yeah. So especially with that Mutavault as the second target there. So that's the threat looming over the game. That said, you're targeting two creatures that both get stomped. One of them can get Fatal Push. So Steven does have some counterplay against that too. And then here's the thing about this creativity deck. You're aiming to play it for X equals 2. You get the Xenaghost, you get the Worldspine Mon. If you have to just play it for 1, well, now you've got a roulette spin on your hands because you could hit the Worldspine Mon and actually be in a pretty decent spot, or you could hit the Xenaghost and be dead to rise.
All right, so Steven does not plus Liliana as he has a card and Richard does not. And we'll await Richard's draw, which needs to be good. If he's thinking about it, if he's thinking about it at all, it's not creativity. So
yes.
Steven shrugs his shoulders, untaps, gets ready.
Cashes in the treasure, draw a card with Bankbuster.
Okay, so Bankbuster doing its run at 6 impression of providing you cards to discard to Liliana. Steven tries to figure out how to close out this game. He's done all of the hard work of just wiping out Richard's resources. Just needs to finish him off here.
Yeah, Liliana now might see fit to just minus and take care of the reflection.
Sure.
Get that creativity for 2 line out of the way. Yeah, chat asking how Dykeman was able to win Modern and still have time to play in the Pioneer Tournament. And if you get to the finals, you do actually get a buy that covers that stretch of time in the 5K. So this is how many a run has been made in the past: is you win one tournament, you get 10 minutes to catch your breath, and you immediately hop into the other one, and you start at 1-0. So you have that momentum, if you will.
Yeah,
2 buys even.
Yeah. Thoughtseize, and the big score was the draw for Richard. So that's unfortunate, as that's something that is uncastable in the face of Liliana, and now it goes down. But yeah, so the Modern Swiss was yesterday and quarterfinals. So there was just 2 rounds of Modern this morning that Steven had to play. Obviously, he won both of them before starting his run in the Pioneer event.
Interesting that Richard sacrificed Reflection instead of Mutavault there. But don't think it's going to matter too much.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Default safer, but certainly less useful. All right, so here's an attack with 2 Fable tokens. Steven will pick up a couple treasures. Richard takes a little bit of damage. But nothing too consequential here. And Richard just stuck. I mean, there are a number of cards in his deck that just don't function off the top. Big Score being one of them. His combo cards being others. I mean, like you said, creativity for 1 here. If Steven didn't have removal, if he gets the worm, okay, we can talk.
Yeah, this creativity deck doesn't have any ways to go up on cards. Even something like Fable is mostly card neutral in that sense. So if you're playing off the top, you're kind of playing off the top, unless you have the 1 dig through time, I suppose.
Ooh, attack Liliana here with Mutavault. All right, so Steven has his own
Ouch.
Mutavault to block with, but doesn't need it because there's Bone Crusher Giant to go into the Adventure Land and take down the Mutavault itself. And now Richard has. Okay, so
Fable.
the draw is Fable. All right. So able to stay empty-handed, obviously not wanting to pass turn with one card in hand. And Steven will untap with +1 card from the Bankbuster, probably. Liliana able to exhaust itself to wipe out the token, and Richard down to 12. No, Steven says no Bankbuster draw. I'd rather keep the treasures.
So yeah, Liliana minuses. We can play Bone Crusher, Crew, Bankbuster. So that's 4, 6, 8.
All right, so that was Crew and copy.
Oh no, we can copy Bone Crusher. Excuse me. So this is 12, right?
Yeah, this is not. Yeah, Steven saw this coming because he had thought through and planned out. And here is the 12. Yeah, treasure's not attacking, but does exist. And yeah, Bone Crusher, Bankbuster, Mutavault, and Fable token. That's 12. And Steven Dykman is up a game because of course he is. What else could happen?
One more. One game away.
That's right. One more. One game.
Clean sweep. Jeez.
Well, yeah, Richard Papierski is going to have to look over his sideboard, and we'll do the same and see what options he may have to turn this around. Is there anything? Is there an anti-Dykman card in your sideboard?
Yeah, it might have to be that at this point, not just an anti-Rakdos card. You really need something targeted at Steven Dykman himself. We'll bring up his deck list, see what he is working with here in our finals. So this is very similar to the list that won the Pro Tour in the hands of Rejuke. And so nothing here really aimed at Rakdos. You can imagine the Star Typhoons may be decent in this matchup. Or I don't think this is a matchup where you want to transform into the Hullbreaker Horrors, especially knowing as you do against the 3 Lilianas, just creativity for one, flopping a Hullbreaker Horror into play, unlikely to actually go the distance. So probably going to stick on the combo plan here.
Yeah, all right. And then Dykman's list. Rakdos Midrange, kind of the original deck of the format alongside Green Devotion, still staying strong while others have fallen aside. Maybe it has undergone some changes along the way.
So here, I think, third Liliana, we saw that just shred Richard's hand and chances that game. Third Liliana there, 3 dresses, of course. Maybe the Go Blank just as a mind rot, right? The Exile course doesn't do much for you, but just get cards out of their hand. And then the Colligan's commands where, it's a pretty versatile card, but specifically, if Richard's going off with creativity, it's either on artifact tokens, like the treasure tokens, or it's on creatures, and it's small creatures. So either way, you can bust that up.
Yeah. All right. I mean, this is, at this point, I mean, I know you try when you're playing an event, if you're trying to maintain a level mindset, you're trying to get ahead of yourself. But we're at the end. And Steven Dykman is well aware that he only needs to win one game to take down both events of the entire weekend. I mean, that's how does that affect you? I know myself personally, there's no way I'm not thinking ahead to the glory that is my future if I win this game. I can't be. I cannot stay level-headed in this moment. That's not me.
I don't know if the dollar signs are already flashing in front of Steven's eyes. I mean, maybe from this morning still, but it's like abstractly, if you lose this finals, you've had a fantastic weekend. I mean, if someone told you coming in first and second, I mean, yes, snap it off, right? At the same time, once you're there, you're playing this finals, you want that first place so badly. You know what that means, and it's more than the sum of its parts, right? If you win this tournament, great. You win another tournament 3 weeks from now, great. You win both of them back to back, that means something, right? That's a story. Yeah,
no, it certainly is. And you all in chat watching, I mean, let us know. Are you hoping for the Dykman sweep on the weekend, or are you hoping Richard Papierski interrupts and takes us down for himself? I mean, obviously he's going to be giving it his all. Came up short that game, but this is a capable deck, a capable player who has not lost in Pioneer this weekend. So, and he's the number 1 seed for a reason. We'll see. We'll return ourselves to the table and see what the result is. Players shuffling up. for potentially the last game of the weekend. You can see the trophy there on the table. 2023 Showdown winner, NRG Championship Series on the line.
I think Steven should get the other one from this morning out of his bag and just plonk it on the table too, just to make a statement here.
Well, but Richard should say double or nothing. Like if he wins, he gets both trophies. I mean, right? You want to,
right?
Steven, if you're confident, put it all on the line. All right, we're having a good time here. In chat, asking about deck lists. Deck lists should be available now. If you go to MTG Melee, the entire pool of 287 deck lists from Modern and 207 Pioneer decks should all be available right now. Players are cutting, players are presenting, and we are ready to go. Well, Richard's not quite ready yet. Still shuffling enough. Contemplating what the ideal draw might be, hoping Steven Dykman mulls to 2 or a Meteor lands exactly on Steven's chair and Richard advances by default. You never know what could happen.
I recall you saying the last time I was doing coverage with you that if you were in the hunt for the championship race, you'd be hoping for your competitors to get hit by a truck or to
sure.
grisly fates to befall all of them. So
yeah,
I know that's very much in your wheelhouse.
I'll take the win however it is handed to me. Yeah.
Win's a win.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Richard. The opening hand looks like Fire Impulse, a couple big scores. Are there enough lands? Maybe not. The answer is no. Steven Dykman, 7-card hand looks like a keep. You know what? Even if it's no land, keep anyway. You'll probably draw 3 lands off the top and be fine.
Not like this, Richard has to be thinking. You know, it's again very successful weekend for him as well. Really can't complain about second place. But if you're losing in the finals, you kind of can complain about second place.
I mean,
just a little bit.
It's always, you can always find, unless you actually win, you can always find a way to be a little disappointed because you could have done that much better. And even if you do win, you can still be like, oh, back in round 4, I played the wrong land on turn 3. Darn it, I suck. You know, there's always, if we're trying to get better, we always find flaws. But certainly both these players have done very well this weekend, but only one is going to walk away with the trophy that you see on the table right now. Richard Popierski cuts his own deck, passes over Steven. Steven cuts it back. It's like, oh, I'm going to try and find the exact same cut you did, hand it back to you untouched. We'll see what happens.
Is this trophy officially part of the battlefield at this point? Like, what happens if we have to attack?
It blocks.
Okay.
Only flyers are allowed. Only flyers are allowed.
Is this that new card type that we've heard so much about? Little preview action here on the stream.
It should be. Yeah, we don't get spoiler cards in Nerve Rage Gaming. Yeah, we should get to spoil whatever a battle is. That's appropriate. We're trying hard here, you know, carrying the history of televised Magic coverage and bringing it along with us into 2023. Okay, Richard, what do we got? I don't see a lot of land there. See some removal spells.
The trophy being removed.
Okay. Steven pauses. Is that Spire Bluff Canal tapped? Okay.
It's like, I'm going to see those cards in a second anyway. Just lay them on the table.
All right. How many land do we have? We do have a Mutavault. We have a Fire Prophecy, an Impulse, a Shark Typhoon, and a Fiery Impulse. I said Impulse twice because there's 2 cards that got confused. Anyway, this is the card cards are available. Richard has a functional hand. It's not maybe great, but playable.
Yeah, you see a hand like that, has a little bit of everything. You take the hand that can fill whatever hole is left in a turn or 2 from now, right?
Sure. Yeah, so this may lead to if Steven passes on turn 2, we might just see our Richard with a Shark Typhoon for 0 just to hope to look for future land drops.
I mean, depending on how Steven's hand looks, no guarantee either of those removal spells is going to be relevant in the short term, right? So you might get, Mug into 6 already. You thought sees 1 card. There might be 2 semi-dead cards still rotting in Richard's hand.
Yeah, this may be a scenario where could Dykman, with Blood Tithe Harvester, consider not playing it so that Richard can't cycle the fire? He's going to fire it out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure Richard is probably okay with this.
Yeah.
Prophecy, ditch the Impulse, perhaps.
Fiery Impulse.
Yeah. Sorry. Right.
The Fiery Prophecy.
Okay. That's not what he's going to do. He's just going to use the Fiery Impulse to take down the Harvester. And then Look for the top card. Do we have? There's a land. Do we have land fable? Do we have something useful here?
Yeah, I might have been inclined to use the Fire Prophecy instead, just to maximize my chance hitting
Right.
that Fable on 3.
Yeah.
Is it Liliana time?
Oh,
Fable?
That'd be harsh.
Breaking some mirrors out here. What's going on?
It's a trespasser. Okay.
Okay.
Solid enough. And also something that Richard isn't really going to want a Fire Prophecy.
He already only has 3 cards left, right?
Mhm.
He has to use 2 of them to burn through that trespasser.
And it becomes daytime. Steven's like, it's going to be night soon. Your tournament prospects are over, buddy. Richard's like, no. I'm still in this. Shark Typhoon for 1. So gets a little bit of value alongside his fresh card here.
Imagine if Richard just draws creativity, just fires it off, and you hit the worm. If you hit the scene and goes, but you hit the worm, then suddenly you might just steal this game that already seemed pretty lost otherwise.
I mean, at that point, it almost hard to imagine how Steven could win.
Right. You would need one of those like extinction events or something in the sideboard, which is such a corner case that you don't bring them in because how often is it gonna matter? But it could happen. It could happen.
All right. So what does Richard actually need? Okay, so creativity for 1, sure, that would be good. It's gonna be a pass. Looks like an impulse alongside the prophecy and a land in hand, maybe.
And it should be night. Yep.
All right.
Trespasser gets to become gluttonous.
If Steven doesn't have additional removal, I mean, Richard is still alive to get back into this. This is not over, even though Steven is up a game and looking solid. And Richard may be feeling a little down after being down a game and down a card to start this game. Like, for example, misreading his own land drop on turn 1 and putting this fire bluff in tapped for no reason. So we'll see if he can draw it together and even this up.
Yeah, Glutton going to eat 2 cards from Richard's bin, even though there's a harvester there. I think just minimizing the graveyard for dig through time, if that were to come up. And still has the option here of trade my Shark and my Prophecy and another card for your Trespasser, but Richard understandably is not thrilled at that prospect.
No, that does not seem very appealing. So what does Steven know in Richard's hand? Just the Fire Prophecy, right? I think the other 2 are unknown at this point. Well, okay, I guess Steven's not satisfied that. He's going to go ahead and take a look at them. No.
Okay, Blood Token. Cashing in Blood Crypt. Very flavorful. Do we have a follow-up?
Careful play there by Steven, even at the end of a long weekend. Was thinking about blooding with the Blackland, deciding, you know what, I have this colorless Meatball in my hand. I'm going to play it anyway. I'll play it first and use the blood with that, preserving as much colored mana as possible.
Yeah, it's never blocking, so don't want this to happen, right? You draw Blood Tithe Harvester and then can't hold open a Fatal Push or something like that.
Yep.
So now, do we probably see that instead? Might be the best use we're going to find for it.
Perhaps. I think we're going to impulse first and see if we can find anything useful here.
There's a Fable. Okay. That's something.
If Richard doesn't like any of these cards, he can cycle them away on the Fire Prophecy, but you're right. Fable is maybe not the winner, but it is a valuable card and does set him up to go deeper in the deck and have more stuff on the board for the eventual creativity if it does come.
Fire Prophecy, tucking. Don't get to see just yet. this shark token just chilling. No attacks, no blocks. Just not hungry just yet.
This was a very successful weekend for NerdRage Gaming. This room yesterday and most of today, what you can see behind Richard, all the empty chairs, it was full once upon a time. Now there are only 2 players remaining. One of them will be declared a winner.
I don't know about you. It's such a satisfying feeling watching the event staff dismantle the entire room behind you as you're playing in like the top 8 rounds of the tournament.
Oh, well, I've also been at enough NerdRage events helping dismantle things, and I'll tell you, it's nice. It's nice when you have a job to do, like doing commentary or playing, and not being roped into taking everything else apart, because that's a lot of work.
It sure is. Yeah.
That should be the punishment for losing in the finals. Not only do you lose, you have to help disassemble everything.
Of course, very thankful to all of our staff working tirelessly behind the scenes to make events like this possible. Thankful to the over 1,200 of you watching this right now, to the over 200 people in each of our events this weekend. Our modern event capped. We raised the cap and then we hit the cap anyway, and then had a very nice turnout today as well. So very successful event by all accounts.
All right, Graveyard Trespasser. As Steven inches closer to finishing this off, I mean, the pace is slowed. Richard, with that Fable, does have some presence on the board. Can he manage to send this to a 3rd game?
Yeah, and now with all of that material for Richard, serious threat of top deck creativity, just seeing the game out from underneath Dykeman.
Yeah, Fable for Steven. That's great and everything. It's really about the disruptive cards left over, though, that potentially in his hand.
Yeah, he's holding those close to the vest. Can't get a great look at those, but then maybe a window here for Richard to get something together.
Yeah, we can only hope. We're going to look at a few new cards here with Chapter 2 on Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Discard 2, draw 2. So Worldspine Worm is there, and crucially, that trigger will go on the stack. You will draw your cards from the other part of the Fable trigger first, and then Worldspine Worm will get shuffled in.
Steven looks like he's reaching across, confirming that. That's how the sequence does work. And so here goes the worm back into Richard's deck, where he would rather prefer it be. That means it was in his hand. So that was a vulnerability for him this last turn. If Steven had drawn a Thoughtseize, oh no, I'm sorry, it goes back immediately, right? So never mind. That's not true. You couldn't Graveyard Trespasser it on the attacks.
Worldspine Worm does in fact have a trigger, and the way you know that is because combo decks in their time have used the fact that you discarding that to hand size will create a trigger to then combo off in the end step. Here we go, though. Creativity for
Yes,
X equals 2.
And Steven will have to...
And here's a stomp. So now we know where that Worldspine Worm is, Joe. Or do we?
No,
do
we? No, I don't think we do.
No, we don't. Okay.
Yeah. So this is going to be...
50-50 shot.
Yeah, Richard's still with 12 life. It's Steven, you're looking forward. Okay, what's it going to be? We all wait with bated breath.
The game might turn on this flip of a card.
The tournament might turn on this. This might be it. If this wins Xenagos, we could be done. Both hiding deeper in the deck.
It's a lot of cards. There it is.
Oh, it's the Xenagos. Big sigh from Richard Papierski. It's not what he was looking for.
See Steven visibly exhaling there. What a way to lock up your back-to-back, eh?
Xenagos, God of Revels, you can see there, indestructible, 6/5, does all kinds of cool stuff. However, does not actually get to participate unless you have 7 red or green devotion, which Richard does not have. Can still affect combat. Its trigger will still affect attackers or blockers, of which Richard does not currently have any. I'm sorry, just attackers. As the board was sucked up into that creativity that has found Xenagos. And, well, devotion of 3, not quite 7. Not quite a lethal attack, maybe.
Well, hypothetically, if we survive
right.
the turn and we have another creativity, maybe
Sure.
we get to go again and actually get the worm for sure this time. But
Yeah.
surviving may be a tall order here. It's a pretty formidable board for Dykman. The Glutton has 2 Harvesters in his own graveyard to eat, so that's 4, 6. The token is 8.
There's a
Hive is
Mutavault.
11.
There's a Mutavault in play. That would be 10.
Yeah, we can almost get there.
Yeah. The rest takes Fire Prophecy. All right, so Richard's rolling on top of the deck, which we basically knew already. There's unlikely Steven can find any sort of defense that would function if Richard did find creativity on the Reflection to get World Spine Worm. 12 power blockers is a lot to ask for at this point.
Steven, double checking the math. If there's a kill this turn, you don't want to miss it.
That's very true.
So 4, 6, 8, 10. Richard is down to 2.
All right, Steven finds his treasure, finds his attack.
Maybe
are we waiting on the exiling, or are we
still waiting on that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it looks like, okay, that may have been missed.
Yeah, maybe so.
Either way, that's not the margin this game is being decided on here. Right.
No. Yeah. Okay.
Richard
So
Papinski, creativity right now to stay in this tournament.
boy, this would be
We
something.
will have a 2-time champion. Heads
This
in
is a
hand.
pretty epic slow roll if this isn't if this is creativity. Richard, what do you got?
Don't do this to us.
Do you have some way of impacting the board enough to stay alive that's not creativity that we can't think of? If you have, we're
I can't
interested
even
in that
fathom
too.
it. He looks at it. He puts it down. He picks it up. Head is in both hands.
What can
Even
he have
Dykman.
here? What can he have here that require thought that's not creativity? Or well, that wouldn't even require thought either. What could this be? Passes the turn.
Passes the turn.
Okay.
All right. We just have to turn these cards sideways. And we have a truly unfathomable conclusion to this weekend. He's going to put the card back in the sleeve, you know. Good practice, good practice.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to find yourself somehow finding a penalty at this point. All right, Steven. Already drawn your card? Contemplating what Richard's doing over there?
Okay, 2 mana. Reflection down. Card is
Richard,
up.
what do you have?
Card is down.
We haven't caught sight of it yet on coverage. At least I haven't seen it. I don't think any of us have.
He's savoring every moment of this, but
Yeah,
I
he
think
sure
we're running
is.
out of moments here.
You don't get more prize money for additional seconds spent on camera.
Might be like an hourly fee for camera time, something like that, you know? Milk that a little. Our rate is not hourly, so
All
you know
right.
we're happy to get
Well,
out of it as soon as we can.
Does he have actually something that could keep him alive here? A removal spell in Graveyard Glutton is not possible because of the discard tax.
Shark Typhoon into removal, I guess.
Okay, sure. Yeah, Shark Typhoon for 1. All right.
Right.
That would justify
Remembering this
his
trigger.
actions. Yeah.
Okay,
All
down
right.
to 2. 3 attackers coming in.
Well, there is a Mutavault there. Okay. It is
There
a
it
short
is.
typhoon, but the third attacker is too much. So Richard did have maybe one card that would justify his pace of play there, but it comes up short, and Steven Dykman will bag his second trophy on the weekend.
And look, we said it was 50-50 for that creativity to hit what someone was in us. Come on now. We knew what was going to happen. The plot armor was thick. The hide of a rhino.
Wow.
Steven Dykman is your 2-time champion. He won the 10K. He won the 5K. He won the invite to DreamHack Dallas. He won another invite to DreamHack Dallas, which he can't use, but he's got it anyway. It's fine. And he has that slot, along with Roger Sulaiman, at the NRG Championship at the end of the year. Not a bad day at the office, or weekend at the office, if you like.
No, certainly not. In fact, as good as it possibly have been. Stick around, don't run away yet. We're going to bring Steven Dykman in here and talk to him. I guess he had an interview this morning. I guess no player's ever had 2 winners interviews in the same day at Midrange Gaming, obviously. So Steven Dykman will be the first to do that. We'll get him in here. If you have questions in the chat that you want us to ask, throw them out right now. We'll see if we can get them read before he gets in here. But yeah, this is, pretty stunning. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I hope he has a good winner photo pose again, lined up here, like kind of dual fisting the trophies or something. Got to figure that out on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not much you can look to for inspiration as far as that goes. And Richard Papierski did come up a little bit short there. Congratulations to him making it to the finals of the Pioneer 5K, trying to figure out a way for that Shark Typhoon plus the Mutavault to keep himself alive, and came up just a bit short when Steven did have the Graveyard Glutton trigger to put the curtains on the event.
Yeah,
So
that matchup, I think, commonly held to be pretty close. That's one reason the deck was chosen by the CFB team for the Pro Tour. But we had some tight spots in that game. The top deck creativity giving us a little bit of a sweat there. But Steven showed why, in the right hands, Rakdos can just carve up anything in its sight. And sure enough, that's what happened.
Yeah, Rhinos and Rakdos for Steven Dykman this weekend, taking down 2 trophies with 2 powerful mid-range decks, and we've got him in the booth. Let's go ahead and bring him onto the screen. Steven Dykman, what do you have to say for yourself after all this?
It was quite.
Welcome back.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it was quite a weekend. Obviously, I had a lot of, obviously people saw a lot of really great draws and really critical spots, which you need to win 2 tournaments. But it was, it was a lot of fun. Tons of really close matches and close matchups, and this top 8 was a lot less stressful than the last one. This one,
Sure.
at this point, I was kind of just playing to, I would like to win, but the prize for the first one was so much bigger, obviously. So it's,
Yeah.
but it was still sweet. I've been playing the Shota Rakdos build. Shota's who played this build at the PT. I'm like different for like 2 cards. Main deck's exactly the same. Sideboard, I'm playing 1 Go Blank, and the 4th Duress over the Sky Sov, and I forget it's another Ritual of Soot, just because like the aggro decks have kind of gone down. But this Rakdos deck's been really impressive for me. The Mutavaults are really, really good. They come through a lot, and we saw that actually in top 8, especially in that game 3 in the semis, where it just was pounding away. I think I got like 8 damage or something out of it. Just a very critical component to winning that game. But yeah, it was a blast, man. It's been a heck of a weekend. So,
all right. So you won both events. Which event did you come into feeling more confident in?
Yeah. So, like I said at the end of the Modern one, I haven't played Modern in like 5-6 months. It's been a long time. I'll play Modern when I have to, but it's definitely not my favorite format. But I went to Rhinos because it's just a really powerful deck. My other choice would have been Shadow, but when you haven't played a format for a long time, really, really hard to make all the correct decisions with a deck like that. So I decided to go with Rhinos just because of the raw power of that deck. I was definitely more confident coming into Pioneer. I was really, really excited for Pioneer because I've been playing the Rakdos build at some local RCQs and stuff like that recently. I won an RCQ. I won a store champs with it. So I think I was like 19-3 or something coming into the tournament. So I was pretty happy with my results with it. I've been mostly focused on standard for San Diego, but whenever there's been opportunities, I've been playing the Rakdos deck in Pioneer. So I was pretty confident in the deck.
You've you played more Magic this weekend than basically anybody. Did you find yourself starting to flag mentally a little bit towards the end, or do you have that kind of that stamina in you?
So I in round 4, my loss today to Connor, I threw game 2 pretty badly. I made a couple mistakes. I missequenced. I should have played a Bank Buster on turn 3 instead of a second Harvester for 1 more point of damage. And then there was another spot where I made a mistake too, but he ended the game at 1. So losing that point of damage lost me that match. And then part of the reason I made that risky draw in round 8 was because I was a little tired and just kind of wanted to break. And I was like, if I don't make it, I don't make it. Whatever. I've had a great weekend. I'll take whatever happens. But I was like pretty confident in my breakers. So I was hopeful it would work out. And then me and my opponent both just got super bailed out by the players at table 6. Just drew. So they both basically killed themselves and let us both like lock into top 8. So that was really, really fortunate for myself and my opponent in that last round. But yeah, I was definitely feeling it, man. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Sure, it definitely is. Now this is so I mean both trophies this weekend. Is there anyone you want to acknowledge, like somebody you test with, somebody you want to shout out that you said you played Shoda's deck for the most part, but you've obviously put a lot of work in. Does anyone kind of contribute to the success this weekend that you want to mention?
Well, yeah, man. I mean, the I know you can't really see the team swish right now. I have it covered under my coat, but my team's great. I've been doing a lot of testing with Dewey, Dewey Vu, Larry Fields, and I test a fair amount together. Buddy of mine, Max Smith. I didn't test specifically for this event with him, but Raja Sulaiman and I play together a lot, and I think we both up each other's game. But yeah, I've got a really great group of guys and friends and just a great group, great support system that helped me be successful in the game. So yeah, it was awesome, man. I don't know if you guys know this or listeners know this, but at the end of last season I had to miss like 3 or 4 events. I was having some health issues. So I couldn't make it out to the events, and that was a real bummer because I was kind of in the running for the champs last season. So it was awesome to my first NRG back do this. I mean, it was just unbelievable, honestly.
All right. Well, you deserve all the praise. It feels like you earned it. Looked good, impressive all weekend long. Enjoy your victories, and we're going to see you in San Diego in a couple weeks.
Yeah, you will.
All right. Well, good luck there as well. Steven Dykman, double champion this weekend at Nerd Rage Gaming. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, you guys.
All right. And well, viewers at home, thanks for being with us. This was Dominic. I mean, this was quite a weekend for Steven Dykman, quite a weekend for Nerd Rage. Good attendance, good viewership.
Yeah.
What's something that you take away from this?
Magic's great,
Yes.
This was so much fun, and you have, if you're covering, I did 2 shifts in the booth this weekend. You expect some of the matches, they're not that competitive, not that interesting. You kind of have to find some stuff to talk about. We had some of those, admittedly. We also had some just amazing matches of Magic that are going to stick with me for a long time. And Steven Dykman put on a clinic there. I mean, hard to say just do what he did, because how often do you even get a chance to do that? But showing the kind of the poise and thoughtfulness that you would expect from a player of his caliber. So yeah, fantastic weekend. Couldn't have drawn it up any better. Certainly for him, but also for us here in the booth as well. I guess as parting thoughts then. So thank you to all of you who have watched throughout the weekend, stuck with us for so long. Again, over 1,000 of you at peak moments. Fantastic turnout. Everyone who played in our events this weekend. As we said, we capped out the modern event. We capped it. We raised the cap. We capped that as well. A Pioneer event, over 200 players. So phenomenal. I know some of our events last year were a little harder to get to. People struggle to make it out to them sometimes. People did not struggle this time around. So love to see that.
No, they showed up in force, definitely.
Definitely. So yeah, we hope to see you either watching at home or out there yourself. Minneapolis in May, Mundelein again in June. Beautiful Mundelein, Illinois. Hopefully, if you're in the Buffalo Grove, Illinois area, you can check out NRG's physical store there. You can play there, and we're on our sister stream, twitch.tv/NRG store. You can watch Pioneer there Tuesday nights, Modern Wednesday nights as well. And you can find us and everyone else back in here at every stop this year. This was great. I can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, no, and we're happy to have you. You did an excellent job, and everyone that was watching. All right, so for not only for Dominic Harvey, but our other commentators, Mason Clark, Doomwake, Devin O'Donnell, and Will Krueger. For Matt Bamonte, our show host. For Corianne Thoreau, our spotter. And for Libby, who was the event coordinator this weekend, I'm Joe Lissette. We all represent Nerd Rage owner Norman Cohen. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next event.